For Anthea. Derrida and Levinas. Simon Critchley. Preface to 3rd edition. It's a very good thing that readers don't see the soil out of which the lush blooms of books spring. However lovely the flowers and green the grass, soil is soil and dirt is dirt. Reading now, some 21 years after it was first published and 25 years after I had the first inkling of its argument, I find it remarkable how little dirt is visible. Let me try to rectify that a little. When I graduated with a degree in philosophy from the University of Essex in 1985, I decided that I wanted to study in France, as most of the books I was reading were either in French or were translated from French. I had the choice between Paris and Nice, as a couple of my teachers had contacts there. I chose Nice simply because of the climate. I struck an informal and illegal deal with my teachers at Essex. I would stay on and do a PhD at Essex as long as they let me go away to France for a year, maybe 2. In other words, I would stay as long as I could go. My plan was simple and devious. Because I got a good enough degree, I received a grant from the British Academy for 3 years. This funding was easier to get back then. I was totally obsessed with philosophy and with Derrida in particular, but I knew there was no future in academia as there had been no jobs in the UK since the late 1970s. So, I would take the money and run. After a decent length of time, my partner and I would abandon academia and live in the sunshine on the Côte d'Azur. Things did not really work out as planned. We got most of our belongings stolen on the drive down to the south of France. Nice was an awful, mean, right-wing, racist place. The university was a shithole. The students were dull and conformist. We couldn't find work and we didn't even speak French. But I did meet Dominique Janicod. For reasons that still escape me, he was wonderfully kind and patient and gave me tutorials every 2 weeks on a text of his choosing. He knew that I was interested in Derrida but thought I should work on a more general, philosophical theme. Although a Heideggerian, Dominique had very heterodox views and was deeply interested in the question of the overcoming of metaphysics. What did that locution really mean? Dominique suggested that I enroll for the M.Phil. in philosophy in Nice and write a dissertation on the question of the overcoming of metaphysics in Heidegger and Carnap. Back then, nothing had been written on this topic and I was arguably well placed as I could read English well and German badly. It took me over a year to write the dissertation in French and it ended up being a document of 200 pages. It was a world of pain. But along the way, I learned how to do research, how to make notes and how to really use a library. What was in the back of my mind while writing the M.Phil. dissertation was the link between the overcoming of metaphysics in Viennese positivism or Heidegger's later thinking and Derrida's concept of the closure of metaphysics that was a persistent theme in his work. This was the germ of the idea for chapter 2 of, which is the oldest stratum of the book. I was intent on placing Derrida's work within a genealogical context of the history of metaphysics and not reducing deconstruction to some formalistic method of reading, based around the location of binaries or whatever. By this time, I had decided that life in the sunshine was horrible and wanted to go back to the grey misery of England and write the Ph.D. My partner, Anthea, was only too happy to leave and we arrived back by boat in late 1986. My initial idea for a PhD thesis was to write something on Derrida's use of Kantian transcendental argumentation, namely his talk of conditions of possibility and impossibility. But I could not get enough traction for this idea. Next I thought I would write on Derrida's reading of Husserl, until I discovered how much Husserl had written and how little interest I really had in it. Then I remember one evening in the bar at Essex with my longtime friend and former housemate, William Large. As undergraduates, we became experts in stealing books of French poetry from the university library. That evening we were drinking copious amounts of bitter beer and came to the decision that there were 2 outstanding philosophical problems that we needed to address, technology and ethics. I don't know what happened to technology, but ethics was obviously what I should be working on in relation to Derrida. Back then, everyone assumed that deconstruction was a form of relativism, skepticism, or nihilism and had nothing to do with questions of ethical responsibility. I knew that was wrong, but did not know how to go about showing it. Thanks to my teacher, Robert Bernasconi, I had written on Levinas as an undergraduate and he had made a huge impression on me. I simply fell in love with the prose of totality and infinity. Finally, I thought, someone is writing the philosophy that I want to read and which deals with the topics of the highest importance. Robert had begun writing a book on Derrida's 1964 essay, monograph really, on Levinas, violence, and metaphysics. I never saw a copy of Robert's book, because it never appeared, although we talked about it a lot and his ideas were published in a number of important papers. This is the reason why I stay relatively clear of violence and metaphysics in. My idea was that the latter would be a kind of companion to Robert's book. In late summer 1987, I began to work on a paper on Derrida and Levinas. It was long, rambling and vague, but was essentially a commentary on some little-known texts and remarks of Levinas about Derrida that form the basis of Chapter 4 of. I felt that an idea about the ethical dimension of Derrida's work was slowly beginning to take shape. Robert then asked me to revise the translation of Derrida's second essay on Levinas. At this very moment in this work here I am, for a book he was editing. Eventually, we edited the book together. It was called Rereading Levinas, 1991, and I wrote the first draft of what became Chapter 3 of the book early in 1988 in an almost hallucinatory state over about 10 days. By this time, I began to think that I had the beginnings of a PhD thesis. I was working intensively, manically even, on the material in the central chapters of when a weird thing happened. I was offered a postdoctoral fellowship at Cardiff University in March 1988. But the condition of the fellowship, and this was a job with a salary. I mean actual money. I was going to get paid to think. Was not just having completed the PhD thesis, but having defended it too. I spent the next few months writing furiously, had finished by July and defended in late September. By this time, Robert had left Essex for the USA. I disappeared into the endless drizzle of South Wales. On the very day of my PhD defense, after a hugely important conversation with J. Bernstein, in fact, there were many such conversations over the years, I realized the problem with what I had written. I had arguably said some persuasive things about the question of ethical responsibility in Derrida by way of Levinas's work. That was maybe very nice. But what about political judgment? What was the relation between ethical responsibility and the question of politics? More particularly, and this was something I was learning from teaching with Ekobedo Lakha, what was the connection between the structural undecidability of deconstruction and actual political decisions? It took me a couple more years to be able to try and answer Jay's question, which is laid out in Chapter 5, which deals with questions of the relation of ethics to politics, radical democracy, and community. Let me just say that it was the hardest part of to write. By this time, let's say 1991, I was back teaching at Essex, and had the first sense that maybe I could publish what I had written as a book. The problem was that I now hated the presentation of Derrida that I had attempted in the Ph.D. I decided to completely rethink my approach to Derrida's work, Levinas's relation to it and what was at stake philosophically and politically in this relation. This led to the first 50 pages of the book, in Chapter 1. By late summer 1991, everything was done and the book appeared in late May 1992, a couple of weeks before the birth of my son, Edward. This was when I had another piece of tremendous good fortune. Derrida was initially denied an honorary doctorate at Cambridge University. This might be difficult to believe now, but Derrida was suddenly front-page news and the status of that weird thing called deconstruction was a topic of intense polemic and debate. I remember the headline from the Independent newspaper on May 17, 1992 after it was finally decided to grant the doctorate to Derrida, "Cognitive Nihilism Hits English City." So, the matter at hand was whether deconstruction was nihilism, namely the undermining of all that was great and noble about the Western tradition yawn. It just so happened that I had written a book which argued that Derrida's work had to be understood as an ethical project in Levinas's sense, that it was universalistic and not relativistic, and that it has serious consequences for the way we think about democracy. It was the very opposite of nihilism. So, had a lucky birth. These things simply cannot be foreseen. What also could not have been foreseen was the reaction of Derrida. Because Dominique knew him well from the early 1960s in Paris onwards, I met with Derrida a number of times and enjoyed a cordial correspondence with him, with letters written in his almost indecipherable handwriting. He was always encouraging and supportive. But after I sent him I heard nothing. I waited and still nothing. I was bitterly disappointed, as I thought I had written the book in defense of his work against his many critics. I wanted some narcissistic gratification from Derrida. Some time passed. Then, in May 1993, I was due to be part of a discussion in Paris with Echo Beto Lacroix, Chantal Mouffe, Richard Rorty, and Derrida on the topic of deconstruction and pragmatism. I was absolutely terrified at the prospect of speaking in public in such august company. I didn't sleep the night before and was sitting in a cafe before the event, feverishly going through my notes. Derrida suddenly walked in and ordered a coffee, un noisette, he said. He saw me and we began to talk. I was very nervous. He then said, after 10 minutes or so, about that book you sent, I didn't know what you wanted from me. He repeated the words, I didn't know what you wanted from me. I still don't know what he meant, but I interpreted it as a chronic sensitivity to what he saw as the critique of his work in the final chapter of. The problem was that I did not see that chapter as a critique, but as an essential element of dislocation in what I was calling clotural reading. I saw my book, then, as a gesture of fidelity to Derrida. After the Paris seminar, everything got back to normal between us, but I will never forget that moment of amazement, particularly when so much of the book is concerned with the logic of the gift and what it is to receive a gift. Now I think that his apparent ingratitude was the most ethical gesture. I would like to thank Carol MacDonald, Eddie Clark, James Dale, and all at Edinburgh University Press for making this third edition possible. I would also like to thank Hans Charon for a great deal of help reading proofs. We have added 3 new texts, the full-length version of my obituary for Derrida that only appeared in excerpts here and there, 2, a paper on Levinas's relation to Heidegger, which is an important topic that was not adequately dealt with in originally, 3, a paper which tries to identify and analyze what I now see as the major problems in Levinas's work, particularly in relation to politics. I seek to show how Derrida's later writing on Levinas might be seen to address and even rectify some of those problems. This last text is a kind of inversion of the argument of "it is important to me." Delighted as I am to see in print in a beautiful new edition, with a handsome cover by my friend Liam Gillick, I must confess that I find it a difficult book to read. When I begin to scan the sentences and flip through the pages, I become overwhelmed with the memory of how hard it was to write and what I felt like when I was writing it, i.e. lousy, anxious, insomniac. I hope any future readers do not feel the same. Simon Critchley, Brooklyn, September 2013. In preparing this new edition of For Edinburgh University Press, I have added some new material to the original book. The reader will find this material in 3 appendices. First, The Ethics of Deconstruction, an attempt at self-criticism, is the text of a lecture first given at the Institute for Contemporary Arts, London, in July 1992 as part of a discussion session devoted to the book. This text both restates and attempts to clarify the main thrust of my argumentation, taking up certain possible objections to my approach. It first appeared in PLI, Warwick Journal of Philosophy, Volume 6, Summer 1997, pages 87 to 102. Second, Habermas and Derrida Get Married is the hitherto unpublished English version of a text written at the invitation of Axel Honneth, and which explores the question of the possible relation between an ethics of deconstruction and Habermasian discourse ethics as it is presented in connection to Hanetha's work on the concept of recognition. It first appeared as Habermas und Derrida werden Verrarität, in the Deutsche Zeitschrift für Philosophie, Volume 42, Number 6, 1994, pages 1025-36. Third, Emanuel Levinas is the unpublished script of a radio program commissioned by BBC Radio 3, and first broadcast on January 16, 1998. This short text provides an introduction to what I see as Levinas's central ethical insight, which is more in line with my current views. Within the original text, I have restricted myself to minor, but essential, typographical and scholarly corrections. Since the original publication of my own views of the themes addressed in the book have been modified and, hopefully, deepened. Crudely stated, these modifications can be reduced to two main points. First, I am more doubtful about the persuasive force of Levinasian ethics in the way it was presented in, which has led me to attempt a critical reconstruction of Levinas's work with particular reference to the question of the subject, to Blancott's interpretation of Levinas, and to Freudian and Lacanian psychoanalysis. Second, based on a reading of Derrida's work since 1992, I am more positive about the political possibilities of deconstruction, specifically insofar as the latter is mediated through a reading of Marx and an account of friendship, democracy, and the political decision. The reader can find elaborations of these claims in Ethics, Politics, Subjectivity, Verso, London and New York, 1999, which in many ways is a sequel to this book. Simon Critchley. March 1999. Prefatory Note and Acknowledgements. The argument of this book, which is formally laid out in Chapter 1 and then fully exposed in Chapters 2 to 4, is that Derridian deconstruction can, and indeed should, be understood as an ethical demand, provided that ethics is understood in the particular sense given to it in the work of Emanuel Levinas. Levinas's work, whose full philosophical importance is only now beginning to be recognized, exerted a powerful and continuous influence on the development of Derrida's thinking, and by following the intricate textual dialogue between Levinas and Derrida, one can see how the question of ethics can be compellingly raised within deconstruction. In the first chapter, after introducing the problematic of this book and the context within which it arose, I give a brief introduction to Levinasian ethics. I then show why Levinas's work should occupy a privileged place in discussions of, and respond to the Heideggerian objection. Heidegger is a constant point of reference in this book, occupying a central place in the argument of most chapters, that all discussion of ethics is philosophically anachronistic and at the very antipodes of Derrida's thinking. After showing how Derrida's remarks on ethics permit a Levinasian response to these Heideggerian objections, I go on to describe what takes place in deconstruction by delineating the concepts of double reading and closure. After focusing on some of Derrida's more recent remarks, I outline what I call an unconditional ethical imperative, which, I claim, is the source of the injunction that produces deconstruction and is produced through deconstructive reading, and show how the concepts of the general text and difference can be articulated within an ethical problematic. I conclude the chapter by discussing the relation of my argument to Hillis Miller's claim for an ethics of reading. My Ariadne's thread for the disclosure of is the concept of the closure of metaphysics, la clôture de la métaphysique. Taking this concept as an index, Chapter 2 attempts to understand the logic that governs deconstructive reading through a scholarly genealogy of the concept of closure, and shows the extent of Derrida's debt to Husserl and, in particular, Heidegger. As a consequence of this analysis, I develop the hypothesis of clotural reading, and briefly show how this hypothesis functions in relation to two of Derrida's texts, Voice and Phenomenon, La Voix et les Phénomènes, and Violence and Metaphysics. In chapters 3 and 4, I go on to give two extended and, it is hoped, exemplary clotural readings, of a text by Derrida on Levinas and a text by Levinas on Derrida. These readings will hopefully grant some insight into the novel and complex structures that govern Levinas's later philosophy. In Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas, I carefully reconstruct the argument of Derrida's second, and hitherto largely ignored, essay on Levinas. At this very moment in this work here I am, analyzing the way in which Levinas's work works and discussing the relation between ethical difference and sexual difference, whereas in Wholly Otherwise, Levinas's reading of Derrida, I piece together Levinas's scattered but fascinating remarks on Derrida, where he reads deconstruction in terms of his own ethical problematic, giving a double reading of voice and phenomenon. I go on to discuss the theme of scepticism and its refutation, and look at the place of Husserl's theory of meaning in the dialogue between Levinas and Derrida, before concluding with a discussion of the nonverbal dimension to Levinasian ethics and its implications for the question of humanism. The last chapter, A Question of Politics, the Future of Deconstruction, is the critical moment of the book, the moment of interruption, or ingratitude, that is essential to a clotural reading. I argue that there is an impasse of the political in Derrida's work, and that deconstruction fails to offer a coherent account of the passage from ethical responsibility to political questioning and critique. I approach this impasse by focusing on Derrida's response to the question of Heidegger and politics in Of Spirit. Expanding the focus of my argument, I then show how this Derridian impasse of the political is deepened, complicated, and extended in the work of Philippe Lacoué-Labart and Jean-Luc Nancy. In a third moment, I outline what I call a Levinasian politics of ethical difference, which permits one to pass beyond this impasse and traverse the passage from ethics to politics. In conclusion, and by way of imagining a possible future for deconstruction, I re-evaluate the political function of philosophy, and assess its implications for democracy. Having worked on this project for a few years, I have amassed a vast debt of gratitude, first and foremost to the staff and students of the philosophy department at Essex University, both past and present, especially Jay Bernstein, Barbara Crawshaw, Peter Dews, David Krell, William Large, Onora O'Neill, Mike Weston, and particularly Robert Bernasconi, I.L. Miglier-Fabro, whose teaching and research provided the impetus for this book and who carefully supervised its first draft. A debt is owed to Dominique Janicot for his help during my time as a student at Nice University. I would also like to thank my external examiner, David Wood, for his encouragement and comments. Much of the initial work on the book was done during a year as a fellow at the Centre for Critical and Cultural Theory at Cardiff University, and particular thanks are due to Catherine Belzy and Christopher Norris. Teaching a PhD seminar with Echo Beto Laka proved invaluable in sorting out my ideas for the final chapter. Parts of this book have appeared in a number of journals: Textual Practice, Cahiers du Centre de Recherches Histo-Ayers and the Journal of the British Society for Phenomenology, and Chapter 3 appeared in Rereading Levinas. I would like to thank Donna Brody for helping me with proofreading. I am also grateful to Faber and Faber Ltd and to Random House for permission to quote from September 1, 1939 by W. H. Auden. S.C. Colchester. September 1991. I can only describe my feeling by the metaphor, that, if a man could write a book on ethics which really was a book on ethics, this book would, with an explosion, destroy all the other books in the world. Wittgenstein, Lecture on Ethics. 1.1 Introduction. Why bother with deconstruction? Why read deconstructive writings? Why read texts deconstructively? Why should deconstruction be necessary, or even important? What demand is being made by deconstruction? These are questions which haunt the critical reader who has followed the work of Jacques Derrida. They are questions voiced by the reader who, in pleasure and patience, has read Derrida's work, but who now, perhaps impatiently, wants to question the demand that is placed on him or her by that work. They are questions, I shall claim, that demand an ethical response, that call deconstructive reading to responsibility, to be responsible. The urgency and necessity of providing such a response lies at the heart of this book. My claim, in a nutshell, is that the textual practice of deconstructive reading can and, moreover, should be understood as an ethical demand, and that such an understanding of deconstruction most fully responds to the concerns expressed in the above questions. What do I mean by? As a way into this question, it is perhaps helpful to consider the reception of Derrida's work in the English-speaking world as having occurred in two waves. First, the earlier, literary reception of deconstruction in the middle to late 1970s through the work of the Yale School, particularly Paul de Man, J. Hillis Miller, Harold Bloom, and Jeffrey Hartman, one, and second, the later, philosophical reception of deconstruction through the work of Rodolphe Gasque, Irene Harvey, John Llewellyn, and Christopher Norris. 2. However, what both these waves have in common, with the exception of Hillis Miller's recent work, is that they either overlook or relegate the importance of the relation of ethics to deconstructive reading. It is assumed that ethics, conceived of as a branch of philosophy, namely moral philosophy or practical reasoning, is a region of inquiry, like logic or physics, which presupposes the philosophical or metaphysical foundation that deconstruction deconstructs. Thus, if the relation between ethics and deconstruction is analogous to that between a branch, or region, of philosophical inquiry and that which puts all such inquiry into question, then, one would be entitled to ask, what could deconstruction possibly have to do with ethics, apart from radically putting into question the possibility of the latter? In this book, I will attempt to respond to this question by arguing that an ethical moment is essential to deconstructive reading and that ethics is the goal, or horizon, towards which Derrida's work tends. This means that the conception of ethics employed in this book will differ markedly from the traditional conception of ethics qua region or branch of philosophy. I shall explain the former presently, but, in order to forestall any possible confusion, I should say now that when I speak of, I am not assuming that the genitive of means that ethics has its origin, or foundation, in deconstruction, and that the relation between deconstruction and ethics is one of inference or derivation. Nor am I claiming that the meaning of deconstruction has been so clearly established that one can now draw out its implications and applications, and applied deconstruction at work in the field of practical reasoning. My claim is not that an ethics can be derived from deconstruction, like an effect from a cause, a superstructure from an infrastructure, or a second critique from a first critique, while recognizing Kant's claim to the primacy of practical reason. Rather, I hope to demonstrate that the pattern of reading produced in the deconstruction of, mostly, but by no means exclusively, philosophical texts has an ethical structure. Deconstruction is ethical, or, to formulate the same thought less ontologically, as the primacy of the third person present indicative of the copula in predicative propositions, S is P, is one of the principal targets of deconstruction. Deconstruction takes place, alu, ethically, or there is duty in deconstruction, ilya du devoir dans la deconstruction. 3. Thus, one might perhaps speak of a third wave in the reception of deconstruction, beyond its literary and philosophical appropriations, one in which ethical, not to mention political, questions are uppermost. Indeed, such a third wave corresponds to the concerns of Derrida's work on Heidegger, Paul de Man, friendship, racism, apartheid, and the debate with John Searle. For as part of this third wave, one might consider J. Hillis Miller's The Ethics of Reading, about which I shall have more to say below, 5, which sought precisely to challenge the prevailing prejudice that deconstruction, particularly in the form practiced by Paul de Man, is a species of nihilistic textual free play which suspends all questions of value and is therefore, so the argument goes, immoral. Such also, in essence, is Gadamer's objection to Derrida 6. However, despite the success of Hillis Miller's argument, which is compelling for many reasons, he still works with a traditional conception of ethics as a region of philosophical or conceptual investigation, ER3. So what is the meaning of the word ethics in the locution ethics of deconstruction? As will be clear by now, this book is primarily concerned with the explication of Derrida's work, a work which has always been, and remains, highly sensitive to the ethical modalities of response and responsibility in reading. Yet the way in which the question of ethics will be raised within deconstructive reading will be through a rapprochement with the work of Emmanuel Levinas. I believe that one of the major reasons why Derrida's work has not been read as an ethical demand by his major commentators is because of an avoidance or ignorance of the novel conception of ethics at work in Levinas's thinking. 7. When I speak of ethics in this book, I will be referring to the Levinasian understanding of the term. In virtue of this, it will become clear that the relation of the ethics of deconstruction to conventional moral philosophy, or even applied ethics, will at best be oblique, and perhaps even critical. This is not at all to say that Levinasian ethics is unrelated to the tradition of moral philosophy or to concrete questions of the justifiability of human action. It is rather that, for Levinas, the construction of a system, or procedure, for formulating and testing the moral acceptability of certain maxims or judgments relating to social action and civic duty is itself derived and distinct from a primordial ethical experience that Levinas's work seeks to describe. Levinas sometimes speaks of this distinction in terms of the difference between the ethical and the moral, although he is not consistent on this point, where the latter refers to the socio-political order of organizing and improving our human survival, which is itself founded upon the prima philosophia of an ethical responsibility towards the other, ff 29. Rather than speaking of the moral, I shall employ the distinction between ethics and politics discussed in the final chapter of the book. On this topic, it is significant that Derrida refers to Levinasian ethics as an ethics of ethics, ed. 164/WD 111, and that when Levinas was asked in an interview how he would construct an ethics on the basis of his notion of ethical experience, he answered, "My task does not consist in constructing ethics, I only try to seek its meaning, sense, EEI 85. As Levinas states in Signature, moral consciousness is not an experience of values, DL 409, it is rather the delineation of the essence or meaning of the ethical in a way that disrupts traditional moral thinking and all claims to good conscience. An alternative, although barbarous, title for this book might be The Ethics of Deconstruction. 1.2 Levinasian Ethics. What is this Levinasian conception of ethics? One might sketch the movement of Levinas's thinking, a movement that Derrida compares with the crashing of a wave on a beach, always the same wave returning and repeating its movement with deeper insistence, VM 124/WD 312, by saying that ethics occurs as the putting into question of the ego, the knowing subject, self-consciousness, or what Levinas, following Plato, calls the same, meme, to auton. It is important to note at the outset that the same refers not only to the residential cogitans but also to its cogitata. In Husserlian terms, the domain of the same includes not only the intentional acts of consciousness, noses, but also the intentional objects which give meaning to those acts and which are constituted by consciousness, noemata. Or again, in Heideggerian terms, it includes not only Dasein, but the world which is constitutive of the being of Dasein, Dasein as in der Welt sen. Thus, the domain of the same maintains a relation with otherness, but it is a relation in which the I, ego, or Dasein reduces the distance between the same and the other, in which their opposite fades, T99/TI 126. Now, the same is called into question by the other, l'autre, to heteron, or, to use Levinas's word, the alterite, of that which cannot be reduced to the same, that which escapes the cognitive powers of the knowing subject. The first time that Levinas uses the word ethics in the text proper, that is, excluding the preface, of the great work, VM 137/WD 92, Totality and Infinity, he defines it as the putting into question of my spontaneity by the presence of the other, on appel set mise en question de ma spontanéité par la présence d'autrui, etic, T13/TI 43. Ethics, for Levinas, is critique, it is the critical mise en question of the liberty, spontaneity, and cognitive emprise of the ego that seeks to reduce all otherness to itself. The ethical is therefore the location of a point of alterity, or what Levinas also calls exteriority, exteriorite, that cannot be reduced to the same. Thus, to complete the quotation from Signature begun above, Moral consciousness is not an experience of values, but an access to exterior being, DL 409. This exterior being is named face, visage, by Levinas, and is defined as the way in which the other l'autre presents himself, exceeding the idea of the other in me, T21/TI50. In the language of transcendental philosophy, the face is the condition of possibility for ethics. For Levinas, then, the ethical relation, and ethics is simply and entirely the event of this relation, is one in which I am related to the face of the other, le visage d'autrui, 8, where the French word autrui refers to the other human being, whom I cannot evade, comprehend, or kill, and before whom I am called to justice, to justify myself. As such, Levinasian ethics bears a critical relation to the philosophical tradition. For Levinas, Western philosophy has most often been what he calls ontology, by which he means the attempt to comprehend the being of what is, or beings, das Sendesinden, T13/TI42, the most recent example of which is Heidegger's fundamental ontology, in which the elaboration of the question of the meaning of being presupposes ab initio a comprehension of being, comprehension de l'être, sans verstandnis, albeit a vague and average comprehension, Suzy 5-6. But equally, for Levinas, epistemology in either its idealist or realist versions is an ontology insofar as the object of cognition becomes an object for consciousness, an object that can be internalized by consciousness or grasped through an adequate representation. The ontological event that defines and dominates the philosophical tradition from Parmenides to Heidegger, for Levinas, consists in suppressing or reducing all forms of otherness by transmuting their alterity into the same. Philosophy qua ontology is the reduction of the other to the same, where the other is assimilated like so much food or drink, o digestive philosophy, as Sartre exclaimed against French neo-Kantianism. 9. Taking up the analysis of separated existence in totality and infinity, ontology is the movement of comprehension which takes possession of entities through the activity of labor. It is the movement of the hand, the organ of grasping, as in the linguistic chain greifen, griff, begreifen, begriff, which takes hold of, prend, and comprehends, comprehend, entities in the virility of its acquisition and digestion of alterity, T131, 2/TI158-9. In his 1962 paper Transcendence and Height, which provides the best précis of Levinas's philosophical project in the period immediately following the publication of Totality and Infinity in 1961, Levinas outlines and criticizes this digestive philosophy. For Levinas, the same is par excellence the knowing ego, le moi connaissant, what he calls the melting pot, le creuset, of being, th 89. The ego is the site for the transmutation of otherness. Now, Levinas claims, the ego desires liberty and comprehension. The latter is achieved through the full adequation or correspondence of the ego's representations with external reality, truth. The ego comprehends and englishobes all possible reality, nothing is hidden, no otherness refuses to give itself up. Liberty, therefore, is simply the assurance that no otherness will hinder or prevent the same and that each sortie into alterity will return to self bearing the prize of comprehension. Philosophy is defined by Levinas as the alchemy whereby alterity is transmuted into sameness, by means of the philosopher's stone of the knowing ego, th 92. Non-ontological philosophy, one is tempted to write non-philosophy, but the meaning of the word philosophy for Levinas must be nuanced in order to distance it from mere Dasein, or religious dogma, on the one hand, and Heidegger's thesis on the end of philosophy on the other, would consist in the resistance of the other to the same. It is this resistance, this point of exteriority to the philosophical logos, that Levinas seeks to describe in his work. In Totality and Infinity, such a point of exteriority is located in the face of the other, but is still articulated in the language of ontology, as when Levinas writes that being is exteriority, T266/TI290. Thus, in Heideggerian terms, the meaning of the being of beings, the basic question of metaphysics, is determined as exteriority, the latter being Levinas's word for being. 11. However, in his later work, and by way of a sinuous self-critique, this description of exteriority assumes the title Autrement tu edro u odella de l'essence, 1974. Here Levinas is preoccupied with the possibility of an ethical form of language, the saying, le dire, which would be irreducible to the ontological language of the said, le did, in which all entities are disclosed and comprehended in the light of being. The great innovation in otherwise than being, although present in the preface to Totality and Infinity, T18/TI30, is the model of the saying and the said as the way of explaining how the ethical signifies within ontological language. The saying is my exposure, corporeal, sensible, to the other, my inability to refuse the other's approach. It is the performative stating, proposing, or expressive position of myself facing the other. It is a verbal or nonverbal ethical performance, whose essence cannot be caught in constative propositions. It is a performative doing that cannot be reduced to a constative description. By contrast, the said is a statement, assertion, or proposition, of the form S is P, concerning which the truth or falsity can be ascertained. To employ another model, one might say that the content of my words, their identifiable meaning, is the said, while the saying consists in the fact that these words are being addressed to an interlocutor. The saying is the sheer radically of human speaking, of the event of being in relation with an other. It is the non-thematizable ethical residue, AE 23/OB18, of language that escapes comprehension, interrupts philosophy, and is the very enactment of the ethical movement from the same to the other. In a psychoanalytic register, the distinction between the saying and the said perhaps corresponds to Lacan's demarcation, inherited from Benveniste, of the orders of enunciation, the subject's act of speaking, and enonce, the formulation of this act of speech into a statement. Given that philosophy qua ontology speaks the language of the said, it is propositional, it fills books. The methodological problem facing the later Levinas, a problem that haunts every page of Otherwise Than Being, is the following: how is the saying, my exposure to the other, to be said, or given a philosophical exposition that does not utterly betray the saying? In Otherwise Than Being, Levinas's thinking and, more especially, his style of writing become increasingly sensitive to the problem of how the ethical saying is to be thematized, and necessarily betrayed, AE 7/OB6, within the ontological said. One might call this Levinas's linguistic or deconstructive turn. His solution to this problem is found in the method of reduction, discussed below in Chapter 4. In brief, it is a question of exploring the ways in which the said can be unsaid, or reduced, thereby letting the saying reside as a residue, or interruption, within the said, AE 8/OB7. The philosopher's effort, Levinas claims, consists in the reduction of the said to the saying and the disruption of the limit that divides the ethical from the ontological, AE 56, 8/OB43-5. Ethics is not the simple overcoming or abandonment of ontology, but rather the deconstruction of the latter's limits and its comprehensive claims to mastery. Thus, whereas Totality and Infinity powerfully articulates the non-ontological experience of the face of the other in the language of ontology, a gesture which, as Levinas points out, is refutable in the same manner as philosophy's refutation of scepticism, which, of course, does not prevent scepticism from returning incessantly to haunt rational discourse after its refutation. Levinas's later work might be described as the attempt to articulate scepticism's refusal of philosophy in the language of philosophy, AE 210, 18/OB165-71. Otherwise Than Being is a performative disruption of the language of ontology, which maintains the interruption of the ethical saying within the ontological said. Whereas Totality and Infinity writes about ethics, Otherwise Than Being is the performative enactment of ethical writing, that is, following my epigraph, a form of writing that, with an explosion, destroys all other books in the world. The language of Otherwise Than Being, and no attempt has yet been made to appreciate this book's strangeness, the disturbance it provokes within philosophical discourse, performs a kind of spiraling movement, unmovement en vril, AE 57/OB44, between the inevitable language of the ontological set and the attempt to unsay that set in order to locate the ethical saying within it. Otherwise than being enacts the reduction of the said to the saying, a reduction which nevertheless maintains a residue of the unsaid said within the saying. Levinas's language maintains an ambiguity, or oscillation, between differing registers of language, that ensures the interruption of ontology. I shall demonstrate this complex linguistic structure in chapters 3 and 4. Thus, with what Blanchot sees as a continual refinement and an increasingly rigorous reflection on the possibilities of philosophical language, ff 45, Levinas articulates the primacy of the ethical, that is, the primacy of the interhuman relationship, an irreducible structure upon which all the other structures rest, tel 51/TI79. For Levinas, accepting certain instance Merveilleux, h. 94, in the history of philosophy, notably the good beyond being in Plato's Republic and the idea of infinity in Descartes' Meditations, it is ethics that has been dissimulated within the philosophical tradition. Thus, rather than ethics being understood as a traditional and regional component of philosophical thinking, built upon the ground of an ontological or logocentric metaphysics, Levinasian ethics is of first philosophy, T 281/TI 304, that disrupts ontology or logocentrism. Accordingly, the fundamental question for philosophy is not Hamlet's to be or not to be. AE 4/OB3, or Heidegger's Leibnizian question, why are there beings at all and why not rather nothing, but rather, how does being justify itself? LR 86. 1.3 Derrida and Levinas, an emerging homology. But why should Levinas be given a privileged place in the discussion of? I should like to begin unfolding this question by looking at some remarkably candid comments that Derrida made about Levinas during a discussion transcribed in Alterites, which appeared in 1986. After explaining his approach to the question of ethics and responding to the charge that he rarely speaks on the subject, a 37/70-2, matters that I shall take up below, Derrida is challenged by André Jacob to specify what intellectual distance he maintains with respect to Levinas's work. Jacob asks, I cannot believe that you could subscribe to everything in Levinas which rightly represents at once an important revolution in the meaning of alterity with respect to traditional morality, but without losing what was best in morality. A74. Derrida responds with the following surprising remark. I don't know. Faced with a thinking like that of Levinas, I never have an objection. I am ready to subscribe to everything that he says. That does not mean that I think the same thing in the same way, but in this respect the differences are very difficult to determine, in this case. Derrida does not think the same thing in the same way as Levinas, but he is ready to subscribe to everything Levinas says. Consequently, when Derrida writes on Levinas, he is only raising questions and not formulating objections or refutations. But André Jacob, unhappy with this happy homoiosis between Derrida and Levinas, asks, almost incredulously. But there is in Levinas a relation to two traditions which are fundamental, and I think that your relationship to these traditions is not the same in either case. A75. What Jacob is saying is, surely Derrida does not share or acquiesce in sharing the traditions of phenomenology and Judaism to the same extent as Levinas. But, in response, Derrida surprises his interlocutor once again. Perhaps that's also true, but the difference cannot be translated into a difference of content or of philosophical position. I would have difficulty, especially in improvising like this, in stating this difference. It must be tangible, but yet it is not situatable. The double tradition of which you speak, like many others, I share it with Levinas, although he is much more profoundly engaged in it than I. Nonetheless, potentially and in principle, we share the same traditional heritage, even if Levinas has been engaged with it for a much longer time and with greater profundity. Therefore, the difference is not there either. This is not the only example, but I often have difficulty in placing these discrepancies otherwise than as differences of signature, that is, of idiom, of ways of proceeding, of history, and of inscriptions connected to the biographical aspect, etc. These are not philosophical differences. A75. At this point the dialogue between Derrida and Jacob breaks off, leaving one to conclude that there are no philosophical differences between Derrida and Levinas, and that Jacob's attempt to drive a wedge between them has failed. They share the same double tradition of phenomenology and Judaism, even if Levinas possesses it more profoundly, and the only differences that Derrida seems willing to admit are those of writing, idiom, biography, and signature. However, I think Derrida is being a little disingenuous here, for is he not the thinker who, to an unprecedented extent, has shown the crucial role that idiom, signature, and especially writing play in the textual constitution of the philosophical logos? One should perhaps also be cautious about such remarks because they were transcribed from an oral, improvised debate and were given in response to some rather direct interrogation. However, they do make the point rather well that the privilege accorded to Levinas in the discussion of Derrida's work is not without foundation. There are other, ultimately more powerful reasons for privileging Levinas, which will be demonstrated in the course of the following discussions. First, Derrida's 1964 essay, or rather, monograph, on Levinas, Violence et Métaphysique, RMM, 12 shows the problematic of deconstructive reading preparing itself through a dialogue with Levinasian ethics. Indeed, this essay was the only extended analysis of Levinas's work to appear in either French or English during the 1960s, and it has largely determined the reception of Levinas's thinking, particularly in the English-speaking world. Derrida's essay might therefore be expected to provide clues as to the genesis of the deconstructive problematic, more specifically, and here it differs from, say, Derrida's early work on Husserl, it might show how that problematic arises out of a confrontation with a primarily ethical thinking. Second, Derrida's 1980 essay on Levinas, and ce moment même dans cet ouvrage me voici, ECM, a text of major importance, which has hitherto gone largely undiscussed, allows one to judge whether Derrida's deconstructive problematic has developed as a whole, and in particular vis-a-vis the question of ethics. 13. However, the general theme of the influence of Levinas on Derrida and the question of the convergence between the two undergoes a reversal of intentionality in a third point, namely, that Levinas is, to my knowledge, the sole object of deconstructive reading who has responded responsibly to Derrida, unlike, say, Searle or Foucault. In the short but philosophically rich 1973 essay devoted to Derrida's work, Tout autrement, as well as in several other places, Levinas gives an ethical reading of deconstruction. 14. Although he is reluctant to mention violence and metaphysics by name and instead focuses his attention on Derrida's reading of Husserl in Voice and Phenomenon, I shall claim, and hope to show, that Levinas's reading of Derrida provides a rare glimpse of what it might mean to respond ethically to deconstruction. Of course, it is an intriguing, although ultimately interminable, question as to what extent one might read Levinas's work after totality and infinity, particularly otherwise than being, as a response to the questions raised by Derrida in Violence and Metaphysics. 15. Indeed, if one may speak of the influence of Derrida on Levinas, then it can best be seen perhaps in the way in which, in Otherwise Than Being, Levinas is far more conscious of the linguistic and logocentric recoils that arise when the ethical saying is thematized within the ontological said. A third title for this book might be The Deconstruction of Ethics. If the textual dialogue between Derrida and Levinas is in any way exemplary, then its exemplarity consists in the way in which each moment of the dialogue, the succession of textual encounters, calls each of the two thinkers into question and leads him to a level deeper than the ontology of questioning, what is X? Namely, responsibility for the other. I shall claim that there exists certain thematic and strategic similarities between Derrida's and Levinas's thinking which allow both deconstruction to be understood as an ethical demand and ethics to be approached deconstructively. This does not mean that I wish to reduce the dialogue between Levinas and Derrida to a relation of identity. Despite Derrida's confessional protestations cited above, the two thinkers are evidently not identical. Moreover, if Levinas's conception of ethics is conditional upon the respect for alterity and difference, perhaps they should not be identical. Of course, they might well say the same in the Heidegger's sense of same, dasselbe, which he distinguishes from the identical, das Gleiche 16. The question of how one responds responsibly to the ethical demand described in Levinas's and Derrida's work is a problem that will haunt this book. It is the explosive problem of the writing of ethics noted above, namely, that if ethics is defined in terms of respect for alterity, T279/TI 302, how is alterity respected in a discourse upon that alterity? Is not a book on ethics a denial of ethics, and must not ethics be a denial of the book? My ambition is spelt out by Levinas in the concluding paragraph of Wholly Otherwise, where he writes of Derrida. Indeed, the ridiculous ambition of improving a true philosopher is not our intention. To meet him on his way is already very commendable and is probably the very modality of the philosophical encounter. In underlining the primordial importance of the questions posed by Derrida, we wish to express the pleasure of a contact made in the heart of a chiasmus. NP 89. I will not presume, ambitiously, to improve upon Derrida or Levinas, nor do I want to Derridianize Levinas or transform Derrida into a Levinasian. My hope is simply to allow these two thinkers to meet on their way and to see such a meeting as an index for the more general problematic of. The figure that Levinas employs to explain this meeting, or dialogue, is that of a chiasmus, itself of course derived from the Greek letter chi, which denotes a crossing, or interlacing. Indeed, Derrida has employed the same trope to describe the double gesture of deconstructive reading. 17. If, in any chiasmic dialogue, the two lines of thought are bound to cross in what Levinas calls the heart of a chiasmus, then this should not blind one to the multiplicity of points where those lines of thought diverge. Ethical dialogue should not result in the annulment of alterity, but in respect for it. 1.4 Derrida's double-handed treatment of ethics. But is there not a real danger here of betraying the very subject that I am trying to elucidate? Could one not object to my argument by claiming that all discussion of, however cautiously and cleverly it might be formulated, is simply at the very antipodes of Derrida's work? More precisely, should one not recall that it is precisely Derrida himself who, in Violence and Metaphysics and despite the undoubted generosity of his reading, demonstrated how Levinas's ethical overcoming of ontology is itself dependent upon the totalizing ontologies it sought to overcome, namely, Husserlian phenomenology, Hegelian dialectic, and Heidegger's thinking of the meaning or the truth of being. Indeed, one must, but if this were all that Derrida had to say about Levinasian ethics, then there would be little reason for the rapprochement that is being attempted here. As Robert Bernasconi points out, to interpret Violence and Metaphysics solely as a statement of the derivative and secondary character of ethics vis-a-vis phenomenology, ontology, and dialectics would be to read Derrida's essay simply as a critique of Levinas and not as a deconstructive reading. 18 To read Derrida's essay deconstructively, that is, with the same care and rigor with which Derrida reads Levinas, is to identify another strand of thought, perhaps at odds with the idea of critique. In Nausea and Graham, Derrida writes that a deconstructive reading must operate with two texts, two hands, two visions, two ways of listening, écoutes. Together at once and separately, M75/MP65. A good example of this double-handed, double-stranded account of deconstruction with respect to Levinas concerns the question of empiricism. In the concluding pages of Violence and Metaphysics, Derrida accuses Levinas of empiricism, a doctrine, he claims, whose only philosophical shortcoming is to present itself as a philosophy at all, ed. 224/WD 151. This seemingly disparaging remark would lead one to believe that Derrida's own position is opposed to, or at least differs from, that of empiricism. Strangely, this is not at all the case. 3 years after the first publication of Violence and Metaphysics, in Of Grammatology, Derrida makes the following remark about the style of deconstruction. From the interior of the closure, one can only judge its style in terms of received oppositions. One will say that this style is empiricist and, in a certain way, one would be right. The exit is radically empiricist. G232/OG 162, CFM7/MP7. Bearing in mind that this is a definition of deconstruction given from within the metaphysical closure, that is, from within the conceptual oppositions, e.g. the empirical versus the transcendental, that constitute metaphysics, it would appear that Derrida offers with one hand what he threatens to take away with the other. However, to interpret these two uses of empiricism as a contradiction is to miss the point. In Violence and Metaphysics, of Grammatology, and throughout his work, Derrida is trying to explicate certain necessities within discourse which all philosophers, Levinas, and Derrida included, are obliged to face. The questions that Derrida addresses to Levinas, then, are questions that address the whole field of philosophical language, within whose parameters the discourse of deconstruction is also inscribed. If there were any way in which deconstruction could circumvent the logic of palyonymy, where all discourse is obliged to employ the old signs, VP 115/SP 102, of metaphysics, then it would attempt to give expression to the unheard of thoughts, ibid, which glimmer beyond the metaphysical closure. However, as the resources of metaphysical discourse are the only ones that are available, one must continue to use them even when trying to promote their displacement. So, if the derivative character of Levinasian ethics might be said to be only one strand of Derrida's understanding of ethics, then is there another strand? In order to elaborate this question, I shall return to Derrida's remarks in Alterites, A72-2. Early in the debate, Derrida is asked, once again by André Jacob, the reasons why he rarely speaks of ethics, A37. Although Derrida does not appear at all anxious to answer this question, he begins by saying that his reticence about the word ethics is similar to that of Heidegger in his letter on Humanism 19 on Heidegger's reading, Ethics, and the whole question of the ought, das Sollen, 20 is a latecomer to thinking, with a status similar to that of logic and physics, one which arises in Plato's school after the birth of philosophy and science, Episteme, 21. Heidegger's central point here is that before the scholarly reification of thinking into philosophy and the tripartite demarcation of philosophy into ethics, logic, and physics, thinkers did not know ethics as a separate region of inquiry. This did not make their thinking unethical. On the contrary, Heidegger claims, the tragedies of Sophocles and the sayings of Heraclitus think the original notion of ethos even more fundamentally than Aristotle's ethics. 22. Heidegger discusses Heraclitus' 119th fragment, Ethos Anthropoi Daimon, which is usually translated as a man's character is his daimon, or even character for man is destiny, 23, but which Heidegger renders, the familiar abode is for man the open region for the presencing of God, the unfamiliar one, der Gehör, Aufenthalt ist dem Menschen das Offen für die Anwesenheit de Gottes, de Ungehören. 24. Heidegger interprets ethos as abode, or dwelling place, ethos bedeutet Aufenthalt. Ort des Wohnens, and thus the fundamental meaning of ethics is thought in terms of the abode of man, that is, the familiar and everyday place where the human being dwells and comes to stand out, to exist, in the unfamiliar truth of being, die Wahrheit des Seins. For Heidegger, original ethics, die ursprüngliche Ethik, 25 is human dwelling thought upon the horizon of the truth of being, that is, thought non-metaphysically, in so far as metaphysics has never been capable of thinking being itself, das Sein selbst, without regard for being's determination in terms of beings or entities, das Sein. Therefore, to make ethics a first philosophy, that is, a metaphysics, and to oppose such an ethics to ontology, to create a metaphysical opposition, as Levinas attempts to do, is to continue the oblivion of the truth of being that is presupposed and dissimulated by all ethico-metaphysical discourse. Since this oblivion of being is what, for Heidegger, has characterized the entire onto-theological adventure of Western metaphysics, to insist upon the metaphysical priority and primacy of ethics over ontology is to repeat one of the most traditional of philosophical gestures, namely, Kantianism. Such are Derrida's Heideggerian reservations about the use of the word ethics. One must not simply do ethics in the usual sense of the word, one must first engage in a deconstructive analysis of ethicit dialectic or, in Nietzschean terms, a calling into question of the value of values. 26. And yet, Derrida continues, these Heideggerian and Nietzschean reservations are themselves displaced by the sense that Levinas gives to the word ethics. I believe that when Levinas speaks of ethics, I wouldn't say that this has nothing in common with what has been covered over in this word from Greece to the German philosophy of the 19th century. Ethics is wholly other, tout autre, and yet it is the same word. A71. Ethics is wholly other and yet it is the same word. It is with this ambiguity in mind that one can begin a serious deconstructive, or double-handed, reading of Levinas's work. In Levinas's hands, the word ethics becomes wholly other, thereby loosening itself from the traditional metaphysical determination criticized by Heidegger in the Letter on Humanism. In Levinas's anachronistic use of a word laden with specific and, following Nietzsche's genealogy, regrettable historical determinations, it seems as if he has found a new and hitherto hidden condition of possibility for ethics that was dissimulated in the Greco-German philosophical tradition. A71. Levinasian ethics no longer simply denotes a region of philosophical inquiry derived and secondary to the basic question of philosophy, the question of being. And although in totality and infinity ethics is indeed described as a first philosophy and as metaphysics, T281/TI 304, one might claim that as Levinas's work develops in the direction of otherwise than being, he proposes the thought of the good beyond being as a third option that exceeds the ontological difference between being and beings, AE 54, 5/OB 42-3. Thus, as Derrida says, the word ethics undergoes a semantic transformation, A71, or reversal in Levinas's work. It is the same word, often apparently employed in the same way, but its meaning has been displaced. And, on the basis of this displacement of meaning in Levinas's use of the word ethics, Derrida finds its employment far less bothersome. Starting from that argument, I would find the word ethics much less restrictive, he says, A71. Such ambiguity or displacement of meaning is also noted by Blanquat with respect to Levinas's use of the word responsibility, this banal word, he writes, that generally qualifies, in prosaic and bourgeois fashion, a man who is mature, lucid and conscious. One must try and understand how Levinas has renewed it, opened it up to the point of making it signify, beyond all sense, the responsibility of an other philosophy, d'une philosophie autre. 27. Fascinatingly, these Heideggerian and Nietzschean reservations about the word ethics are also shared by Levinas himself, as he makes clear in the following remarks, which refer back explicitly to Derrida's discussion in Alterites and are transcribed from a debate also held at the Centre Sèvres in Paris. A second point now needs to be raised, it concerns the term ethics itself. I have recourse to it whilst fully fearing the moralistic resonances that it bears and which risk absorbing its principal meaning. It seems to me that Jacques Derrida underlined this with respect to my work in a meeting that was held in this very place. For me, the term ethics always signifies the fact of the encounter, of the relation of myself with the other, a size Zion of being in the encounter, without coincidence. Le terme éthique signifie toujours pour moi le fait de la rencontre, de la relation d'un moi à autrui, size Zion de l'être dans la rencontre, pas de coincidence. 28. The meaning of ethics for Levinas is found in the relation that I have with the other and in the unique demand that is placed upon me by him or her. The other who approaches me is a singular other who does not lose him or herself in a crowd of others. Similarly, the subject who is faced with obligation and who is prepared to expiate or substitute him or herself for the other is an entity not immediately subsumable under a universal concept of the ego, as something belonging in common to all human beings. Rather, at the moment of obligation, it is I, a singular self, who am obliged to respond to a particular other, AE 105/OB 84. The ego involved in responsibility is me and no one else, AE 162/OB 126-7. This is what Levinas implies by his repeated citation of the biblical phrase me voici, see me here, or here I am, AE 190/OB 149. Here I am for the other, and before the trace of the holy other. Subjectivity is my subjection to the other all the way to substitution for him or her. Now, for Derrida, and also for Blanquat, it is precisely in this privilege accorded to the irreducible particularity of my obligations to the singular other, prior to procedures of universalization and legislation, in the anarchy of generosity or what Blanquat calls a prophetic singularity, 29 that the word ethics is able to exceed its traditional determination. The respect for the singularity or the call of the other is unable to belong to the domain of ethics, to the conventionally and traditionally determined domain of ethics. A71. Of course, one might object, and Derrida himself raises this objection, that such an ethics is no ethics at all and is not even worthy to bear the name. Indeed, Derrida himself wonders whether the title ultra-ethics might not be a more fitting description of his own and Levinas's projects. However, whether one speaks of the ethics of deconstruction or, more barbarously, of the ethics of deconstruction or the ultra-ethics of deconstruction is of subsidiary importance. As Levinas is fond of saying in Otherwise Than Being, the ethical saying must proceed through an abuse of language, AE 30/OB 188. Traduire c'est trahir, to translate or express the saying in the language of the said is necessarily to betray that saying, although the said can always be reduced to its condition in the saying. I have in these pages simply sought to demonstrate Derrida's double-handed treatment of ethics. Despite his clear reticence about employing the word ethics, Derrida sees in Levinas a deconstructive attempt to displace ethics and think it anew by locating its condition of possibility in the relation to the other, the autrui, the singular other. However, working with both hands, a doubt still persists: ethics is wholly other for Levinas, and yet it is the same word. Is it? Henceforth forbidden to consider Levinas's thinking as an inverted Heideggerianism, a willful and short-sighted inversion of Heidegger's account of metaphysics? As a polemic not so much against Heidegger as against the primacy of Heideggerian ontology, T15/TI45, 30 in France after the Second World War? As a belated and retarded return to the ontic, the humanistic, the subjective? Not at all. One should rather see Levinas's inverted Heideggerianism as one strand in an irreducibly double reading. Levinas's proposition that being is exteriority, l'être est exteriorite, T266/TI290, that is, that what it means to be a human being is to be open to the exteriority or, if one prefers, the alterity of the other, is a metaphysical and humanistic determination of the truth or essence of being. Such a determination of being is metaphysical on a Heideggerian account, in the same way as the determination of the being of beings as eidos, ousia, kausasui, self-consciousness, or will to power, the difference being that Levinas is a retarded metaphysician, who is still producing theses on being at the moment when philosophy has ended and we have entered the completion of metaphysics. 31 Levinas fails to see the radically of the question of being as a question, and thus he is logically, if not chronologically, pre-Heideggerian. The above is a plausible, if violent, reading of Levinas, just as plausible and just as violent as Heidegger's reading of Nietzsche and the entire metaphysical tradition. However, to anticipate what will be elaborated in detail in the following chapters, the Levinasian text is swept across by a double movement, what Jacques Roland has called a logic of ambiguity, 32 between a metaphysical, in Heidegger's sense, or ontological, in Levinas's sense, language of being as exteriority and the thought of the other than being that decisively interrupts metaphysics or ontology. Levinas's writing is hinged or articulated around an ambiguous, or double, movement between the ontological said and the ethical saying. To read Levinas is to read with two hands, it is to render legible the ambiguity enacted in his writing. I shall claim that the very possibility of ethics is found in the articulation of this hinge, the activation of this ambiguity between what is said in a text, the language of ontological propositions, and the very ethical saying of that text. This, of course, is also true of the text that I am writing at this very moment, a text that seeks to persuade the reader by presenting its argument as if in a final and absolute vision, T53/TI81, but a vision which, paradoxically, is neither final nor absolute, but rather a particular address to an interlocutor, a reader. Books narrate their own explosions, AE 216, 7/OB 170-1. 1.5 Deconstructive Reading and the Problem of Closure. My Ariadne's thread for the disclosure of the ethics of deconstructive reading in Derrida's work, which should also grant some understanding of Derrida's relation to the philosophical tradition, is the concept of the closure of metaphysics, la clôture de la métaphysique. In Violence and Metaphysics, and with direct reference to Levinasian ethics, Derrida defines closure as the problem of the relations between belonging and the breakthrough, the problem of closure, le problème de rapports entre l'appartenance et l'aupercy, le problème de la clôture, ed. 163/WD 110. Broadly stated, the problem of metaphysical closure describes the duplicitous historical moment, now, when our language, concepts, institutions, and philosophy itself show themselves both to belong to a metaphysical or logocentric tradition which is theoretically exhausted, while at the same time searching for the breakthrough from that tradition. In Lacuae Labart's formulation, the age is closed, philosophy is finished, and what is demanded is a certain modesty of thought, fp 13, 21/Hap 1-7. The problem of closure describes the liminal situation of modernity out of which the deconstructive problematic arises, and which, as I shall show, Derrida inherits from Heidegger. Closure is the double refusal both of remaining within the limits of the tradition and of the possibility of transgressing that limit. At the moment of historical and philosophical closure, deconstructive thinking occurs as the disruption and interruption of the limit that divides the inside from the outside of the tradition. From Derrida's earliest essay on Husserl, Genesis and Structure and Phenomenology, to his more recent work, for example, his Toward an Ethic of Discussion, Li 281, 2/LITR 152-3, the concept of closure, both closure and fermeture, has remained a constant and essential gesture within the logic of deconstruction. A deconstructive reading shows both how a text is dependent upon the presuppositions of a metaphysics of presence or logocentrism, that is, for Derrida, any text which identifies truth with presence or logos, occurring in the voice and entailing the debasement of writing and all forms of exteriority, G11, 12/Og3. Which that text might attempt to dissimulate, and how the text radically questions the metaphysics it presupposes, thereby entering into contradiction with itself and pointing the way towards a thinking that would be other to logocentrism. Closure is the hinge that articulates the double movement between logocentrism, or metaphysics, and its other. Ethics signifies in the articulation of this hinge. Chapter 2 will provide an extended analysis of the sense, genesis, and development of the problem of closure in Derrida's writings, paying special attention to the place of this problem in his readings of Husserl and Heidegger. Such an analysis is important because, first, it permits some assessment of the relation between deconstruction, phenomenology, and the thinking of being. Second, and with particular reference to Heidegger, the problem of closure relates Derrida's thinking to the history of metaphysics, qua the forgetfulness or oblivion of being, Seinsvergessenheit, the context within and against which deconstruction works, which will thereby confront the claim that Derrida's work is a species of dehistoricized formalism. Third, and most important, it permits a notion of closural reading, which is the methodological tool needed to explicate fully the ethics of deconstructive reading. However, before outlining my concept of closural reading, it is necessary to sketch the understanding of deconstruction that underpins this concept and which will guide the analyses of the following chapters. What is deconstruction? Or, since it is perhaps easier initially to give a negative response to this question, what is not deconstruction? Sec la deconstruction en est pas. Sci 387. Employing a short text of Derrida's written in 1983 and published in 1985, Letter to a Japanese friend, which was written specifically in order to aid the possible translation of the word deconstruction into Japanese. One can quickly sketch some important caveats. First, Derrida insists that deconstruction is not something negative, it is not a process of demolition, which does not automatically entail that it is positive, Sci 390. Furthermore, deconstruction needs to be sharply distinguished from analysis, which presupposes a reduction of entities to their simple, or essential, elements which themselves would stand in need of deconstruction. Crucially, deconstruction is not critique, either in the general or the Kantian sense. Derrida writes, the instance of the Crinian or of Christ's decision, choice, judgment, discernment, is itself, as is moreover the entire apparatus of transcendental critique, 1. Of the essential themes or objects of deconstruction, Sci 390. Similarly, deconstruction is not a method or way that can be utilized in the activity of interpretation. This is also to say that deconstruction cannot be reduced to a methodology, among competing methodologies, in the human or natural sciences, or a technical procedure assimilable by academics and capable of being taught in educational institutions, Sci 390-1. Further, deconstruction is not an act produced and controlled by a subject, nor is it an operation that sets to work on a text or an institution. Derrida concludes the letter characteristically by writing, what deconstruction is not, but everything. What is deconstruction? But nothing. Sci 392. All ontological statements of the form deconstruction is X miss the point a priori, for it is precisely the ontological presuppositions of the copula that provide one of the enduring themes of deconstruction. Rather, carefully avoiding the verb to be, Derrida claims that deconstruction takes place, alu, and that it does so wherever there is something, ouil quelque chose. Such is the enigma, Derrida's word, Sci 391, of deconstruction. It cannot be defined, and therefore resists translation. It is not an entity, a thing, nor is it univocal or unitary. Derrida writes, paying careful attention to the reflexivity of the statement, CASE deconstruct, it deconstructs itself, the CA being a translation of both Freud's Das Es, the ID, the unconscious, and a homophone for SA, savoir absolu, absolute knowledge, Sci 391. It deconstructs itself wherever something takes place. But such a formulation, although subtle and accurate, risks being unhelpful because of its generality. Having taken on board the negative caveats in the problem of defining deconstruction, I would now like to assemble a more constructivist account of deconstruction, by asking how deconstruction takes place. Derrida addresses this question concisely and lucidly in Of Grammatology, in a chapter entitled The Exorbitant Question of Method. The first essential point to make, however trivial it may seem, is that deconstruction is always deconstruction of a text, understood for the moment in the limited sense. I shall come to the notion of the general text presently. Derrida's thinking is always thinking about a text, from which flows the obvious corollary that deconstruction is always engaged in reading a text. The way of deconstruction is always open through reading, what Derrida calls a first task, the most elementary of tasks, MPM 35/MPM TR 41. Any thinking that is primarily concerned with reading will clearly be dependent upon the text that is being read. Thus Derrida's readings are parasitic, because they are close readings of texts that draw their sustenance from within the flesh of the host. What takes place in deconstruction is reading, and, I shall argue, what distinguishes deconstruction as a textual practice is double reading, that is to say, a reading that interlaces at least two motifs or layers of reading, most often by first repeating what Derrida calls the dominant interpretation, Li 265/LITR 143, of a text in the guise of a commentary, and second, within and through this repetition, leaving the order of commentary and opening a text up to the blind spots or ellipses within the dominant interpretation. Now when Derrida reads Rousseau, he organizes his reading around the word supplement. It is claimed that this word is the blind spot, tach avigla, G 234/OG 163, in Rousseau's text, a word which he employs but whose logic is veiled to him. 33 Derrida's reading of Rousseau traces the logic of this supplement, a logic which allows Rousseau's text to slip from the grip of its intentions and achieve a textual position that is other than the logocentric conceptuality that Rousseau intended to affirm. Thus Derrida's reading of Rousseau occupies the space between the writer's intentions and the text, between what the writer commands and fails to command in a language. It is into the space between intentions and text that Derrida inserts what he calls the signifying structure, G 227/OG 158, of the reading that constitutes part 2 of grammatology. How does one perform a deconstructive reading? In the exorbitant question of method, Derrida pauses in his reading of Rousseau in order to justify his own methodological principles. The signifying structure of a deconstructive reading, he claims, cannot simply be produced through the respectful doubling of commentary, G 227/OG 158. Although Derrida is acutely aware of the exigencies of the traditional instruments of commentary as an indispensable guardrail, set indispensable garde-fou, in critical production, he claims that commentary has always only protected, it has never opened, a reading, G 227/OG 158. Here I would like to pause for a moment to consider what Derrida could possibly mean by the word commentary in this context. Is he claiming, oblivious to the achievements of Heideggerian and especially Gadamerian hermeneutics, that there can be a pure commentary or literal repetition of a text that is not already an interpretation? Derrida corrects and clarifies the above remarks from Of Grammatology in one of his responses to Gerald Groff in the afterword to Limited Incorporated, where he writes, "The moment of what I called, perhaps clumsily, doubling commentary does not suppose the self-identity of meaning, but a relative stability of the dominant interpretation, including the auto-interpretation, of the text being commented upon." He continues, "Perhaps I should not have called it commentary, Li 265/LITR 143. Thus, for Derrida, the moment of commentary refers to the reproducibility and stability of the dominant interpretation of a text, for example, the traditional logocentric reading, or misreading, of Rousseau. Commentary is always already interpretation, and Derrida does not believe in the possibility of a pure and simple repetition of a text. However, and this is a crucial caveat, there is an unavoidable need for a competence in reading and writing such that the dominant interpretation of a text can be reconstructed as a necessary and indispensable layer or moment of reading. Otherwise, Derrida writes, echoing a sentence from Of Grammatology effectively ignored by many of its opponents and proponents alike, one could indeed say just anything at all, and I have never accepted saying, or being encouraged to say, just anything at all, Li 267/LITR 144-5, CFG 227/OG 158. Derrida goes on to argue that the moment of commentary, or of the dominant interpretation, reflects a minimal consensus concerning the intelligibility of texts, establishing what a given text means for a community of readers. Although such a search for consensus is actively interpretative, Derrida adds, I believe that no research is possible in a community, for example, academic, without the prior search for this minimal consensus, Li 269/LITR 146. Thus, although commentary alone does not open a genuine reading, the latter is not possible without a moment of commentary, without a scholarly competence in reading, understanding, and writing, without a knowledge of texts in their original languages, for example, Rousseau's or Derrida's French, without knowing the corpus of an author as a whole, without knowing the multiple contexts, political, literary, philosophical, historical, and so forth, which determine a given text or are determined by that text. This is what one might call the deconstructive duty of scholarship. I would go further and claim that there is a hermeneutic principle of fidelity, one might even say an ethico-political duty, un devoir ethico-politique, Li 249/LITR 135, NA. Minimal working notion of truth as adequatio underlying deconstructive reading, as its primary layer of reading. If deconstructive reading is to possess any demonstrative necessity, it is initially by virtue of how faithfully it reconstructs the dominant interpretation of a text in a layer of commentary. To choose an extreme example, in limited incorporated ABC, every word of Searle's reiterating the differences, a reply to Derrida is repeated, or reiterated. Derrida clearly views this as a way of responding responsibly to the brutality of Searle's essay, which decides to insult, Li 257/LITR 139, Derrida's work. For example, Searle writes of Derrida's distressing penchant for saying things that are obviously false 34, rather than engage in the necessary critical demonstration. Thus, bearing the above qualifications in mind, one might say that a reading is true in the first instance to the extent that it faithfully repeats or corresponds to what is said in the text that is being commented upon. This is perhaps the reason why Derrida quotes at such length and with such regularity in his writings, and it is also the basis for his accusation of falsity against Habermas's critique of his work in Excursus on leveling the genre distinction between philosophy and literature, in which Derrida is not cited a single time. Li 244/LITR 156, 35. Returning to of grammatology, it is clear that although the respectful repetition of the text which commentary produces fails to open a reading, this in no way entails that one should then transgress the text by reductively relating it to some referent or signified outside textuality, such as historical material or the psychobiography of the author. To determine textual signifiers by referring them to a governing signified, for example, to read a La Recherche in terms of Proust's asthma, would be to give what Derrida calls a transcendent reading, G 229/OG 160. The axial proposition of grammatology is ilny apata or text, there is no outside text, G 227/OG 158, or again, ilny rein or do text, there is nothing outside of the text, G 233/OG 163, and one should be attentive to the nuanced difference between these two sentences. The first claims that there is no outside text, no text outside, whereas the second claims that there is nothing outside the text, that the text outside is nothing, implying by this that any reading that refers the text to some signified outside textuality is illusory. Within the logocentric epoch, the textual signifier, and writing, inscription, the mark, and the trace in general, has always been determined as secondary, as a fallen exteriority preceded by a signified. A deconstructive reading must, therefore, remain within the limits of textuality, hatching its eggs within the flesh of the host. Thus, the methodological problem for deconstruction becomes one of discovering how a reading can remain internal to the text and within the limits of textuality without merely repeating the text in the manner of a commentary. To borrow the adverbial phrase with which Derrida describes his reading of Husserl, deconstructive reading must move à travers the text, traversing the space between a repetitive commentary and a metatextual interpretation, traversing, à travers, Husserl's text, that is to say, in a reading which cannot simply be that of commentary nor that of interpretation, VP 98/SP 88. By opening up this textual space that is other to commentary or interpretation, a certain distance is created between deconstructive reading and logocentric conceptuality. The signifying structure of a deconstructive reading traverses a space that is other to logocentrism and that tends, eccentrically, to exceed the orbit of its conceptual totality. In an important and explicit reference to the goal or aim of deconstruction, Derrida writes, "We wanted to attain the point of a certain exteriority with respect to the totality of the logocentric epoch. From this point of exteriority a certain deconstruction of this totality could be broached, Entame. G 231/OG 161-2. It is from such a point of exteriority that deconstruction could cut into or penetrate the totality, thereby displacing it. The goal of deconstruction, therefore, is to locate a point of otherness within philosophical or logocentric conceptuality and then to deconstruct this conceptuality from that position of alterity. It is at this point that the concept of double reading can be properly understood. If the first moment of reading is the rigorous, scholarly reconstruction of the dominant interpretation of a text, its intended meaning, vulwaardiger, in the guise of a commentary, then the second moment of reading, in virtue of which deconstruction obeys a double necessity, is the destabilization of the stability of the dominant interpretation, Li 271/LITR 147. It is the movement of traversing the text which enables the reading to obtain a position of alteriority or exteriority, from which the text can be deconstructed. The second moment brings the text into contradiction with itself, opening its intended meaning, its vulwaardiger, onto an alteriority which goes against what the text wants to say or mean, Cekle Textvoetdiger. Derrida often articulates this double reading around a semantic ambivalence in the usage of a particular word, like supplement in Rousseau, pharmakon in Plato, or Geist in Heidegger. It is of absolutely crucial importance that this second moment, that of alteriority, be shown to arise necessarily out of the first moment of repetitive commentary. Derrida ventriloquizes this double structure through the mouth of Heidegger in De l'Esprit. That is why, without opposing myself to that of which I am trying to think the most matinal possibility, without even using words other than those of the tradition, I follow the path of a repetition which crosses the path of the wholly other. The wholly other announces itself within the most rigorous repetition. C'est pourquoi sans m'opposer à ce dont j'essaie de penser la possibilité la plus matinale, sans me servir d'autre mot que ceux de la tradition, je suis le chemin de tout autre. Le tout autre essence dans la répétition la plus rigoureuse. E184/OS 113. Thus, by following the path of a repetition, the Wiederholung of a text or a tradition, one inevitably crosses the path of something wholly other, something that cannot be reduced to what that text or tradition wants to say. It is at this point that the similarities between Derridian deconstruction and Heideggerian destruction become apparent. Indeed, Derrida initially employed the term deconstruction as an attempt to render into French the Heideggerian notions of destruction, or non-negative destructuring, and abat, demolition or, better, dismantling, Sci 388. For the Heidegger of being and time, the working out, or elaboration, die Ausarbeitung, of the question of the meaning of being does not become truly concrete until the ontological tradition, that is, the tradition that has forgotten the question of being, and more precisely the temporal dimension of this question, has been completely repeated and deconstructed, Suzy 26. In the 1962 lecture Time and Being, abat is presented, moreover, as a synonym for destruction, as the progressive removal of the concealing layers that have covered over the first Greek sending of being as presence, Anwesenheit. The repetition of the metaphysical tradition is a dismantling that reveals its unsaid as unsaid. 36. Returning to Derrida, it is the belonging together or interlacing of these two moments, or paths, of reading, repetition and alteriority, that best describes the double gesture of deconstructive reading, the figure of the chiasmus. What takes place in deconstruction is double reading, that is, a form of reading that obeys the double injunction for both repetition and the alteriority that arises within that repetition. Deconstruction opens a reading by locating a moment of alteriority within a text. In Derrida's reading of Rousseau, the concept of the supplement is the lever employed to show how Rousseau's discourse is inscribed within the general text, a domain of textuality irreducible to logocentric conceptuality. In this way one can see how a moment of blindness in a logocentric text grants insight into an alteriority that exceeds logocentrism. As Derrida remarked once in an interview, deconstruction is not an enclosure in nothingness, but an openness towards the other. 37. What takes place in deconstruction is a highly determinate form of double reading which pursues alteriorities within texts, primarily philosophical texts. In this way, Deconstruction opens a discourse on the other to philosophy, an otherness that has been dissimulated or appropriated by the logocentric tradition. Philosophy, particularly in its Hegelian moment, has always insisted on thinking of its other, art, religion, nature, and so forth, as its proper other, thereby appropriating it and losing sight of its otherness. The philosophical text has always believed itself to be in control of the margin of its proper volume, M1/MPX. As Levinas points out in Transcendence and Height, philosophy might be defined as the activity of assimilating all otherness to the same, th 92. Such a definition would seem to be accurate insofar as the philosophical tradition has always attempted to understand and think the plurality and alterity of a manifold of entities through a reduction of plurality to unity and alterity to sameness. The same gesture, or gesture of the same, is repeated throughout the philosophical tradition, whether it be in Plato, where the plurality of the instances of an entity, phenomena, are understood in relation to a unifying eidos, or whether it be in Aristotle, where philosophia prot, that is to say, metaphysics, is the attempt to understand the being of a plurality of entities in relation to a unifying ousia, and ultimately a divine ousia, the God, to theon, or, indeed, whether it be in terms of Kantian epistemology, where the manifold or plurality of intuitions are brought into unity and sameness by being placed under concepts which are regulated by the categories of the understanding, and other examples could be cited. The very activity of thinking, which lies at the basis of epistemological, ontological, and veridical comprehension, is the reduction of plurality to unity and alterity to sameness. The activity of philosophy, the very task of thinking, is the reduction of otherness. In seeking to think the other, its otherness is reduced or appropriated to our understanding. To think philosophically is to comprehend comprendere, comprehendere, begriffen, to include, to seize, to grasp, and master the other, thereby reducing its alterity. As Rodolphe Gasque points out, Western philosophy is in essence the attempt to domesticate otherness, since what we understand by thought is nothing but such a project. 38 As the attempt to attain a point of exteriority to logocentrism, deconstruction may therefore be understood as the desire to keep open a dimension of alterity which can neither be reduced, comprehended, nor, strictly speaking, even thought by philosophy. To say that the goal of Derridian deconstruction is not simply the unthought of the tradition, but rather that which cannot be thought, is to engage in neither sophistical rhetoric nor negative theology. It is rather to point towards that which philosophy is unable to say. Derridian deconstruction attempts to locate a non-site, or a non-philosophical site, from which to question philosophy. 39 It seeks a place of exteriority, alterity, or marginality irreducible to philosophy. Deconstruction is the writing of a margin that cannot be represented by philosophy. In question is an other to philosophy that has never been and cannot become philosophy's other, but an other within which philosophy becomes inscribed. However, and this is crucial, the paradox that haunts Derrida's and all deconstructive discourse is that the only language that is available to deconstruction is that of philosophy, or logocentrism. Thus to take up a position exterior to logocentrism, if such a thing were possible, would be to risk starving oneself of the very linguistic resources with which one must deconstruct logocentrism. The deconstructor is like a tightrope walker who risks ceaselessly falling back inside that which he deconstructs, G25/OG14. Deconstruction is a double reading that operates within a double bind of both belonging to a tradition, a language, and a philosophical discourse, while at the same time being incapable of belonging to the latter. This ambiguous situation of belonging and not belonging describes the problem of closure. Returning to my Ariadne's thread, why do I propose the concept of clotural reading? Clotural reading is double reading extended to include the analysis of closure and the question of ethics. A clotural reading analyzes a text in terms of how it is divided against itself in both belonging to logocentric conceptuality and achieving the breakthrough beyond that conceptuality. A text is read doubly, in the manner described above, the difference being, first, that a closural reading is specifically situated in relation to a logocentric epoch that is closed, whereas a deconstructive reading perpetually breaches this closure, disrupting its limit and allowing the movement of Derrida to interrupt any unity of logocentric textuality and epicality, and second, following both Levinas's account of the history of Western philosophy in terms of the primacy of an ontology, which seeks to enclose all phenomena within the closure 40 of comprehension and reduce plurality to unity, T75, 8/Ti 102-4, and his critique of the ontological concept of history, which is always the history of the victors, never of the victims, and thus a history of barbarity, against which Levinas speaks in tones very similar to those of Walter Benjamin when the latter opposes historical materialism to objectivist history. 41. It will be argued that the notion of closural reading allows the question of ethics to be raised within deconstruction. Closural reading is history read from the standpoint of the victims of that history. It is, in a complex sense, ethical history. Closural reading articulates the ethical interruption of ontological closure, thereby disrupting the text's claims to comprehensive unity and self-understanding, a procedure which, as I shall show in chapters 3 and 4, extends all the way to a reading of Derrida's and Levinas's texts. A closural reading of a text would consist, first, of a patient and scholarly commentary following the main lines of the text's dominant interpretation, and second, in locating an interruption or Derrida within that dominant interpretation where reading discovers insights within a text to which that text is blind. My governing claim is that these insights, interruptions, or Derridas are moments of ethical transcendence, in which a necessity other than that of ontology announces itself within the reading, an event in which the ethical saying of a text overrides its ontological said. This is very much the way in which Levinas reads the idea of infinity in Descartes' Meditations or the good beyond being, Epikeina tes ousias, in Plato's Republic, texts from the ontological tradition which resist claims to totality and comprehension and adumbrate an ethical structure irreducible to ontology. As I will show, this is also how Levinas reads Derrida. Paraphrasing Levinas, it is in exegesis, or rigorous commentary, that the passage to transcendence is produced, the transcendence of the other. 42. In this sense, one might speak, as Robert Bernasconi has done, of 11 Asian hermeneutics, 43, whereby reading would reveal the ethical saying at work within the set of the text. The passage to transcendence that opens through a rigorous reading is neither contingent nor secondary, but rather articulates the unconditioned ethical conditions of possibility for the interruption of ontological or logocentric closure. It is precisely this ethical unconditionality that I would now like to explore. 1.6 From text to context, deconstruction and the thought of an unconditional ethical imperative. It is this thought of unconditionality as the opening of another ethics, Elovicha d'une autre éthique, Li 221/LITR 122, that, I believe, constitutes the horizon for Derrida's work. In an interview with Jean-Luc Nancy which appeared in 1989, Derrida speaks thus of the unconditional affirmation which motivates deconstruction. The affirmation that motivates deconstruction is unconditional, imperative, and immediate. 44 But such a position is most forcefully proposed in the concluding pages of Derrida's Afterword to Limited Incorporated, where he writes, "This leads me to elaborate rapidly what I suggested above concerning the question of context, of its non-closure non-fermeture or, if you prefer, of its irreducible opening ovicha. In the different texts I have written on, against, apartheid, I have on several occasions spoken of unconditional affirmation or of unconditional appel. This has also happened to me in other contexts and each time that I speak of the link between deconstruction and the yes. Now, the very least that can be said of unconditionality, a word that I use not by accident to recall the character of the categorical imperative in its Kantian form, is that it is independent of every determinate context, even of the determination of a context in general. It announces itself as such only in the opening of context. Not that it is simply present, existent, elsewhere, outside of all context, rather it intervenes in the determination of a context from its very opening, and from an injunction, a law, a responsibility that transcends this or that determination of a given context. Following this, what remains is to articulate this unconditionality with the determinate, Kant would say, hypothetical, conditions of this or that context, and this is the moment of strategies, of rhetorics, of ethics, and of politics. The structure thus described supposes both that there are only contexts, that nothing exists outside context il exist rein or context, as I have often said, but also that the limit of the frame or the border of the context always entails a clause of non-closure non-fermeture. The outside penetrates and thus determines the inside. Lee 281, 2/LITR 152-3, my emphasis. Nothing exists outside a context. I want to interrupt the quotation at this point and try to unravel the presuppositions and implications of this complex and compact passage. There is nothing outside context, that is to say, there is no entity, no thing, that has existence outside of context. One might say that the context is not commanded by a dominant referent, a transcendental signified, God, self-consciousness, or whatever. Yet, and this is the central point, the context itself contains a clause of non-closure, that is, in the terms of my argument, context obeys a closural logic according to which the limit that bounds, frames, encloses, and determines any context is necessarily interrupted by that which exceeds context. Pursuing Derrida's argument, what interrupts the closure of a determinate context, making that context an open structure, is an unconditional affirmation that intervenes in this context and motivates deconstruction. Such, I would claim, is the ethical moment in Derrida's thinking. Yet what does the word context mean in this context? Opening a dictionary, one might define context as those parts of a discourse which immediately precede or follow any particular passage or text and which can determine its meaning. One can think of the real context of somebody, in this context, me, writing a text with the intention of communicating a given, determinate idea, for example, to demonstrate once and for all that Derridian deconstruction has overriding ethical implications. However, in order to understand properly what is at stake here, it is necessary to return to signature, event, context, the urtext to which the above quote is responding. The latter was presented as a paper in the context of a Congrès International de Philosophie de Langue Française in 1971 on the theme of communication. Derrida there asks, are the conditions or limits of a context ever absolutely determinable? His response is negative, claiming that a context can never be absolutely determined or saturated. For Derrida, this response has a double consequence: first, that the current concept of context is inadequate, and second, that a generalized concept of context would entail an enlargement or displacement of the traditional concept of writing, which could no longer be seen simply as a means of communication for the transmission of meaning. Using the example of Condillac's account of writing in the essay on the origins of human knowledge, an example that typifies the logocentric treatment of writing, Derrida goes on to show how the determination of the function of writing in terms of the communication of meaning is a model which governs both common sense and philosophy. I would even go so far as to say that it is the interpretation of writing that is peculiar and proper to philosophy. Lee 21/LITR3. Condillac represents a philosophical tradition dominated by the privilege of the idea, that is, the essence, or idea, of a real, perceived, or ideal object is represented by the sign. The linguistic sign represents both the idea of an object and the object itself, its meaning or referent. Within this classical semiology, the privileged medium for the communication of the sign is the voice. The essential link of the logos to the voice, or phone, has never been broken in this tradition. Logocentrism is phonocentrism. Writing, therefore, is merely a species of general communication which is employed in the absence of the addressee, when he or she is no longer present within earshot. Thus absence is structurally bound up with the event of writing, for it is only the absence of the addressee that prompts one to write. If the addressee were present, then we could speak face to face. However, in contrast to the presence and evanescence of speech, written communication must be repeatable, iterable, in the absolute absence of the receiver, destinataire, Lit 27/LITR7. And, of course, what is true for the addressee is also true for the addresser or author of writing, namely, that the iterative structure of writing ensures that a text can continue to be read after its author has disappeared or died, which is why Socrates condemns writing in the Phaedrus. 45 Writing breaks with the context of communication, if by the latter one understands the intersubjective communication of conscious, co-present subjects. Writing also breaks with the limited concept of context, because the written sign always exceeds its context, for it must, by virtue of its iterability, perdure beyond the present moment of its inscription and even after the death of its author. Furthermore, a text can be quoted in other contexts, and enter into new contexts. These sentences might be quoted, for good or ill or even after my death, in another context, regardless of my present intentions. Derrida then wants to extend this account of the written sign, in terms of its breaking with the horizon of communication, presence, meaning, and a narrowly defined concept of context, to the entire field of what philosophy would call experience, even the experience of being, so-called presence, l'expérience de l'être, laïté presence, Lit 29, 30/LITR9. What is valid for the written sign is also valid for spoken language and the possibility of any linguistic sign. This structural possibility of being weaned from the referent or from the signified, hence from communication and from its context, seems to me to make every mark, including those which are oral, a grapheme in general, which is to say, as we have seen, the non-present remainder restants of a differential mark cut off from its putative production or origin. And I shall even extend this law to all experience in general if it is conceded that there is no experience consisting of pure presence but only of chains of differential marks. Lit 32/LITR10. In order to elucidate Derrida's argument at this point, and in particular what is meant by a chain of differential marks, it is necessary to recall Derrida's radicalization of Saussure's linguistic theory. But first, as a proviso, it should be noted that Derrida is not denying the empirical fact of our speech, consciousness, self-presence, and intersubjective co-presence. Rather, he is engaging in an argument as to the priority or originality of these phenomena. Derrida is not denying the existence of ordinary spoken language or of the affection of being present to myself and to the other when I speak, a denial that would lead to some absurd form of linguistic idealism. The claim is rather that these phenomena cannot systematically or consistently exclude what is opposed to them, that is, writing or absence. Derrida asks the transcendental question, what are the conditions of possibility for presence, speech, meaning, and so forth? He argues that these conditions of possibility include precisely what presence, speech, and meaning attempt to exclude, which consequently renders the priority of these phenomena and the entire system of logocentrism impossible. The conditions of possibility for logocentrism are also its conditions of impossibility. The written sign, constituted by iterability, delay, and difference and characterized by exteriority, restants, and the transgression of every closed structure, comes to function as a model for the conditions of possibility for experience in general. Therefore, experience is not to be understood simply as the perception or intuition of phenomena that are present to self-consciousness, rather, experience is produced by chains of differentially ordered signs, or marks, which precede and produce meaning and exceed any determinate structure, a position which, incidentally, Derrida considers to be consistent with Husserl's project for a pure logical grammar in the Logical Investigations, Lit 32, 6/LITR 10-12 and 22, and 4. Derrida's 1968 paper, La Difference, articulates the conditions of possibility and impossibility for logocentric conceptuality through a confrontation with Saussurean linguistics. As Derrida makes clear in the discussion following the paper, the choice of Saussure is strategic, and for two reasons. First, Saussurean linguistics exerted a hegemony in the human sciences at that time, functioning as a general model for research in anthropology, Levi-Strauss, psychoanalysis, Lacan, political theory, Althusser, and other disciplines. 46 Second, Saussure's discourse can be employed to produce a wider notion of strategy, in the sense that all discourse is strategic, because no transcendental truth or point of reference is present outside the field of discourse which would govern that field, M7/MP7. All deconstructive discourse is strategic and adventurous, which is to say that it cannot be justified absolutely. For Derrida, the thought of difference is most appropriate to thinking through the present epoch, and it, too, has only a strategic justification. As is now well known, the verb differ has a double sense in French, which is rendered into English by the separate verbs to differ and to defer. Differ in the sense of to differ means that something is different from something else, it has a spatial sense, and refers to the non-identical relations pertaining between phenomena. Differ in the sense of to defer means to postpone the completion of an act, it thus has a temporal meaning, conveyed by the verbs to temporize, to delay, or to put off. The neologism difference refers polysemically to both these meanings, the temporal and the spatial. By spelling difference with an A, not an E. Derrida demonstrates both that there is a difference between difference and difference that is inaudible when spoken, and also that the resultant gerund, the differing/deferring, gives an active sense to difference, which is implied when Derrida writes, as he often does, of the movement of difference, VP 75, 92, 94/SP 67, 82, 84. As has already been shown, within the classical semiological problematic, ideas are represented by signs, which themselves represent or stand for things. The sign thus represents the presence of the thing which it stands for or supplements, but is itself different from the sign. The concept of the sign is premised on a deferral, or difference, between it and what it is a sign for. As Derrida writes, the sign represents the present in its absence. It takes the place of the present. When we cannot grasp or show the thing, state the present, we go through the detour of the sign. The sign, in this sense, is deferred presence, M9/MP9. Thus the sign is traditionally seen as secondary, as derived from a lost presence. Now Derrida simply wants to put into question the secondariness of the sign, which is the secondariness of deferral, and to postulate in its place an originary difference that is constitutive of presence. This has two consequences. First, difference can no longer be contained within the classical theory of the sign, and second, and more significantly, it puts into question the authority of presence, and consequently the metaphysical demand to formulate the meaning of being as presence. The second consequence thus opens a questioning of the Heideggerian type into the value of presence, even if Derrida will want to question the Heideggerian problematic at its very source. It is in the context of this questioning of the sign that Derrida introduces Saussure's semiology, and particularly the determination of the sign as arbitrary and differential. For Saussure, the linguistic sign is the unity of concept, signified, and sound image or phoneme, signifier, and not the unity of name and thing. In breaking the bond that ties meaning to reference, Saussure breaks with the classical theory of the sign, and introduces the thesis of arbitrariness, namely, that the bond between the signifier and the signified is not natural, but instituted, or conventional. If the sign is arbitrary, then the manner of its signification is differential, that is, signs do not signify through their intrinsic plenitude. The sign dog does not refer to the fully present entity of the dog in itself. Rather, signs signify through their relative position in a chain of differences. For Saussure, in language there are only differences. Furthermore, difference is not a difference between positive terms, that is, the difference between the really present dog and the really present cat, for in language there are only differences without positive terms. 47 Language has neither ideas nor sounds that existed prior to the linguistic system, but only phonic or conceptual differences that issue from the system. Derrida then teases out the consequences of Saussure's semiology. The signified concept is never present in and of itself, it signifies only in so far as it is inscribed in a chain or systematic play of differences. This play of differences that is constitutive of meaning is difference itself. That is why difference is neither a word nor a concept, but rather the condition of possibility for conceptuality and words as such. Difference is the playing movement that produces the differences constitutive of words and conceptuality. There is no presence outside or before semiological difference. Retaining the framework of the Saussurean problematic, Derrida sees all languages or codes as constituted as and by a weave of differences. This is what Derrida means when he claims that it is because of difference that the movement of signification is possible, M13/MP13. If this is the case, then each present element in a linguistic system signifies in so far as it differentially refers to another element, and thus is not itself present. The sign is rather what Derrida, borrowing from Levinas, calls a trace of past that has never been present, M12, 22/MP12, 21. The present is constituted by a differential network of traces. In order for the present to be present, it must be related to something non-present, something different, and so not be present. As Derrida writes, an interval must separate the present from what it is not in order for the present to be itself, but this interval that constitutes it as present must, by the same token, divide the present in and of itself, thereby also dividing, along with the present, everything that is thought on the basis of the present, that is, in our metaphysical language, every being, and singularly substance or the subject. M13/MP13. As one can see, the effects of Derrida's radicalization of Saussure are by no means merely local. The presence of the present is constituted by a network of traces whereby the interval between elements is described as spacing, espacement, and the temporal relation among elements is one of irreducible temporization, temporization. It is this time, space structure that Derrida names with the term archewriting. Archaeocrature, a structure within which presence, which, as Heidegger has shown, is the very ether of metaphysics, M17/MP16, is but an effect. It is this archewriting, with its radically extended concept of writing, that will constitute the field for the new science of writing, grammatology. With this generalized concept of writing in mind, one can begin to understand the bold theses put forward in the opening of Grammatology in 1967, namely, that what has been determined for the last 20 or so centuries under the name of language is, for reasons of historical or epical necessity, now letting itself be gathered under the name of writing, G15, 16/Og6, that writing comprehends language, G16/Og7, the latter being a species of the former, G18/Og8, that there is no linguistic sign before writing, G26/Og14, that writing, the gram, the grapheme, differentially ordered inscription in general, determines the element through which something like experience becomes possible, G20/Og9, that the rationality of writing no longer issues from a ratio or logos, and that this is what provides the rationale for the deconstruction. This is the form in which the word appears for the first time in Grammatology, of the logos, G21/Og10. And that the meaning of being can no longer be thought upon the horizon of presence, but rather in terms of a determined signifying trace, G38/Og23. The grammatological space of a general writing, that in virtue of which experience is possible, is the space of what Derrida calls le text en general, G14/Og26. The general text is a limitless network of differentially ordered signs which is not preceded by any meaning, structure, or eidos but itself constitutes each of these. It is here, upon the surface of the general text, that there is deconstruction, ilya de la deconstruction, that deconstruction takes place, alu. It is this general textuality that Derrida seeks to deploy performatively in many of his readings, most notably and extensively in Glass. 48. My claim here is that the words context and general text say exactly the same. Returning to the context of Derrida's afterword to limited incorporated, one can now better understand how the concepts of context and general text are equated and are articulated with the thought of unconditionality as the opening of another ethics. Some pages before the long quote from the afterword cited above, Derrida offers as one possible definition of deconstruction the effort to take this limitless context into account. La prise en compte de ce contexte sans board, Li 252/LITR 136. He then proceeds to redefine the axial proposition of deconstructive method discussed above, namely, to ny apata or text, G 227/OG 158, as ilny apata or context, Li 252/LITR 136. This redefinition is required because the word text, despite Derrida's many corrections, 49 is still understood empirically and thereby reduced to a refutable slogan. To say it once again, the text is not the book, if by the idea of a book one understands a material object which is commanded by a horizon of meaning and maintains the priority of the phone through a system of phonetic writing. A generalized concept of the text does not wish to turn the world into some vast library, nor does it wish to cut off reference to some extra-textual realm. Deconstruction is not bibliophilia. Text qua context is glossed by Derrida as the entire real history of the world, Li 252/LITR 136, and this is said in order to emphasize the fact that the word text does not suspend reference to history, to the world, to reality, to being, and especially not to the other, à l'histoire, au monde, à la réalité à l'être, et certitude pas à l'autre, Li 253/LITR 37, my emphasis. All the latter appear in an experience which is not an immediate experience of presence. The text or context is not present, for reasons set out above, but rather the experience of a network of differentially, or differentially, signifying traces which are constitutive of meaning. Experience or thought traces a ceaseless movement of interpretation within a limitless context. What I call text implies all the structures called real, economic, historical, socio-institutional, in short, all possible referents. Another way of recalling once again that there is nothing outside the text. That does not mean that all referents are suspended, denied, or enclosed in a book, as people have claimed, or have been naive enough to believe and to have accused me of believing. But it does mean that every referent and all reality has the structure of a differential trace, d'une trace differentially, and that one cannot refer to this real except in an interpretative experience. The latter neither yields meaning nor assumes it except in a movement of differential referring, de renvoi differential. That's all star. Li 273/LITR 148, asterisk in English in the original text. If that's all Derrida would appear to mean by the words text and context, then what of the unconditioned? Returning to the first, long quote from the afterword to limited incorporated cited above, if the word context articulates the conditions of possibility for experience in general, then this context is itself conditioned or motivated by the unconditioned, that is, by that which is independent of a context in general, Li 281/LITR 152. Derrida's argument is not that the unconditioned is present or existent somewhere outside all context, but rather that it arises as the interruption, or non-closure, of any determinate context. It is an injunction, or law, that transcends this or that determination of a given context, Li 281/LITR 152. Thus, there are only contexts, nothing exists outside context, and yet, Derrida claims, the context contains a clause of non-closure whereby an unconditioned injunction comes to interrupt the conditioned context. Derrida then translates this claim into the language of Kantian ethics, and in particular into the relation between hypothetical and categorical imperatives. For Kant, all imperatives command the will of a rational being either hypothetically or categorically. A hypothetical imperative is good only insofar as it is a means to an end. In this way, the will produces prudential maxims, namely that my desire for happiness is conditional upon the pursuit of some good, for example, riches, knowledge, long life, or health. Hypothetical imperatives are conditioned, that is, a person counts this or that maxim as belonging to his or her happiness. By contrast, categorical imperatives command actions that are entirely good in themselves and are not performed for some ulterior end. Thus a categorical imperative is limited by no condition, it is simply and wholly the law that must be obeyed unconditionally and which possesses universal, objective necessity. 50. Ethics, properly speaking, is restricted to imperatives that are categorical, and for Derrida, the ethical moment is the interruption of the general context of conditioned hypothetical imperatives by an unconditional categorical imperative. Ethics arises in and as the undecidable yet determinate articulation of these two orders. As Derrida writes, this moment of unconditional appeal is revealed in the link that connects deconstruction to the yes, the moment of affirmation that one finds repeatedly in Derrida's writings. It is Nietzsche's vast and boundless yes and amen saying, das Ungeheuer unbegront Jaund Amen sagen, 51 that resounds at the end of Glass. It is the doubly affirmative yes, yes of Molly Bloom's soliloquy that punctuates Euless Gramophone, which must be distinguished from the braying ja, or I, of Nietzsche's Christian Ass 52. It is, as I shall show in the final chapter, the affirmation of the Zusage, the grant, or pledge. That provides the horizon for Derrida's reading of Heidegger in De l'Esprit. It is the yes, to the stranger, oui, à l'étranger, Sci 639, that opens and sustains Derrida's text on Michel de Certeau. But what is being affirmed here? To whom or to what does one say yes? In the final pages of La Difference, Derrida claims that there is no essence to difference and that the latter itself remains a metaphysical name, M28/MP26. Difference is not a master name or unique word for being, rather, difference has no name in our language. There is no name for that which difference names, which is not simply to claim that it is existent yet ineffable, like the God of the negative theologians, although one might, audaciously, want to follow Angela Silsous in linking the affirmative yes to the name of God, Jan Yahweh, Sci 640-1. Difference is the unamiable, it is that which makes possible nominal effects. The unamiable must be thought without nostalgia, but also without the other side of nostalgia, what Derrida calls Heideggerian hope, M29/MP27. On the contrary, Derrida adds, we must affirm this, that is, deconstruction must affirm and say yes to the unamiable. The ethical moment that motivates deconstruction is this yes saying to the unamiable, a moment of unconditional affirmation that is addressed to an alterity that can neither be excluded from nor included within logocentric conceptuality. In this book, I shall simply endeavor to point out some of the possible Levinasian resonances suggested by these formulations. 53. My argument is that an unconditional categorical imperative or moment of affirmation is the source of the injunction that produces deconstruction and is produced through deconstructive reading. Thus there is a duty in deconstruction which both prompts the reader to the rigorous and ascetic labor of reading and produces a reading that commands respect in so far as it opens an irreducible dimension of alterity. In short, and the formality of this claim will have to be supplemented by the concrete analyses given in this book, this is why one should bother with deconstruction. Rejoining the main quotation from the afterword to limited incorporated a few lines further on, Derrida concludes his discussion in the following way. This unconditionality also defines the injunction that prescribes deconstruction. Why have I always hesitated to characterize it in Kantian terms, for example, or more generally in ethical or political terms, when that would have been so easy and would have enabled me to avoid so many critiques, themselves all too facile? Because such characterizations seem to me essentially associated with philosophemes that themselves call for deconstructive questions. Through, à travers, these difficulties, another language and other thoughts seek to make their way. This language and these thoughts, which are also new responsibilities, arouse in me a respect which, whatever the cost, I neither can nor will compromise. Li 282/LITR 153, my emphasis. Derrida's hesitance about speaking without hesitation on ethics and politics, one might even say his avoidance of these matters, is essential to the deconstructive enterprise insofar as it must deconstruct the philosophemes that underpin ethical and political discourse. I have already discussed the reasons for Derrida's hesitance vis-a-vis the word ethics, but a similar hesitation must govern the deconstructive employment of the notions of responsibility, obligation, duty, respect, right, law, community, power, and so forth. As I shall demonstrate at the end of the next chapter, deconstruction is a philosophy of hesitation, although it must be understood that such hesitation is not arbitrary, contingent, or indeterminate, but rather, a rigorous, strictly determinate hesitation, the experience of undecidability. As Derrida notes, what has always interested him the most is the strictest possible determination of the figures of play, of oscillation, of undecidability, Lee 268/LITR 145. I have already begun to show the ethical implications of this deconstructive hesitance. However, the crucial question that must be taken up, and which will be the theme of the concluding chapter, is the following: what is the political moment in deconstruction? Or, more precisely, what is the relation between the rigorous undecidability of deconstructive reading and the necessity for political decisions and political critique? Is politics the moment of decision, that is to say, of judgment, action, beginning, risk, commitment, of crisis in its etymological sense? And if so, how and in virtue of what may one take a decision on an undecidable terrain of difference? What exactly does Derrida mean when he notes that there can be no moral or political responsibility without this trial and this passage by way of the undecidable? Lee 210/LITR 116, my emphasis. Parenthetically, it is interesting to note how this undecidable hesitation is itself avoided in the decisive formulations of the afterword to limited inc. This might lead one to ask about the status of the latter text and those of its genre, interviews, transcribed debates and conversations, upon which much of my argument has relied. Are they properly speaking deconstructive? Are they not rather political or critical texts, which make an intervention and take a decisive risk? And why does Derrida say in a non-deconstructive mode that which cannot be said deconstructively, but which is the very saying of deconstruction, that is, its ethico-political responsibility? Indeed, what about this text and the argument it sets forth? Is it deconstructive? Doubtless my argument has already shown too little hesitation or avoidance and too much decidedness, which is a result of my precipitous use of a series of philosophemes that are necessarily open to deconstructive interrogation: ethics, transcendence, truth, duty, unconditionality. Yet this decidedness, the madness of a decision which always slips back into the language of the tradition, in this case the anachronistic terminology of Levinas or Kant, is also necessary. This book is a response to what I believe to be an impasse in Derrida's work and in discussions of that work. It is a response to the serious and sincere question: why bother with deconstruction? It asks after the demand, or necessity, for deconstruction. Yet, of course, the madness of the decision to speak without hesitation of itself calls for a deconstructive reading. This is true. I accept it unreservedly. As Levinas would say, voilà de objections bien connues. These are familiar objections. AE 198/OB 155. However, this in no way minimizes the necessity of the gesture attempted here. Despite the anachronism of my philosophical vocabulary, or perhaps because of it, it is difficult to say, it is towards an unconditional injunction and towards a language that describes urgent ethical and political responsibilities that I will make my way in this book. Perhaps one should concur with Wittgenstein when he defines ethical language as the endless attempt to run up against the limits of language, a form of astonishment that cannot be expressed in a question and for which there is no answer. 54 Ethical saying is precisely nothing that can be said, it is rather the perpetual undoing of the said that occurs in running against its limits. One does not comprehend the ethical saying within the saying can only be comprehended in its incomprehensibility, in its disruption or interruption of the said. Such, perhaps, is the limit of human reason described in the paradoxical final sentence of Kant's Grundlegung, 55. By speaking the language of philosophy, even by employing philosophemes that call for deconstruction, one prepares the ground for an explosion within that language. This, at least, invites a respect that should not be compromised. 1.7 The Ethics of Reading, Hillis Miller's version. By way of conclusion, I would like to discuss J. Hillis Miller's The Ethics of Reading, whose general orientation would appear to be similar to the concerns outlined above. Miller has two targets in his book. First, he argues against the tendency, as he sees it, in Marxist, psychoanalytic, and hermeneutic theories of textual interpretation to reduce a literary text to its political, social, historical, religious, or psychological conditions. Second, he wants to refute the charge that the deconstructive analysis of texts is immoral. With regard to the first, Miller opposes any reading of a text that determines the latter's meaning by reference to what lies outside that text, its socio-political, historical, or psychobiographical context. Such interpretative tendencies are undermined in the name of a vigilant and sophisticated rhetorical analysis, ER7, which, as soon becomes clear, is what Miller understands by deconstructive reading. Miller's central claim is that there is a necessary ethical moment in the act of reading, a moment which is neither cognitive, nor political, nor social, nor interpersonal, but properly and independently ethical, ER1. Ethics, for Miller, is simply the presence of an imperative, an I must, articulated within certain texts, which demands a response from and responsibility on the part of the reader. The claim is that this ethical imperative cannot be accounted for by the social and historical forces that impinge upon it, ER8, and that, furthermore, such an ethical moment, although not reducible to the political realm, leads to an act, ER4, that is, it enters into the social, institutional, political realms, ER4. Thus, the argument here would seem to be that ethics derives from a response to the concrete situation of reading a book, and awakens a responsibility that leads to political action. Simply expressed, the study of literature makes a difference to how we act. The rhetorical study of literature has crucial practical implications for our moral, social, and political lives, ER3. This claim, so reminiscent of new criticism, and one which I do not necessarily want to contest, is then articulated through a defense of deconstruction, which introduces Miller's second target in The Ethics of Reading, the claim that deconstructive reading is an immoral and nihilistic form of textual free play. Miller argues, convincingly, I believe, that such a claim is based upon a triple misunderstanding of deconstruction. He maintains that Derrida and Paul de Man do not and never have argued for any form of textual free play. Second, that such a claim rests on a misunderstanding of the nature of nihilism, that properly defined, and in line with Nietzsche and Heidegger, it is the attackers of deconstruction, not its proponents, who are nihilistic. And third, that such a claim misunderstands the precise nature of the ethical moment in deconstructive reading. It is this moment that Hillis Miller then demonstrates in a series of concrete examples. The precise nature of Miller's claim for an ethics of reading begins to become clear in his discussion of de Man, which in many ways is the central chapter of the book and should perhaps be read before the opening chapter on Kant. Miller's argument is that in de Man's work there is an imperative which has ethical force with respect to reading practice, namely, quoting de Man's luminous remarks in his preface to Carol Jacobs's The Dissimulating Harmony, reading is an argument. Because it has to go against the grain of what one would want to happen in the name of what has to happen, ER 52 and 116. What has to happen, for de Man, is described with the word allegory, thus the nature of any act of reading is to be allegorical, impossible, or unreadable. For de Man, on Miller's reading, the failure to read, or the impossibility of reading, is a universal necessity, ER 51. Therefore, being true to what happens in the act of reading means obeying the law of unreadability, or letting the text shape the reader's evasions, ER 52. In this version of the ethics of reading, getting it right means getting it wrong, and we do not, indeed, it is assumed that we cannot, know why we get it wrong, for we cannot see into the hidden workings of language. Thus, a Domanian ethical reading is the reading of unreadability, it is to commit again and again the failure to read, which is the human lot, ER 59. Or again, each reading is, strictly speaking, ethical, in the sense that it has to take place, by an implacable necessity, as the response to a categorical demand, and in the sense that the reader must take responsibility for it and for its consequences in the personal, social, and political worlds, ER 59. So, for Miller, becoming a good reader, doing ethical readings, implies genuflecting before unreadability as the universal law of language. Indeed, the pathos of Miller's prose becomes almost apocalyptic at this point. I would even dare to promise that the millennium would come if all men and women became good readers in de Man's sense, ER 58. Nevertheless, Miller's thesis emerges most forcefully and persuasively in his final chapter on Henry James and Walter Benjamin. At the end of an elegant discussion of James's New York preface to the Golden Bowl, Miller offers the following formulation of the ethics of reading. The strange and difficult notion that reading is subject not to the text as its law, but to the law to which the text is subject. This law forces the reader to betray the text or deviate from it in the act of reading, in the name of a higher demand that can yet be reached only by way of the text. ER 120. Thus, an ethical reading is a responsible response which violates the text in order to preserve the text's matter, what I would call its ethical saying. One reads against what is said in the text in order to remain faithful to what the text says. The imperative of reading is not simply, but is it ever simple, fidelity to the text as if it were one's law, but rather a fidelity to the law to which the text is subject. This law is the matter or sach of reading, which entails that the reader should betray the text that is being read in the name of the law to which that text is subject. This notion of law, matter, or saying is finally illuminated with reference to Benjamin's The Task of the Translator, and in particular to what Benjamin means by that pure language, gene rein sprach, which it is the task of the translator to release from the original text into the medium of another language. The rein sprach is the sach of reading. Miller reformulates the ethics of reading as a subjection to this law or matter, this categorical demand that cannot be expressed directly but can only be given in figures. Benjamin uses the figure of a tangent touching the circumference of a circle to illustrate the relation between a translation and the original, or the reading and the law which governs that reading, ER 126. The book ends at this point, with the formulation of this imperative in reading, this I must, about which Miller remains perplexed as to whether its necessity is linguistic or ontological, whether it is a fact of language or a thesis on the being of entities. Miller adds the promise that he will continue his thoughts in another book, ER 127. It is to be hoped that my book will take up Miller's fascinating, but finally aphoretic, formulation of the ethics of reading and deepen it philosophically with specific reference to Levinas, in order to show that this necessity is ethical in a sense not so far discussed by him. It seems to me that Miller's agnosticism as to whether the necessity or law to which reading is subject is linguistic or ontological is due to his metaphysical agnosticism, that is, his failure or refusal to investigate the meaning of necessity at sufficient metaphysical depth. Miller tends to assume de Man's minimal ontology of language, so brilliantly exposed by Gask, 56 as the metaphysical basis of his reading practice. Although the concerns of my book are not the same as those underlying Miller's, because they do not grow directly out of debates within contemporary literary theory, for example, it is clear that Miller's real target is the so-called politics of interpretation that, he claims, has recently come to dominate literary studies and which he considers to be vague and speculative, ER 457, but rather have their provenance in the continental philosophical tradition. There are nonetheless a number of points of convergence. I too will attempt to address the charge of immorality levelled at deconstructive reading, and also wish to distinguish ethics from politics, although in a quite different formulation to that of Miller. Finally, The pattern of reading established by Miller, especially in the chapter on James and Benjamin, prefigures much of what I include under the heading of clotural reading. Yet, there are a number of questions and objections that I would want to address to the ethics of reading. First, Miller's understanding of the concept of text is limited, namely to books, and thus quite distinct from the Derridian notion of the general text qua context and archwriting discussed above. Second, as already pointed out, Miller understands ethics in its traditional determination as a region of philosophical inquiry and not in the more radical Levinasian sense, which, of course, leaves him open to the Heideggerian objections to an ethics of deconstruction outlined above. Third, Miller's notion of ethics is explicitly and narrowly textual. The ethical moment, the I must, arises as a response to a text, and the paradigmatic concrete ethical situation is that of a man or a woman reading a book in a literature class. Thus the horizon of the ethics of reading is pedagogical, and refers specifically to the highly determined pedagogical context of the North American university. For me, by contrast, the paradigmatic ethical moment is that of being pre-reflectively addressed by the other person in a way that calls me into question and obliges me to be responsible. This is the concrete context for ethics, or rather, it is the context in which ethics interrupts the context of the world. Hence the problem, on a Levinasian view, is not so much is there an ethical structure or law of reading, as how is the ethical relation to the other person to be inscribed in a book without betraying it immeasurably. How does the ethical relation to the other enter into the textual economy of betrayal? And how is that text to be read so as to preserve its ethical saying? Fourth, the passage from ethics to politics is insufficiently elaborated by Miller, and the precise nature and intended context of political action are not adequately specified. Is Miller referring exclusively to the ethical status of the teaching of literature in the United States and its relation to liberal democratic politics conceived on the American model? If so, he ought to say so. Further, I would want to ask if it is possible to say precisely in what direction, the dase of left, right, or center, one's political action might be transformed after one has put down a book that has been read ethically. Finally, ethics in Miller's sense, far from being concrete, may be said to lead to an empty, formal universalism which, although inspired by Kant's ethics, is not even properly Kantian. Miller seems to have no place for Kant's formula of the end in itself, which guarantees respect for persons. 58. For Miller, ethics is simply and entirely a formal, universal command to respect, an I must or moment of sublimity derived from a text and then somehow translated into political action. But on the Levinasian view for which I shall be arguing, ethics is not immediately derived from a consciousness of respect for the universal law, a position that is always open to Hegel's critique of Kant's formalism. 59. Rather, ethics is first and foremost a respect for the concrete particularity of the other person in his or her singularity, a person who is not merely an example of the law, in the way that Miller claims that a text, analogous to a person, can be an example of the law, er 1860, but rather the condition of possibility for an experience of the law. Ethics begins as a relation with a singular, other person who calls me into question and then, and only then, calls me to the universal discourse of reason and justice. Politics begins as ethics. 2. It is decreed by divine law that being shall not be without boundary. There is a limit, purus, it is complete on every side, like the mass of a well-rounded, sphere. It is all the same to me from what point I begin, for I shall return again to this same point. Parmenides. Spirit, is in itself the movement which is cognition, the transformation of that in itself into that which is for itself, of substance into subject, of the object of consciousness into an object of self-consciousness, i.e. into an object that is just as much superseded, aufgehoben, or into the concept, Begriff. The movement is the circle that returns into itself, Zurückkehrkreis, the circle that presupposes its beginning and reaches it only at the end. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit. Aletheia, unconcealment is named here. It is called well-rounded, gut gerunded, because it is turned in the pure sphere of the circle in which beginning and end are everywhere the same. In this circle there is no possibility of twisting, distortion, and closure, Verschliessens. In what circle are we moving here, indeed, inevitably? Is it the Critchley's Aletheia, well-rounded unconcealment, die gut gerundet Unverborgenheit, itself, thought as the opening, Lichtung? Heidegger, the end of philosophy and the task of thinking. 2.1 Introduction. The goals of this chapter are both scholarly and exploratory. My primary concern is to give a thorough account of the concept of closure, in Derrida's work. Secondly, and only on the basis of that account, I propose and explore the hypothesis of closural reading, which, I believe, best describes what takes place in Derridian deconstruction. Following the introductory first part, I delineate in the second part the sense and usage of the word closure, while, in the third part I trace the genesis of the concept of closure in Derrida's work to his early readings of Husserl. The fourth part comprises an extended analysis of the closure of metaphysics, which develops Derrida's reading of Husserl and the relation of deconstruction to phenomenology, and goes on to show how the concept of metaphysical closure functions more generally in Derrida's work. In the fifth part, I offer an extended discussion of the relation between the closure of metaphysics and the end of philosophy, and compare Derrida and Heidegger. I try to assess the debt that the concept of metaphysical closure owes to Heidegger's analysis of the history of metaphysics and examine whether Derrida's reading of Heidegger has developed or altered in some of his more recent texts. In the final part, I develop the hypothesis of closural reading, which relates deconstruction to a metaphysical closure that it ceaselessly seeks to interrupt. In the concluding pages I offer two examples of such a reading, of Derrida's voice and phenomenon and violence and metaphysics. In the following analysis, I run the continual risk of enclosing Derrida's work within a philosophical context, a historical or biographical chronology, and even a deconstructive methodology, which, I believe, would reduce the dimension of Alterity so carefully delineated by deconstructive reading to betrayal is the fate of all commentary. For commentary is never neutral, it employs a meta-language which always derives from a choice or a decision, in short, a critical judgment which focuses upon certain texts, themes, and authors to the exclusion of others. All work on Derrida must negotiate an irreducible economy of betrayal, where the non-philosophical interruption of the philosophical logos is continually denied by the commentary on that interruption. Perhaps the task of philosophy itself consists in this act of betrayal, this indiscretion with regard to non-philosophy, AE 8/OB7. However, working within this economy, it is necessary to state axiomatically that deconstruction is not simply a form of philosophical critique, a discourse which, etymologically and historically, depends upon concepts of decision and choice and which places the philosopher-author in a position of knowing mastery. The horizon on which this chapter continually seeks to open itself is that of the suspension of choice, decision, and critical judgment through the undecidability of an act of reading. It is my belief that the patience, care, and supreme scholarly rigor of deconstructive reading maintain an interruption or alterity irreducible to both philosophy and critique. Yet, within the suspension of choice, within the undecidability of a double reading, a certain decision or event announces itself, a heteronymous moment of alterity that interrupts the text of philosophy and maintains itself as an interruption or blind spot within philosophical or critical discourse. This event is the ethics of deconstructive reading. 2.2 The sense of closure. The word closure appears in many contexts. One speaks of the closure of a college, a hospital, or a university department, the closure of a debate or a parliamentary session, a kangaroo closure, the closure of a mathematical set or the principle of closure in logic, the closure of a body of propositions or a set of axioms, the astronomical closure of the solar system, the closure of a poem or work of literature, the closure of a language or a linguistic system, the closure or confinement of the mad and the poor, the closure of the book and the closure produced by the advent of print, the closure of the private realm, the closure of the American mind, the closure of the political universe or of the universe of discourse, the closure of the critical project, the closure of the well-rounded circle of being or absolute knowledge, and the closure of metaphysics. What strands of sense can be delineated in this word? It is initially helpful to make a distinction between two senses of closure, a spatial and a temporal sense. 3. Spatially, closure is that which encompasses and encloses all the coordinates or constituent parts appertaining to a given, finite territory. This can be better understood if one thinks of the spatial closure described by the circumference of a circle or the enclosure of an area through the construction of a fence, frontier, or fosse. Temporally, closure is the activity or process of bringing something to its conclusion, completion, or end. However, and this is crucial in what follows, if closure describes the activity of bringing something to its end, then closure must be rigorously distinguished from the concept of end, for an end signifies the completion of the act and not the act of completion. Thus, on a temporal level, closure signifies a state of being prior to the end, the bringing of a process to its conclusion. The word closure is more commonly employed in its spatial sense. In English, closure is directly derived from the medieval French closure, and appears in Chaucer with the spatial meaning of an enclosure. For the French word clôture, deriving from the same source as the English word, is still employed in American English to describe the closure of a debate in the United States Senate. Indeed, clôture was earlier employed in the House of Commons for the same purpose. 5. Clôture appears in French from the 16th century onwards, thus Malherbe writes, Beaux jardins qui dans votre clôture /avez toujours de fleurs. 6. As the circumflex over the first vowel makes clear, the word clôture is itself a truncation of clôture, which was still in use in the first half of the 16th century. For example, Montaigne writes, Tu y nation ou la clôture de jardins et de champs tu en voult conserver fait d'un filet de coton. 7. In French, the word clôture has several particular uses, of which I shall discuss 3, the first 2 being spatial, the final one temporal. First, it means enceinte, a surrounding wall or fence which produces a clôture, or area of enclosed space. To erect a closure is literally to build a mur de clôture, an enclosing wall which acts as a barrier, palisade, or trellis, dividing the inside of a circumscribed territory from the outside and often functions in the defense of a property, dwelling, or fortification. Second, one can speak of a religious obligation to keep a closure, where the space of a monastery or convent is a clôture which is off limits to the laity, but within which monks or nuns live a clôture, or cloistered, existence. In French, one can speak of a vœu de clôture, a vow of closure, based on canon law 8, which forbids or limits the coming and goings in a monastery or convent. In this sense, to violate the closure, violer la clôture, is to enter a convent unlawfully and breach its barriers. Thus Molière's Don Juan says, Je vous ai dérobe à la clôture d'un couvent. 9. The obligation to keep a closure also has a wider, secular significance. Voltaire speaks of la clôture de la princesse Sophie 10 as a complete obedience or withdrawal within a severe self-imposed discipline. Closure can also be associated with reclusion and withdrawal, the desire to become enclosed within a retreat. Third, closure is the act of terminating a process, of definitively ending a state of affairs. For example, one can speak of la clôture d'une séance, the closure of a meeting or session, la clôture d'un compte, the closure of an account, or la clôture d'un débat, the closure of a debate. In this temporal sense, closure is always associated with the process or activity of completion. 11. Understood temporally or spatially, it is necessary to understand closure as a limit, a moment in time or points in space which delimit a given area and seek to circumscribe it. When the limit has been drawn, one not only sees the delimited area inside the closure, one has also delimited the outside of the closure, the outre clôture. Thus, the event of closure is a delimitation which shows the double appertenance of an inside and an outside, of la clôture and its string of antonyms, ouverture, perce, commencement, début. In what follows it is precisely the failure of complete delimitation or circumscription that will be of interest, and I shall pay special attention to the opening, or breakthrough, that occurs within the closure, violating its vows and breaching its barriers, thereby offering the promise of a new beginning. 2.3 The genesis of closure in Derrida's reading of Husserl. To locate the genesis of the concept of closure in Derrida's work, one is obliged to turn to the genesis of his philosophical problematic in what appears to be his earliest published essay, Genus et Structure et la Phenomenologie, which, although originally given as a paper in 1959, was not published until 1965. Even at this early stage of Derrida's development, it can be shown that a concept of closure governs his philosophical strategy and organizes his relation to Husserlian phenomenology. On the opening page of the essay, Derrida notes that Husserl always had a marked aversion to the philosopher's wish to clore, debate by offering conclusions, solutions, or decisions, ed. 229/WD 154. A decision implies that a choice has been made, and thus closes down the continuous process of comprehension or faithful description. Thus Husserl could be said to reject speculative closure, la closure speculative, ed. 230/WD 155, and also, by implication, the idea that philosophy can bring itself to a conclusion, or Schluss, syllogistic closure, by postulating a closed system or structure. It is already clear that Derrida is employing Husserlian phenomenology as a foil for engaging in a critique of structuralism and the closure that the idea of structure implies. 13 In the same context, Derrida introduces the term overture, claiming that the Husserlian denial of structural closure implies the structurality of an opening, ed. 230/WD 155. It is by means of the conceptual pair closure/overture that Derrida will articulate the tension within Husserlian phenomenology, a tension which articulates the very possibility of philosophy. The difference between the minor structure, necessarily close, and the structurality of an opening, overture, such is perhaps the unsituated place where philosophy enroots itself. Ed. 230/WD 155. However, in addition to employing Husserl as a foil for a critique of structuralism, he also borrows Husserl's critique of Dilthey's Weltanschauungsphilosophie as a veiled critique of geneticist historicism. According to Derrida, Husserl criticizes Dilthey for attempting to understand pure truth, that is, the truths of reason and not factual truths, ed. 237/WD 160, from within a finite historical totality. Now, for Husserl, the idea of truth, that is, the idea of philosophy, is an infinite idea, or idea in the Kantian sense. As such, no finite totality or closure can account for the infinite overture to truth, to philosophy. Now the idea or the project which animates and unifies every determinate historical structure, every Weltanschauung, is finite. On the basis of the structural description of a worldview, one can account for everything except the infinite opening to the truth, that is to say, philosophy. Ed. 237, 8/WD 160. Philosophy is the idea of infinity, the overture which can never be comprehended within a finite, closed historical structure. One can perhaps begin to see why Derrida was working simultaneously on Husserl and Levinas. A schema can be discerned here, whose gesture will remain constant throughout Derrida's early work. The concept of closure designates a finite totality which is continually breached by a movement of infinitization. One of the virtues that Derrida finds in Husserlian phenomenology is that, by defining the telos of philosophical activity in the infinity of the idea in the Kantian sense, it continually breaches the finite circle of closure. To summarize, then, Derrida's approach to the problem of genesis and structure employs the resources of Husserlian phenomenology in an uncritical and sympathetic way in order to focus ultimately on un problème de closure ou. 65. D'Ovicha, ed. 240/WD 162, which displaces both geneticism and structuralism. In order to deepen this analysis and elicit a similar problematic to the one at work in Genesis and Structure, I will now take a brief detour into Derrida's introduction to Husserl's Origin of Geometry. In Derrida's translation of Vom Ursprung der Geometrie, there are two occurrences of the word closure. First, as a translation of Geschlossenheit, Org 214, which is rendered as closed character in the English translation, 15-second, on the facing page of Derrida's translation, Org 201, as a rendering of Beschränkung, which is translated as limitation in the English version 16. It is the first instance that is of interest here. In the Origin of Geometry, Husserl seeks to address the problem of how the discipline of geometry first originated, that is to say, how geometrical ideality and, by implication, the objective ideality of the sciences in general arose from within the consciousness of its first inventor, the proto-geometer, Org 181. For Husserl, such a problem cannot be addressed scientifically, for the place in which the origin of geometry arises is precisely the pre-scientific cultural world, Org 199. Geometry arises within the historical horizon of humanity, a world, for example, that of Thales, an example also favored by Kant 17, which possesses its own Lebenswelt and mode of being, Org 199. The question of the origin of geometry is consequently enclosed within the pre-scientific world, and cannot transgress those pre-scientific materials. This is why Husserl claims that questions like that of the origin of geometry have the character of Geschlossenheit, of closure within a limited, finite domain. In his commentary on Husserl's text, after citing the passage that has just been discussed, Derrida describes the Husserlian institution or investiture of geometry as a philosophical act, Org 127. The philosopher is the one who inaugurates a geometry platonisant, Org 137, thereby generating the radical freedom of the theoretical attitude which permits the overcoming, dépassement, Org 137, of finite knowledge based on sensible or factual data. The overcoming of the finite is achieved through the conception of philosophy as an infinite task. The constitution of mathematical, geometrical, or philosophical idealization is located in the transcendence of the infinite over the finite, the idea in the Kantian sense, the telos of reason. However, the linear movement from the origin of geometry to the telos of reason is not the work of a single act of infinitization. Derrida delineates two infinities which must be distinguished. 1. First infinity, the originary infinitization of the Greeks permitted the overcoming of finite, sensible knowledge and an opening onto an infinitely fecund mathematics and geometry. However, for Husserl, this originary infinitization, exemplified by Euclidean geometry, ancient mathematics, and the Aristotelian syllogism, is an a priori system which, nevertheless, remains finitely closed. Derrida renders this as Klaus dans Essa Finitude, Org 139. Thus, the originary infinitization of the Greeks constitutes a totality, bound within a finite closure. 2. Second infinity, at the dawn of modernity, notably, for Husserl, in the work of Galileo, there arose a new infinitization, which came to overturn the original one. This new infinitization arises from within the closure of the original infinity, but differs from it insofar as it conceives of science and philosophy as an infinite task which cannot be limited by any finite closure. The distinction between antiquity and modernity could be said to be drawn between two notions of infinity, the finite infinity, L infinite fini, Org 140, of antiquity's creation, where the flowering of mathematics and geometry overcomes the closed finitude of the empirical, and constitutes an a priori system which is itself a finite closure, and the infinite infinity, L infinite infini, Org 140, of the Copernican revolution of modernity, which arises from within the finite closure of antiquity, but overcomes that closure, and opens it to the infinite task of scientific knowledge. A final example from Derrida's introduction will allow us to rejoin the commentary on Genesis and Structure. It concerns the problem of intramathematical closure. The problem, broadly stated, is whether there is a closure of the mathematical domain, that is, whether mathematical idealization and infinitization take place within a field that is finite and closed. In a footnote to the introduction, Org 141, Derrida engages in a brief discussion of mathematical closure, and alludes, as he does so often in the introduction, to Suzanne Bachelard's A Study of Husserl's Formal and Transcendental Logic, 18, in which she discusses the question of the completion, Vollständigkeit, or closure, of an axiom system like mathematics or geometry. Husserl adopted Hilbert's axiom of completeness, Vollständigkeitsaxiom, which claimed that both numbers and elements of geometry form a system of things, which, if one retains the group of axioms, are not subject to any extension. 19. Husserl called such an axiom system, capable of enclosing mathematical infinitization within a finite domain, a definite 20 system. For Husserl, axiom systems like mathematics and geometry were definite domains, delimited closures, an infinite yet self-enclosed world of ideal objectivities as a field for study. 21. Hence it is precisely the possibility of closure that characterizes sciences like mathematics and geometry. In relation to the above, it is worth pointing out, as Derrida does in both Genesis and Structure, ed. 241, 2/WD 162, and the double session, 22, that subsequent developments in axiom theory, namely, Gödel's theorem, expressed in his unformally undecidable propositions of Principia Mathematica and related systems 23, have serious consequences for Husserl's conception of definite axiom systems. Gödel demonstrated that metalogical statements concerning the completeness or closure of axiom systems can neither be demonstrated nor refuted within those axiom systems. This entails that there is an undecidable statement within each axiom system which refutes Hilbert's axiom of completeness and, by implication, the Husserlian conception of logic, mathematics, and geometry as closed, or definite, systems. The closure is exceeded by Gödel's undecidable proposition, a notion which Derrida adopts when trying to decide upon the semantic status of the word hymen in Mallarmé 24. If undecidability is the excess over the closure, or the transcendence over the definite system, then although this contradicts Husserl's conception of exact sciences like mathematics and geometry, it paradoxically offers a description of the function of a rigorous science like phenomenology 25 in Genesis and Structure. Derrida discusses Husserl's distinction between exact and rigorous science. An exact science, as has already been shown in the discussion of geometry and mathematics, is characterized by the possibility of closure. The closure of an exact science is the completion of a finite totality, within which all the propositions, hypotheses, and concepts of that science are contained and nothing further remains open, ed. 241/WD 322. On the other hand, a rigorous science like philosophy or phenomenology possesses the structural impossibility, ed. 242/WD 162, of closure. Philosophy, defined in relation to the infinite telos of the idea in the Kantian sense, is the infinite opening beyond the closure. It is the infinite opening of the lived experience, vécu, which is signified at several moments of Husserlian analysis by reference to an idea in the Kantian sense, the eruption of the infinite into operata, consciousness. ed. 242/WD 162. Philosophy is the eruption of infinity into the finite totality of exact science or, indeed, into finite consciousness. Philosophy opens onto the aldeirity of an infinity whose étrange presence, ed. 242/WD 162, is within finite closure as its condition of both possibility and impossibility. 26. Derrida writes. In any case, the transcendentality, transcendentalite, of the opening is at once the origin and the undoing, the condition of possibility and a certain impossibility of every structure and every systematic structuralism. ed. 243/WD 163. The essential novelty of Husserlian phenomenology consists in the transcendentality of an opening, or overflowing, debordement, ed. 250/WD 167, which exceeds the borders of the closure and deconstructs, avant la lettre, the very possibility of structuralism. Thus, in his earliest published works, the strategy which governs Derrida's relation to Husserl and phenomenology is apparent. He employs the resources of phenomenology and puts on the mask of the phenomenologist in order to make a veiled attack on structuralism and the notion of finite totality which it presupposes. Phenomenology is the overcoming of structural closure. 2.4 The closure of metaphysics. In Derrida's early texts, closure is a technical term designating a finite totality, which the infinitist gesture of phenomenology continually exceeds. By articulating and repeating this gesture in a sympathetic manner, Derrida is able to advance masked, and engage in a subversive critique of the contemporary French intellectual scene. Thus far, one would be correct in claiming that Derrida simply continues the theoretical position of Husserl, and at no point makes a decisive break with phenomenology. The announcement of this break or, more precisely, the articulation of a position that at once constitutes a continuation and a break with Husserl, is expressed through a crucial displacement of the concept of closure itself. The word closure shifts from being part of a technical vocabulary to becoming a key term in the conceptual terminology with which Derrida will engage in a deconstruction of the metaphysics of presence. This shift from technical to terminological usage can be clearly delineated with reference to Derrida's violence and metaphysics. In the first version of this essay, which appeared in Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale in 1964, the word closure appears twice, first, in a discussion of the Heideggerian conception of metaphysics, where Derrida writes that, for Heidegger, it is metaphysics itself which remains a closure of the totality qui reste closure de la totalité, RMM 460/ed 209/WD 142, and second in a footnote on Schelling's response to empiricism, where Derrida mentions the closure fini, RMM 471/ed 225/WD 320. Both these uses of closure seem to compound its meaning as a finite, bounded totality discussed above. 27 However, in the second version of Violence and Metaphysics, which appeared in Writing and Difference 3 years later, Derrida made a number of additions to the text. Among these was a long insertion on the subject of what had become, between 1964 and 1967, the problem of closure. And if you will, traversing the philosophical discourse from which it is impossible to uproot oneself totally, to attempt a breakthrough towards what is beyond it, unperceivere son Odella, the only chance of reaching it within language, Levinas recognizes that there is no thought before or outside it, is by formally and thematically posing the problem of the relations between belonging and the breakthrough, the problem of closure, le problème de rapports entre l'appartenance et l'aupercy. Le problème de la closure. Ed 163/WD 110. The claim implicit in this passage is that Levinas's ethical rupture with the ontological and phenomenological tradition can only be through renunciation of the linguistic resources of that tradition. The contradiction that is at work in Levinas, and which applies to the work of any philosopher, Derrida included, is that he can only accomplish such a rupture by employing the very resources of the tradition that he wishes to overcome, that is, the language of metaphysics, even an ethical metaphysics, and the discourse of ethics itself. Levinas's discourse is consequently caught in a double bind, between belonging to the tradition and achieving a breakthrough that goes beyond the tradition. Ethical discourse, and, as I argued in Chapter 1, deconstructive discourse, is confined to the movement of traversing the philosophical logos between two points of tension, between belonging and the breakthrough, philosophy and non-philosophy. Now it is precisely the situation, in which the space of philosophy is crisscrossed by the crab-like traversals of the non-philosophical, which describes the problem of closure. The above addition to Violence et Métaphysique adds a new dimension to the concept of closure. It is no longer simply a technical term designating a finite totality, but rather the terminological name for a problematic that describes the relations between logocentrism and its other, a problematic that is perhaps the major preoccupation of the works of Derrida published in book form in 1967. With this in mind, Derrida's relation to Husserlian phenomenology needs to be reassessed. The concept of structural closure exceeded by a phenomenology whose orientation is employed uncritically by Derrida gives way to the concept of the closure of metaphysics, a relation of belonging and not belonging to the metaphysical tradition within whose parameters phenomenology is ultimately inscribed. For Derrida, the dominant and distinctive tension within the Husserlian text resides in the way in which it both belongs to metaphysics and seeks to overcome metaphysics. This tension is most clearly evinced in certain passages from the Cartesian Meditations, which Derrida cites, to my knowledge, in no less than 4 separate texts devoted to Husserl. 28 In the Cartesian Meditations, Husserl sees transcendental phenomenology as, on the one hand, the universal overthrow, allgemeine Umsturz, 29 or overcoming, Überwindung, 30 of degenerate metaphysical speculation and, on the other hand, as the new Philosophia Prot, 31 the reawakening of the Cartesian impulse 32, phenomenology as authentic metaphysics. The problem of closure is the hinge that articulates the two movements of this tension, this double metaphysics. The relation between phenomenology and the problem of metaphysical closure is most clearly and succinctly evoked in Derrida's elegant introduction to Husserl, La phénoménologie et la clôture de la métaphysique, which appeared in the Greek journal Epochs in 1966 and has never been reprinted. 33 Derrida begins his introduction by emphasizing Husserl's dogged mistrust of metaphysical speculation. Husserl opposes the concrete, apodictic, but non-empirical description of the things themselves to the speculation which reasons only from probable and uncertain premises. To return to the things themselves, le motif fondamental de la phénoménologie, PC 1, is to describe everything that appears to consciousness as it is in its original nudity, prior to being clothed in speculative interpretation. Consequently, for Husserl, the word metaphysics denotes the speculative dissimulation of the things themselves. However, and here the tension within phenomenology is broached, this return to the things themselves is itself metaphysical insofar as phenomenology seeks to rediscover the first principles of philosophy, natural science, and the humanities, which have been perverted by a degenerate, VP 4/SP5, metaphysics. Transcendental phenomenology is thus caught in the tension between a descriptively authentic metaphysics and a speculatively degenerate metaphysics, a double metaphysics. Phenomenology, therefore, appears as both a transgression or breakthrough from the metaphysical tradition and a restoration of that tradition, PC 2. Phenomenology transgresses degenerate metaphysics in order to restore the Platonist conception of philosophy as episteme or the Aristotelian Philosophia Prot. For Derrida, the tension, or ambiguity, of a double metaphysics marks the entirety of Husserlian phenomenology, and places it within the problem of closure. The whole Husserlian itinerary is affected by this ambiguity, it holds us back within the field and within the language of metaphysics by the very gesture that carries it beyond metaphysical closure and the limits of all that is in fact called metaphysics. PC 3. The problem of closure at the heart of Husserl's project is that the very gesture that carries it beyond the metaphysical closure reinscribes it within the limits of closure. The closure of metaphysics is bound in a double gesture, one of transgression and restoration, a transgression of the closure that can proceed only by employing the metaphysical language and conceptuality that restores metaphysics to itself. Phenomenology is a double metaphysics that can proceed only with the novelty of its overcoming of metaphysics by employing an ancient metaphysical language, that is to say, by employing a logic of palyonymy. Derrida adopts a very similar strategy in his reading of Condillac l'Archéologie du Frivoli. Condillac's essay sur l'origine de connaissances humaines distinguishes between two sorts of metaphysics, AF 11. First there is the traditional metaphysics of essences and causes, the metaphysics of the hidden, la métaphysique du cache, which Condillac, after Locke, wished to overcome. Secondly, there is the new metaphysics based on phenomena and relations, described in terms which echo Derrida's reading of Husserl, a metaphysics of the open, one might say. A Phenomenology of the Things Themselves and a Critical Science of Limits, AF 11. Such a metaphysics of the open would found itself upon the evidence of intuited, apodictic phenomena. For Derrida, Condillac double metaphysics, like that of Husserl, can proceed only by way of palyonymy, AF 12, in which the language of metaphysics is preserved in its overcoming and restored in its transgression. However, the difference between Condillac and Husserl consists in the fact that, for the former, the establishment of a new metaphysics does not represent a novel philosophia prot, it is rather a second philosophy which, through a chiasmus effect, AF 14, criticizes the presuppositions of the traditional metaphysics which believes itself to be a first philosophy. Degenerate, or mauvaise, AF 15, metaphysics is to be supplemented by the authentic, or bonne, AF 16, metaphysics which displaces the former while inheriting its name. The concept of metaphysical closure that has been detected in relation to Husserlian phenomenology as the play of belonging and non-belonging, of transgression and restoration, can also be said to govern many of Derrida's readings in Writing and Difference. Generated from within the reading of Husserl, the problem of closure assumes a more general terminological function within the deconstruction of logocentrism. Indeed, the same might be said of many other of Derrida's key concepts. In his essay on Foucault's History of Madness, Derrida argues that to write a history of madness in the language of reason demands a writing that will not let itself be contained, ne saurait se laisser contenir, ed 59/WD 36, in the metaphysical closure. In his essay on Freud, Derrida focuses on the Freudian opening or breach, la truie freudienne, ed 337/WD 228, which uneasily lets itself be contained within logocentric closure, se laisse mal contenir dans la clôture logocentrique, ed 296/WD 198. A similar logic is at work in From Restricted Economy to General Economy, where Baudeley is obliged to employ Hegelian discourse while engaging it in a slippage, glissement, ed 387/WD 263, of meaning so as to allow Baudeley's discourse of souverain to move beyond the closure or the horizon of absolute knowledge. Au-delà de la clôture au de l'horizon du savoir absolu, ed 393/WD 268. The entire tension of these essays lies in the way in which the act whereby the closure is transgressed is accompanied by the restoration of the closure, leaving each text on the limit between belonging and not belonging to the tradition. However, it must now be asked, what is the form of this limit? How is the closure of metaphysics to be represented? Derrida insists that the form of metaphysical closure cannot be represented as a circle with a linear, unbroken boundary surrounding a homogeneous space. In his 1978 paper Le Retrait de la Métaphore, in the context of his highly corrective reading of Paul Ricoeur's interpretation of white mythology, he states that he does not hold with the interpretation of metaphysics as a homogeneous unity or believe in the existence of a unitary concept of metaphysics. 34 He adds, rather programmatically, I have also very often advanced the proposition according to which there would never be the metaphysics la métaphysique. The closure is not here the circular limit bordering a homogeneous field, but a more twisted retorse structure, I would be tempted to say today according to another figure, invaginated. The representation of a linear and circular closure surrounding a homogeneous space is rightly, such is the theme of my greatest insistence, an auto-representation of philosophy in its onto encyclopedic logic. 35. Recalling the spatial sense of closure delineated above, it can now be seen that closure is not an unbroken boundary, or circle, which encloses all the coordinates or constituent parts of a finite totality or homogeneous territory. The closure of metaphysics has a more twisted and devious limit that is invaginated, that is to say, ensheathed within itself, or folded back upon itself. For Derrida, the representation of closure as a linear, circular boundary is a philosophical auto-representation or auto-intention, whereby philosophy justifies itself as a body of paideia that can be encircled within its own kyklos, master its own limits, and assume an encyclopedic self-knowledge. As the epigraphs to this chapter indicate, certain dominant moments of the metaphysical tradition have assigned a limit, purus, to what is, and represent truth and being as a well-rounded sphere which attains a flawless closure within which there is no possibility of twisting or distortion. The dialectical movement of the concept, der Begriff, is such that Hegelian Aufhebung traces the interior limit of a circle whose circumference comprises the totality of absolute knowing. As Hegel remarks in the introduction to the Aesthetics, the whole, or the organic totality, of philosophy is the coronet, or crown, der Krone, within whose sphere revolve the circles of the various disciplines, such as art. 36. Philosophy is the circle of circles and maintains an encyclopedic development. For Derrida, logocentrism always desires to attain a unitary closure, where the distinction between the inside and the outside, philosophy and non-philosophy, can be rigorously maintained. The philosophical enterprise is the mastery of the limit, la maîtrise de la limite, MPX, the desire to command one's frontiers and thereby regulate the traffic that moves in and out of one's territory. Philosophy is the territorial desire for totality and closure. The deconstruction of logocentrism proceeds by showing how the limit, or closure, of a logocentric text is irreducibly flawed. The closure with which a text's dominant interpretation surrounds itself is shown to possess certain faults, or breaks, which are the marks of an alterity which the text is unable to reduce. Thus, the deconstructive representation of a text, for example, the Hegelian text, P103/POS 77, is not the circular closure of its auto-representation, rather, the text that is deconstructively read possesses a surface that is fissured and flawed by the traces of an alterity which it can neither reduce nor expel. In Positions, Derrida speaks of the philosophical text bearing the scar, cicatrice, P77/POS 57, of exteriority or alterity. Deconstructive reading leaves the logocentric text as a scarred, flawed body which is unable to demarcate its inside from its outside and which is divided within itself between belonging and not belonging to the logocentric tradition. Circling back to Husserl, an illuminating example of the deconstructive representation of closure can be seen in Derrida's 1968 essay on ideas, form, and meaning, M187, 207/MP 157-73. Indeed, the opening sentence of the essay distills the central thesis of Derrida's reading of Husserl: phenomenology only criticized the state of metaphysics in order to restore it. La phénoménologie en a critique la métaphysique en son fait que pour la restaurer, M187/MP 157. The guiding thread employed by Derrida to elaborate this play of critique and restoration is the concept of form. The question is whether the Husserlian concept of form is able to leave the horizon of the determination of being as presence, parousia, and consequently the closure of metaphysics, M202/MP 169, which conceives of form on the basis of the Platonic eidos or the Aristotelian morph. In the long, final footnote to the essay, Derrida suddenly, and characteristically, enlarges the horizon of his investigation. After speculating as to whether the concept of form is exhausted by the closure of presence, he introduces the theme of the trace. Form would already be in itself the trace, eiknos, of a certain non-presence, the vestige of the unformed, announcing recalling its other, as perhaps Plotinus did to the whole of metaphysics. M206/MP 172. The trace, in this context in the form of the Plotinian eiknos, 37 is a vestigial memory of non-presence within the concept of form, an irreducible excess that precedes both the concept of form and the determination of being as presence. The trace constitutes the possibility of an exit beyond the closure of metaphysics. 38. Continuing the footnote, Derrida writes: consequently, the closure of metaphysics, which the audacity of the Ennead seems to indicate in transgressing it, but we can accredit this to other texts, would not proceed around a homogeneous and continuous field of metaphysics. M206/MP 172. The closure of metaphysics is in this case indicated through the transgression effected by the trace, a transgression that is discovered within the metaphysical concept of form. Within this epoch of metaphysics, within the texts of the metaphysical tradition, and doubtless already in Plato's text, M206/MP 172, are discerned the scars, or traces, of an irreducible alterity which disturbs the unity of the concept of epoch and denies the construction of a unitary closure or totality. Thus the concept of closure does not bound a homogeneous totality, rather, it fissures the unified structure of metaphysics. The concept of closure divides the concept of metaphysics along the irreconcilable yet inseparable axes of transgression and restoration, of belonging and not belonging, of the break and the continuation. The pattern that deconstructive reading continually finds at work within texts is one of dislocation, where two inassemblable readings or lines of thought open up within each text. One of these readings repeats the internal exigencies or dominant interpretation of the text, while the other, which only arises out of the repetition implicit in the first, transgresses the order of commentary and shows how the text is divided against its own auto-representation. As Derrida remarks, it is probably not a question of deciding or choosing between two lines of thought or two readings, on n'a d'un probablement pas accoisir entre deux lignes de pensée, M207/MP 173. A choice implies a decision, a conclusion, Schluss, to reading and thinking, whereas deconstruction provokes an infinite and infinitely surprising reading, on lecture infini et infiniment surprenant, M206/MP 172, that shows the shortcomings of any unitary, finite notion of the tradition or totality and the absence of any end to the historico-metaphysical epoch within which reading is undertaken. I shall call such reading closural. 2.5 Heidegger and Derrida, Closure and the End of Philosophy. Much of the previous discussion of the concept of closure has concerned itself with an elaboration and complication of the spatial sense of closure introduced in the first part of the chapter. However, I should now like to turn to the temporal sense of closure, which was defined as the activity or process of bringing something to its end. Defined thus, the concept of closure was to be distinguished from the concept of end, for an end signifies the completion of an act or process, and not the activity or process of completion implicit in closure. This distinction of closure from end echoes Derrida's by now famous declaration in the Exergue of Grammatology. For essential reasons, the unity of all that which lets itself be caught sight of today across the most diverse concepts of science and writing is, in principle, always more or less secretly determined by a historico-metaphysical epoch of which we only catch a glimpse of the closure. We do not say end. G14/Og4. The claim here is that the unity derived from the concepts of science and writing is covertly, yet continually, determined by a historico-metaphysical epoch. The closure of this epoch can be caught sight of, a closure which, as was shown above, does not enclose an epochal totality, but which rather disrupts and fissures the concept of epoch and any homogeneous notion of metaphysics that such a notion presupposes. To catch a glimpse of the closure of the metaphysical epoch is already to have engaged in the latter's deconstruction. Now, it is of vital importance to Derrida that this conception of the closure of metaphysics is distinguished from the notion of end, notably the end of philosophy. Some of Derrida's commentators, and, I imagine, many of his readers, assume that this distinction of closure from end is Derrida's self-conscious differentiation of his own project from that of Heidegger, in particular the latter's notion of the end of philosophy. 39. On this view, Derrida's avoidance of the concept of end could be seen as an implicit critique of Heidegger, a critique that might appear to be confirmed by certain passages in Being Written, L. Edra Crit, G31, 41/Og 18-26, where Derrida offers a stern reappraisal of Heidegger's reading of Nietzsche. 40. However, I should here like to ask, does the Derridean concept of the closure of metaphysics necessarily stand in opposition to the Heideggerian notion of the end of philosophy? This will allow the more difficult question to be raised concerning the extent of Derrida's assimilation of Heidegger's analysis of the history of metaphysics. But first, What does Heidegger understand by the end of philosophy? For Heidegger, the notion of the end of philosophy, like that of the overcoming of metaphysics, Überwindung der Metaphysik, gives rise to many misunderstandings. 41 A state of affairs he recognizes in his 1964 essay The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking. What is meant by the talk about the end of philosophy, End der Philosophie? We understand the end of something all too easily in the negative sense as a mere stopping, as the lack of continuation, perhaps even as decline and impotence. In contrast, what we say about the end of philosophy means the completion of metaphysics, Die Vollendung der Metaphysik. 42. Heidegger does not understand the end of philosophy as a full stop, or conclusion, to the metaphysical tradition. Rather, it is necessary to think das Ende in terms of Die Vollendung, as a completion, or fulfillment, of metaphysics, a term which Heidegger is careful to distinguish from perfection, Die Vollkommenheit, SD 62/BW 374. The Vollendung is the place, der Ort, SD 63/BW 375, where the history of metaphysics is gathered and brought to completion. Thus, the Heideggerian notion of the end of philosophy does not mean that philosophy is finished or that we have finished philosophy. Rather, the completion of metaphysics means that, with Nietzsche's reversal of Platonism, all the essential possibilities of metaphysics have been exhausted. The exhaustion of the possibility of any novel theoretical advance in metaphysics does not mean that metaphysics will disappear. According to Heidegger, metaphysics dissolves into the empirical and technologized sciences which perform a scientific and methodological study of human beings and all that pertains to them. Although forgetful of their foundation in metaphysics, the sciences continue the metaphysical project, and carry it forward to its ultimate and total global domination. The end of philosophy proves to be the triumph of the manipulable arrangement of a scientific technological world and of the social order proper to this world. The end of philosophy means the beginning, der Beginn, of the world's civilization based upon Western European thinking. SD 65/BW 377. The end of philosophy implies a beginning. The completion of metaphysics shows both how much metaphysics has accomplished and how much it will accomplish in the future. This point is confirmed in Heidegger's fragmentary essay Overcoming Metaphysics, to which I will return in Chapter 5, where he writes, "The epoch of completed metaphysics, Vollendeten Metaphysik, stands before its beginning, begin, VA 72/EOP 93. Indeed, certain sentences from the same essay suggest that the ending, Verendung, of metaphysics will last longer than the previous history of metaphysics, VA 67/EOP 85. The epoch of the ending of completed metaphysics entails a domination by metaphysical modes of thinking for an indefinite duration. As Michel Haar points out, it is precisely this indefinite prolongation of the epoch of completed metaphysics that represents the danger, die Gefahr, for Heidegger. 43 Thus, Heidegger's understanding of the concept of end as Vollendung entails a rethinking of the notion of the end of philosophy. 44 If this is granted, then, returning to the question raised above, would the distinction of closure from end be the condition for the separation of Derrida and Heidegger? In his essay Levinas and Derrida, the question of the closure of metaphysics, Robert Bernasconi discusses the relation of closure to end, and suggests that Heidegger's word Verendung might correspond to Derrida's closure. 45 In a footnote appended to this remark, Bernasconi continues. It would seem therefore that when Derrida pointedly uses the word closure rather than end, he is addressing only a certain reading of Heidegger popular among some Heideggerians, and so it is ironic that it has now been adopted by some readers of Derrida. 46. The claim here is that the introduction of the thesis of the closure of metaphysics was not intended to oppose Heidegger, but rather to remedy the apocalypticism of certain of his readers who misunderstood the notion of the end of philosophy. This phenomenon is documented by Vincent Descombes in his History of 20th-century French philosophy, Le Mime et l'autre, where he notes that the expression end of philosophy was borrowed from Heidegger, but it was in fact utilized in the most diverse senses. 47. The concept of the end of philosophy, Descombes remarks, was often employed in Un sens bien pour Heidegger. 48. To mean either the transition from philosophical theory to political praxis or to buttress the accusation that philosophy is nothing but the ethnocentric ideology of the West. A less controversial, but nonetheless indicative, example of this apocalypticism can be seen in Gilles Deleuze's Difference et Repetition, where, in a discussion of Heidegger, he states that the turning of thinking towards the ontological difference takes place beyond metaphysics, au-delà de la métaphysique. 49. He thus sees the overcoming of metaphysics as an exit from the metaphysical domain. Of course, to adopt such a position would be to misrepresent a principal element of Heidegger's thought. In Overcoming Metaphysics, Heidegger stresses that the path of an Überwindung of metaphysics can proceed only by way of Überwindung, or appropriation, of the essence of metaphysics, VA 71/EOP 91. It should not be imagined that one is outside metaphysics simply because its end can be postulated. Metaphysics overcome does not disappear. Die Überwindung Metaphysik verschwindet nicht, VA 64/EOP 85. Derrida adopts this Heideggerian stance in Positions. When asked whether he believes the overcoming of metaphysics to be possible, he replies emphatically, "There is not a transgression if we understand by that the pure and simple installation in a beyond of metaphysics, un au-delà de la métaphysique, p. 21/POS 12. It is therefore as an antidote to this apocalyptic transgression of metaphysics that Derrida introduces the concept of metaphysical closure. Every transgressive gesture re-encloses us within the interior of the closure, ibid. The closure of metaphysics is a moving limit that restores each transgression and transgresses each restoration. Like the Verendung of completed, vollendigen, metaphysics, the duration of closure is without end, infinite. That which is caught in the delimited closure can continue indefinitely, p. 23/POS 13. The Derridian concept of metaphysical closure is not postulated in opposition to a Heideggerian notion of the end of philosophy, it is introduced in order to correct certain apocalyptic misrepresentations of the latter. When closely examined, the concept of metaphysical closure has much in common with the end of philosophy qua completion of metaphysics. This claim can perhaps be more clearly understood with reference to Derrida's unpublished introduction to Husserl, La Phenomenologie et la clôture de la métaphysique, which has already been partially discussed. In the final paragraph of that essay, Derrida attributes the concept of metaphysical closure directly to Heidegger. Heidegger says that the thinking of being was lost when, at the birth of philosophy, being was determined by metaphysics as presence, as the proximity of the being, atent, before the glance, eidos, phenomenon, etc., and consequently as object. This determination of being as presence, and then of presence as the proximity of the being to itself, as self-consciousness, from Descartes to Hegel, would outline the closure of the history of metaphysics. PC 14. Thus, for Derrida, the epoch of being's forgottenness in its ancient determination as the presence of the eidos to the intellect or as the modern representation of the object, der Gegenstand, to a self-present, self-conscious subject delimits the boundary of the historico-metaphysical closure. It is this sense of metaphysical closure in terms of the epoch of being's oblivion and the unitary concept of metaphysics that such a history of being presupposes that would ultimately seem to guide Derrida's early analyses of Husserl and Heidegger, not to mention Rousseau and others. For Derrida, each of these thinkers establishes a certain transgression and restoration of the closure of metaphysics. Husserl perhaps accomplished an admirable, modern, metaphysical revolution, an exit from metaphysics, outside of the entirety of its history, in order to come back finally to the purity of its origin. PC 15. The same double gesture is attributed to Heidegger in Of Grammatology. The ambiguity of the Heideggerian situation with regard to the metaphysics of presence and logocentrism. Heidegger's situation is at once contained within it and transgresses it. But it is impossible to separate The very movement of transgression sometimes retains it on this side of the limit. G36/Og 22. The movements of transgression and restoration cannot be separated. Their irreducibly double gesture provides the rhythm of deconstructive, or closural, reading. The peculiarity of Derrida's reading of Heidegger, which makes the latter's situation more acute than that of any other thinker whom Derrida reads, is that the problem of metaphysical closure with which the deconstruction of logocentrism gets underway is a resource that Derrida finds within the Heideggerian text. The thesis of the closure of metaphysics, on this reading, does not represent Derrida's break with Heidegger, but rather indicates the massive scale of Derrida's assimilation of Heidegger's analysis of the history of metaphysics. It is therefore ironic that the distinction between closure and end should be seen as an implicit critique of Heidegger and not as a corrective to certain apocalyptic readings of the latter. It is doubly ironic that Derrida himself should be accused of apocalypticism, a charge to which he responds in his 1980 paper of an apocalyptic tone recently adopted in philosophy by specifically reintroducing the concept of closure. That I have multiplied the distinctions between closure and end, la clôture et la fin, that I was aware of speaking of discourses on the end, sur la fin, rather than announcing the end, that I intended to analyze a genre rather than practice it, and even when I would practice it, to do so with this genre clause of irony, which, I tried to show, never belongs to the genre itself. Ta 84/30. For Derrida, to adopt an apocalyptic tone in philosophy is to participate in a finite discourse that focuses upon the end and becomes complicit with eschatology, that is, a project that teleologically relates its activity to a postulated end, that deals with the last things, death, judgment, the end of the world, and that adopts a tone that presages the revelation, apocalypsis, that will come at the end. Derrida speculates as to whether the entirety of philosophy is dominated by a complicity with apocalyptic or eschatological discourse. If this were the case, then the history of philosophy would consist in the diverse intonations of differing eschatologies. Philosophy as eschatology would perpetuate its life through the permanent proclamation of its death, Kantian, Hegelian, Marxian, or Nietzschean eschatology, the end of philosophy, the end of history, the death of God, the death of man, or the end of morality, that was the most serious naivete, Ta 59/21. Derrida claims that what is excluded from this apocalyptic discourse upon the end is the discourse on the end of the end, la fin de la fin, Ta 60/21, and it is precisely for this reason that it is still necessary to distinguish between closure and end. Il faut encore distinguer entre la clôture et la fin, ibid. The word encore in this sentence refers the reader back to the distinction between closure and end that Derrida made some 13 years prior to of an apocalyptic tone, in Of Grammatology. Of course, Derrida is obliged to adopt an apocalyptic tone, in the same way as he is obliged to employ the resources of logocentrism in the latter's deconstruction, but with the difference that Derrida ironizes upon the end and on apocalypse, and establishes a discourse which tries to think the end of the end and the apocalypse of apocalypse. Yet, and here my reading confronts both a closure and an opening, if the entirety of philosophy is complicit with an eschatological project, then is not Heidegger party to this contract? Although my reading of the Derridean concept of closure has attempted to show its filiation with the concept of the end of philosophy in Heidegger, is there not an eschatology implicit in the unitary conception of metaphysics as the epoch of being's oblivion that informs Heidegger's conception of an Überwindung of metaphysics? Derrida explicitly makes this point in Of an Apocalyptic Tone, with an oblique reference to Heidegger's The Anaximander fragment, Ta 61/21, where the latter discusses the gathering, die Versammlung, logos, of being at the outermost point, eschaton, of its essence, and writes, being itself is inherently eschatological. 50. However, if one can speak of a Heideggerian eschatology that would presuppose a unitary conception of the history of metaphysics, which, as has been shown, informs the Derridean concept of metaphysical closure, then is not Derrida also party to the eschatological contract? Must a break between Heidegger and Derrida not be situated at this point? The exposition of such questions must be governed by the patience of the double or clotural gesture. On the one hand, in Derrida's early work, as the quotation from his unpublished introduction to Husserl shows, he inherits a unitary Heideggerian notion of the history of metaphysics which has attained its closure, Verendung, or Vollendung. Similar Heideggerian resonances with respect to the theme of the completion of metaphysics as technology can be found in Voice and Phenomenon, where Derrida discusses the epoch of phonocentrism as the technical mastery of the being object, l'être-objet, which presupposes the unity of techne and phone, VP 84/SP 75. In the Exergue of Grammatology, Derrida discusses the history of metaphysics as a unitary logocentric epoch characterized by the determination of being as presence and the reduction of the trace, G11, 13/Og 3-4. In the same work, Derrida discusses the Époque de Rousseau, which occupies a pivotal place in a phonocentric epoch whose moments of antiquity and modernity are Plato's Phaedrus and Hegel's Encyclopedia respectively, G 145, 8/Og 97-100. On the other hand, although Heidegger, more effectively than any other thinker, delineates the closure of metaphysics and what remains unthought within that closure, Derrida critically interrogates certain crucial aspects of Heidegger's thinking, for example, his reductive reading of Nietzsche, the relations between the onto-theological privilege of the present, Die Gegenwart, the thought of being as presence, and Wesenheit, and the written trace, or gram, the residual humanism at work in the nearness of Dasein to being, compounded through Heidegger's emphasis upon the proper, Eigentliche, authenticity, Eigentlichkeit, and the appropriative event of the truth of being, Das Erinnern. More recently, Derrida has investigated the relation of ontological difference to sexual difference in Heidegger, the logocentric privilege of the metaphor of the hand as that which is proper to man, and the subordination of animality and writing to humanity and speech. Finally, in the context of l'affaire Heidegger, Derrida has taken up the sensitive issue of Heidegger's politics by tracing the latter's ambivalent employment of the word Geist from being and time, through the 1933 Recht oral address, to his 1953 essay on Critchley, language in the poem 51. Indeed, a certain distance from Heidegger's analysis of the history of metaphysics is already announced in La Difference in 1968, where Derrida argues that the thought of difference cannot be contained within the concepts of epoch and epocality, which always belong to history qua history of being, M23/MP22. Is it then possible to understand the concept of closure as the disruption of any unified notion of epocality, the deconstruction of Heidegger's version of the history of metaphysics? Pursuing the second path of this double gesture, in Derrida's later work any question of eschatological complicity with Heidegger would seem to disappear. Derrida's doubts about Heideggerian conceptions of metaphysics and the history of being are theoretically set out in the 1980 paper Envoy, and performatively practiced in the Envoys to La Carte Postale, a text whose very plurality, envoys, not envoy, grotesquely parodies Heidegger's history of being, in which the original sending of being as presence, die Anfang like Skicken von sen als and Wesenheit, 52 among the Greeks becomes increasingly obscured in the successive epochs of the history of being. The nucleus of Derrida's deconstruction in these texts is the presumed unity of a history of metaphysics or of the West, l'unité présumée d'une histoire de la métaphysique au de l'Occident, and 25. What is being challenged by Derrida is the unilateralism of Heidegger's claim that there is a sending, envoy, Skicken, of being from the Greeks through epochs of increasing oblivion, which is gathered into the destiny or destination of being, das Sensgeschick, at the end of philosophy. 53. The epoch of metaphysics is addressed by the Greeks, and destined for us, the sending of being is always assured of reaching its destination. Derrida claims that the history of being is a teleology, and 24, or eschatology, and hence a postal idea, unité postale, CP 205, where the letter or postcard that the sender, envoyeur, addresses is sure to reach its addressee, destinataire. In an envoy dated May 9, 1979, Derrida writes, "I no longer know to whom I said that epoch, which is why I question myself on this subject, remains, because of the resting place, la halte, a postal idea which is contaminated beforehand by postal difference." CP 205. The eschatology of the history of being depends upon the postcard that Parmenides sends to Heidegger or Socrates sends to Freud not getting lost in the post. Derrida wonders how this eschatology can hold itself together and whether the sending of being might not be threatened by a dissension or dissemination, and 25, which would divert the destining and gathering, Versammlung, of being and deconstruct, and 25, Heidegger's text. To the grande époque of being's oblivion, which divides and unites Parmenides and Heidegger, Derrida opposes a plurality of sous-époques, CP 205. To the original envoy of being, Derrida opposes a plurality of envoys, inassemblable singularities, postcards, which are not assured of reaching their destination and which cannot be gathered into a unitary history, Geschichte, of the destining, Geschick, of being. Thus, for Derrida, the eschatology of being does not arrive at its end, CP 207, or achieve its apocalypse, rather, it is continually breached by a postal difference, which is older, M23/MP22, than ontological difference and is no longer capable of being represented as a unitary history. In the concluding paragraph to Envoy, Derrida spells out the ultimate orientation of his thinking on this matter, spiraling back, once again, to the concept of closure. Towards what, towards whom, towards where have I ceaselessly referred in the course of this introduction, in a way that is at once insistent and elliptical. I dare say towards sendings, envoys, and towards returnings, renvoi, which may no longer be representative. Beyond a closure of representation, au-delà d'une clôture de la représentation, of which the form could no longer be linear, circular, encyclopedic, or totalizing, I have attempted to retrace an open way on a thinking of the sending which, in order to be, like the Geschichte sense of which Heidegger speaks, of a structure still foreign to representation, did not yet even gather with itself as a sending of being across Anwesenheit, presence, and then representation. And 29. It is towards this difficult thought of sendings that would have the form neither of presence, Anwesenheit, nor of representation, Vorstellung, that Derrida is heading. The plurality of such sendings, postcards, voices, events, would construct a structure that is incapable of being structured, rather like the architectural thinking of Bernard Tschumi, a moment of which is frozen in Parc de la Villette in Paris. 54 sendings would be an infinite web or general text of singularities, of events that would be pre-ontological, and 29, and incapable of being gathered into being or represented as a unitary epoch possessing a sender, an address, and a destination. To approach this thought of sendings, Derrida says that one must think tout autrement, and 30, in a manner that cannot be presented or represented in terms of a closure of presence or representation. Sendings are a self-differing, differing web of traces that do not originate in the self, they do not originate, tout commence parle renvoi, say a dire ne commence pas, and 29, but arise from the other, from others, de envoys de l'autre, de autre, and 25. It is towards the thought of this delicate web of sendings, or singular alterithes, a general textuality that would be otherwise than being, such as was discussed in the previous section, that Derrida is trying to make his way in his later work. It would indeed seem to be at this moment of stepping beyond or beneath the history of being, the project of eschatology, and the unity of the history of metaphysics that Derrida's break with Heidegger could be situated. There would seem to be a development from the historico-metaphysical epicality of closure that informs much of his early work to the deconstruction or interruption of epicality that is outlined in a paper like Envoy. Is there, then, a development in Derrida's position here? Derrida I and Derrida II? The response to this question must, once again, be governed by the double gesture or logic of closure. On the one hand, a notion of development can illuminate the discussion of the concept of closure, For although the word closure appears with some regularity in the essays which open margins of philosophy, see, for example, Law Difference, Usia and Graham, The Ends of Man, and Form and Meaning, 55, and which date from the late 1960s, closure appears with much less frequency in the essays that conclude the book and which date from the early 1970s. The terminological use of closure, which dates essentially from 1966, does not survive long after the end of that decade. Might one not speculate that the disappearance of closure from Derrida's conceptual vocabulary reflects his growing distance from the Heideggerian conception of the history of metaphysics which underpins the concept of metaphysical closure? Might not the disappearance of closure be linked to Derrida's renunciation of the history of being? On the other hand, to adopt this hypothesis would be to go too far, for it would ignore Derrida's protestations against Paul Ricoeur in Le Retrait de la Métaphore, where he explicitly denies both that the concept of metaphysical closure ever entailed a unitary conception of metaphysics and that there was or is a common theoretical nucleus, noyau théorique commun, to his own work, and that of Heidegger 56 it would also overlook the fact that although the word closure disappears from Derrida's conceptual vocabulary, this does not entail that the problem of closure ceases to be central to Derrida's work. In a text like Tympan, which dates from 1972, the word limite appears to bear the same conceptual force as closure. Similarly, in Spurs, which was originally given as a paper in 1972, the concept of limite usurps the place of closure while the latter term does not appear in the text, EP 93-6. It would also be to ignore the fact that the ultimate orientation of texts like Envoy or the Envoys is no different from that of Derrida's earlier work. The step beyond the closure towards a thinking that would be wholly other recalls the gesture of an early text like Voice and Phenomenon, where, in the closing pages, it is a question of going beyond the closure of absolute knowing towards the unheard of thoughts, de pensées inouïes, VP 115/SP 102, that cannot be signified or represented. Or again, in Of Grammatology, Derrida points towards the glimmer of the outre closure, G25/Og 14, which functions like a flaw in the fabric of logocentric closure. Finally, in a text like Ellipsis, which concludes Writing and Difference, it is precisely through the repetition of the closed epoch of the book that there awakens both écriture and the outre closure, ed. 429/WD 295. What is one to decide here? Does one decide that the problem of closure, defined as the double movement of belonging and non-belonging, as the play of transgression and restoration, is specifically constituted as a subversion of the Heideggerian conception of metaphysics? Or should one decide that the problem of metaphysical closure shows the massive scale of Derrida's repetition of Heidegger? For essential reasons that will become clearer below, it is not a question of deciding or choosing between these two alternatives. The way of reading that I call closural consists in the detection of the flaw in the well-rounded, eukylios, epoch of metaphysics, the pursuit of the break in the circularity of the logos, ed. 398/WD 271. The problem of closure does not enclose the space of a unitary history and foreclose the possibility of transgression, but rather traces the double necessity and double impossibility of both belonging to a history whose closure can be delimited and not belonging to a history whose closure we are unable to leave. There is no exit within a repetition of the tradition, and there is no exit without that repetition. It is only through a ceaseless and massive repetition of Heidegger's thought that an ellipsis arises from which the other to Heidegger's thinking may be approached. The relations between Derrida and Heidegger need to be situated in the space between repetition and ellipsis, where the textual exigencies of a repetitive exegesis approach the necessity of thinking something wholly other. To adapt one of Levinas's remarks, one might say that Derrida's work is to a great extent inspired by Heidegger's philosophy, but is governed both by a profound need to leave the climate of that philosophy and the conviction that one cannot leave it for a philosophy that would be pre-Heideggerian D19/EE19. My claim is that it is precisely in the suspension of choice or decision between two alternatives, a suspension provoked in and through an act of reading, that the ethical dimension of deconstruction is opened and maintained. 2.6 Clotural reading. I should like to reformulate the notion of clotural reading in the light of the analysis carried out in this chapter. The notion of clotural reading has already been introduced and defined as the production of a dislocation within a text, dividing the latter along the inseparable yet irreconcilable axes of belonging and not belonging to the metaphysical or logocentric tradition. The clotural structure of textuality is indicated by the transgression and restoration of closure, where both the transgression and the restoration are maintained in a non-symmetrical and non-totalizable relation, a relation in which the relata remain absolute. This clotural structure is provoked by an act of reading whereby two irreconcilable lines of thought open up within a text. The clotural reading has two moments which, because they are produced only within a particular reading, vary according to the text that is being read. However, without wishing to reduce the specificity of clotural reading, the following general pattern can be delineated. First, the text is engaged in a repetition of its internal exigencies through an act of commentary. Second, within and through this repetition, an ellipsis, or moment of alterity, opens up within the text which allows it to deliver itself up to a wholly other reading. It is of vital importance to emphasize that the moment of alterity, the ellipsis within the text, is glimpsed only by giving oneself up to textual repetition. The ellipsis is the space within repetition. Clotural reading is infinite, that is, without end, apocalypse, or eschaton. It is situated in relation to an epoch that is closed, whose conceptuality is suspended or exhausted, but whose duration is possibly infinite. The epoch of metaphysics, like a dying star, is at its point of exhaustion, a point from which, paradoxically, it swells like a red giant to extend its domination and comprehend all resistance, ethical, political, or otherwise. Clotural reading is the interruption of this epoch, the infinite deferral of its enclosing power through the alternation of repetition and alterity. The reference to epicality is of crucial importance here, because I employ the neologism clotural in order to circumvent any formalistic understanding of the notions of closure and deconstruction. 57 Deconstructive reading is not a game or a formal strategy. 58 Of engaging a text in a play of difference and presence, of reversal and displacement, a play that goes on sub specie aeternitatis. To describe deconstructive reading in these terms is to say as little about Derrida's thought as when Hegelian or Marxist dialectic is explained in terms of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The word clotural attempts to resituate deconstructive reading in relation to the closure of the history of metaphysics. As Levinas points out, the historical moment when philosophy becomes suspect and the history of Western philosophy enters its closure is not just any moment. 59 The possibility of clotural reading arises only in relation to a specific and completed historical configuration which it ceaselessly seeks to repeat and interrupt. Before going on, in the next two chapters, to give two extended examples of clotural readings in commentaries upon Derrida's at this very moment in this work, here I am and Levinas's texts on Derrida, I shall conclude this chapter by giving a more schematic account of the way in which such a reading works, by briefly considering Derrida's Voice and Phenomenon and Violence and Metaphysics. In the first chapter of Voice and Phenomenon, after introducing Husserl's essential distinction between the expressive sign, Ausdruck, and the indicative sign, Anzeichen, and before explaining how Husserl has the right, Droit, to make this distinction by retreating into the solitary life of the soul, VP 22/SP 22, Derrida marks a pause in his analysis, Marquand's unpause, VP 23/SP 23. The time of this pause is to be filled with the hypothesis of a double or clotural reading. Indeed, the movement that we are going to comment upon gives itself to two possible readings, VP 23/SP 23. There are two possible readings of the problem of the sign in Husserl. On the one hand, Dune part, VP 23/SP 23, Husserl seems to repress the question what is a sign in general. He does not speak of a generalized Zeichen, but rather, with a simple movement of the finger, Deut, Zeigefinger, VP 24/SP 23, he feels that he has the right, Droit, to ignore the question of the general sign and divide its essence into expression and indication. Derrida's claim is that the problem of the sign, which forms the subtitle to Voice and Phenomenon, will be the place or root, lieu, racine, VP 24, 5/SP 24, where the oppositions employed in Husserlian phenomenology will show their appertenance to traditional metaphysics. On the other hand, d'autre part, VP 25/SP 24, Derrida asks, by what right do we have access to a unified, generalized concept of the sign? By asking what is a sign in general, is one not making the ontological presupposition that there is an essence and a truth to the concept of the sign? If the latter could be shown, then this would represent a classical philosophical step which would return the concept of the sign to the degenerate metaphysics of classical ontology, the Parmenidean Tist, VP 26/SP 25, which Husserl sought to overcome. Husserl's intention is rather to show how the pure linguistic expression is itself the possibility of truth and being. His finger points to the distinction between expression and indication, and avoids a generalized notion of the sign. Derrida thus sketches the possibility of two readings of Husserl, which together seem to comprise the historical destiny of phenomenology, VP 26/SP 25. 1. Second reading. This would view phenomenology as the reduction applied to naive ontology and the critique of degenerate metaphysics. After sketching this second reading, or movement, Derrida opens a provocative and difficult footnote. Movement of which one can diversely interpret the relation to classical metaphysics or ontology. A critique that would have determinate, limited, but certain affinities with that of Nietzsche or that of Bergson. In any case, the critique belongs to the unity of an historical configuration. VP 27/SP 25. The second movement of the Husserlian text, as a critique of degenerate metaphysics, belongs to a historical configuration whose other representatives are Bergson and Nietzsche. This configuration engages in the strategy of reversal by which degenerate metaphysics, the Platonic Christian epoch, is overturned. If the strategy of reversal marks the second movement of the clotural reading, then the transition to the first movement can be seen in the continuation of the footnote, namely, that which, in the historical configuration of these reversals, continues metaphysics. Such is one of the most permanent themes of Heidegger's meditation, VP 27/SP 25. Derrida invokes Heidegger 60 here to point out that the strategy of reversal, the critical inversion of degenerate metaphysics, is a continuation of the metaphysical project. If one moves from the footnote back to the sentence which the footnote interrupts, the transition to the first moment of reading is complete. An other necessity also confirms the classical metaphysics of presence and marks the belonging of phenomenology to classical ontology, VP 27/SP 25-6. 2. First reading. Husserlian phenomenology is shown to belong to the metaphysics that it sought to criticize. The strategy of the first moment of reading is one where Derrida employs Heideggerian resources in order to show Husserl's appertenance to the metaphysics of presence. Derrida then explicitly states that it is this first moment, this first reading, that he has chosen to follow in Voice and Phenomenon. It is with this belonging, appertenence, that we have chosen to interest ourselves, VP 27/SP 26, my emphasis. Derrida raises the possibility of a clotural reading of Husserl, which would show how phenomenology both transgresses and restores metaphysics, only to deny that possibility and pursue one half of a double reading. Although this position is in accord with the express intention of Voice and Phenomenon, namely, to find out whether phenomenological necessity dissimulates a metaphysical presupposition, VP 2, 3/SP4, the clotural reading is left in suspension at the end of the first chapter by a decision or act of choice, in accordance with which Derrida feels he has the right, droit, only to point the finger, doigt, at Husserl the metaphysician. Is Voice and Phenomenon not therefore a clotural reading? To a great extent this is true. By making a choice, Derrida gives himself the right to engage in a one-sided critical reading of Husserl. Indeed, Might this not explain Derrida's remarks on voice and phenomenon in Positions, where he states that in a classical philosophical architecture, voice and phenomenon would come in first place, p. 13/POS 5? Might not voice and phenomenon fit into a classical, philosophical architecture precisely because it is a failed clotural reading, in other words, a critique? However, if the above suggestion is well founded, why should Derrida say, as he does in the same passage in Positions, that voice and phenomenon is perhaps the essay which I hold to the most, p. 13/POS 4? Is Derrida simply trying to deceive his readers at this point, or, more interestingly, might there not be a more nuanced, clotural pattern of reading than Derrida's act of choice would lead one to believe? Although it is not my direct concern in this context, I believe that it could be argued, in much the same way as Gask argues for Derrida's complex continuation 61 of Husserl's project of a pure logical grammar, that voice and phenomenon performs a clotural reading of Husserl. Two of the domains in which this double movement can be detected arise in the discussions of subjectivity 62 and temporality 63. In order to move on to a text where it is the act of choice that is suspended and not the clotural reading, I shall briefly examine violence and metaphysics. Derrida's pattern of reading here is similar to that adopted in his reading of Husserl. Levinas's text is inserted into the space between a double metaphysics. In Totality and Infinity, Levinas defines metaphysics as the desire for the absolutely other, T3/TI33. Derrida sees Levinas as inaugurating something new, quite new, a metaphysics of radical separation and exteriority, nouveau, si nouveau, un métaphysique de la séparation et de l'extériorité radicals, ed. 132/WD 88. This new ethical metaphysics constitutes a transgression, or dislocation, ed. 122/WD 82, of classical ontology and of the Greek thinking of being which Husserlian phenomenology and Heideggerian ontology are ceaselessly doomed to repeat. On Derrida's reading, this new metaphysics seeks to found itself upon the datum, or evidence, of an experience that has been dissimulated by the Greco-German tradition, namely, the encounter with the other person, autrui, the buried nudity of experience that continually denies the attempts of the Greek logos to comprehend and reduce its radical alterity. On Derrida's reading, Levinas's ethical metaphysics is an empiricism whose primal datum is the face of the other person. Understood in this way, Levinasian metaphysics is a return to the things themselves, auxiliary choses memes, ed. 159/WD 107-8, a new philosophia prose which seeks to undermine phenomenology and ontology. However, and here we approach the dominant gesture of violence and metaphysics, the transgression of phenomenology and ontology that is effected by Levinas's empirical metaphysics in fact presupposes the very things that it seeks to transgress. As has been shown, for Derrida, Husserlian phenomenology is both a new philosophia prose which returns to the things themselves and a philosophy that remains dominated, in its principle of principles, by an ancient metaphysics of presence. Conceived as such, the Husserlian text is suspended between the authentic metaphysics it sought to promote and the degenerate metaphysics it sought to reject. Adopting a similar argument, Derrida claims that Levinas's metaphysical overcoming of transcendental phenomenology presupposes that which it seeks to overcome. It is difficult to see how Levinas can separate himself from Husserl, ed. 177, 8/WD 121, cf. ed. 195, 6/WD 133, which does not negate the legitimacy of the attempt, although it leaves the Levinasian text suspended and hesitant in the space between two metaphysics. Derrida adopts a similar gesture with respect to Levinas's relation to Heidegger. Although Derrida is explicitly in accord with Levinas's profound need to leave the climate of Heidegger's thinking, in question here is a need whose natural legitimacy we would be the last to contest, ed. 215/WD 145, he claims that Levinasian ethico-metaphysical transcendence presupposes fundamental ontological transcendence, and that Levinas confirms Heidegger in his purpose, ed. 209/WD 142. Apropos Heidegger, then, Levinas's text is suspended between ontology and its ethical transgression, hence within the ontico-ontological difference. There are several objections which, I believe, can be justifiably raised and maintained against certain elements of violence and metaphysics. Indeed, many of the questions that Derrida asks seem to take the form of objections against Levinas. 64. However, my direct concern in this context is to delineate the clotural pattern of Derrida's essay. A clue to the latter might be found in the distinction between two origins, ed. 124/WD82, and two historical configurations that Derrida establishes in the opening pages of the essay. 1. The Greek logos, whose conceptual totality encloses the field within which philosophy is possible, a field within which Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger tirelessly labor. 2. Non-philosophy, as the attempt to escape the nets of the Greek logos. On Derrida's reading, Levinas attempts to escape Greek logocentrism through recourse to a Hebraic origin and a messianic eschatology which are opened from within an experience of alterity which the Greek philosophical tradition can neither reduce nor comprehend. Although Derrida is respectful of the autonomy of each origin, his claim in Violence and Metaphysics is that the only conceptual language available is that of the Greek logos. The attempt to articulate conceptually an experience that has been forgotten or exiled from philosophy can only be stated within philosophical conceptuality, which entails that the experience succumbs to and is destroyed by philosophy. This is the necessity that echoes throughout Derrida's essay, cf. ed. 226/WD 152, the necessity of lodging oneself within philosophical conceptuality in order to destroy it, ed. 165/WD 112, the necessity of being destroyed by philosophical conceptuality, a double necessity. Violence and Metaphysics is suspended between these two origins in such a way as to maintain the dialogue between the Jew and the Greek and which postpones the decision of choosing between them. 65. It is into the hollow space, Crew, ed. 124 and 152/WD 83 and 103, between the two origins that Derrida wishes to insert his reading, a reading that is clotural to the extent that it seeks to locate Levinasian ethics between these two points of tension, by showing how the opening beyond the totality of the Greek logos in fact restores and repeats its internal exigencies. It is this space of interrogation that we have chosen for a very partial reading of Levinas's work, ed. 124/WD 84, my emphasis. This space of interrogation contains two gestures. First, the fidelity of commentary. First of all, in the style of commentary, we would like to be faithful to the themes and audacities of a thinking, ed. 124/5/WD 84. This fidelity, which encloses a perplexity, ed. 125/WD 84, seeks to repeat the text. This task is carried out in the first two sections of the essay, Violence de la Lumière and Phenomenology, Ontologie, Métaphysique, through the repetition of a commentary. The second gesture opens up, and Derrida's perplexity is disclosed. Then we will attempt to pose some questions, ed. 125/WD 84. These questions will be raised in the three sections of Difference et Eschatology, where Derrida stresses Levinas's appertenance to the Greek logos through a discussion of Hegel, Kierkegaard, Heidegger, and Husserl. In contradistinction to Voice and Phenomenon, the two possible readings that comprise the double gesture are both schematized and performed in Violence and Metaphysics, rendering it a successful clotural reading. Such success is conditional upon the suspension of choice. Derrida insists we will not choose, nous ne choisirons pas, ed. 125/WD 84, and again, we will not choose between the opening and the totality, nous ne choisirons pas entre l'ovicha et la totalité, ed. 125/WD 84. Clotural reading must not choose between the ethical opening and the logocentric totality. It must be undecided, it must be hesitant, it must become the philosophy of this hesitation, la philosophie de cette hésitation, ed. 125/WD 84. Can one choose not to choose? Does not a choice secretly announce itself within the suspension of choice? Derrida does not wish to explore the space of messianic eschatology that opens within experience, he merely wishes to indicate it, ed. 124/WD84, to point it out, like Cortés before the Pacific Ocean. At the limit of philosophical language, Derrida points towards a non-philosophical space which he has decided not to decide to explore. Consequently, his work is poised at the limit of logocentric language, looking across into the silence that exceeds metaphysical closure. Or does a decision silently announce itself within Derrida's indecision? In the dialogue between philosophy and non-philosophy, does an unheard-of space silently announce itself within the clotural reading as the common root of Hellenism and Hebraism? Such questions open up the ultimate horizon of violence and metaphysics, a horizon upon which the status of the question must itself be decided. The space of interrogation becomes a space in which interrogation itself is interrogated. The question that introduces Derrida's essay is the question of the possibility of the question, ed. 118/WD80, 66, a possibility that would be prior to questioning, a space that is indicated through interrogation but in which something other than interrogation is announced. What is silently announced in this space, as its possibility? Derrida responds, a dignity and an unbreachable, inestimable, duty of decision. An unbreachable responsibility, ed. 118/WD80. Within this space, as this possibility, a decision is made about a duty, a dignity, and a responsibility that cannot be breached, broken, or interrupted, but which breaches, breaks, and interrupts the totality and the ontology of the question, what is X? Within the indecision and hesitancy of the clotural reading, the unbreachable priority of a decision announces itself. Within the passivity of repetition and ellipsis, traversing the space that separates commentary from interpretation, an injunction, ed. 119/WD80, is opened and a responsibility is maintained. An ethical responsibility? An ethical injunction? An ethical decision? Of course, the question of the possibility of the question does not belong to the domain of the ethical, traditionally understood. Derrida points out that the ethical domain, with its laws and commandments, dissimulates the question of the possibility of the question, ed. 119/WD80. Such a possibility would be precisely ultra-ethical in the manner discussed in Chapter 1. For Derrida, this decision, which is almost nothing, press green, ed. 118/WD80, is the only possibility which is capable of founding a community of decision, a dignified and responsible community. A community of the question, therefore, within that fragile moment when the question is not yet determined enough for the hypocrisy of an answer to have already initiated itself beneath the mask of the question, and not yet determined enough for its voice to have been already and fraudulently articulated within the very syntax of the question. A community of decision, of initiative, of absolute initiality, but also a threatened community, in which the question has not yet found the language it has decided to seek, is not yet sure of its own possibility within the community. A community of the question of the possibility of the question. This is very little, almost nothing. ed. 118/WD80. What is this community? A community of the question of the possibility of the question would not be a philosophical community, a Hellenistic polis of light like Athens, Sparta, Rome, Florence, or Geneva. What, then? Perhaps only the promise of a community, a promise which speaks silently within philosophical discourse as its muted other. A promise of community prior to the question which opens philosophy, a promise of community and of a land promised for that community. Is this all that the discussion of promises? The glimpse of a land promised for a community of responsibility? I cannot promise to answer these questions definitively, save to say that the question of the possibility of the question and its relation to community and politics will be the central concern of the final chapter of the book. However, it should be noted how the shadow of this promise haunts the path of the clotural reading like Banquo's ghost, the bloodless spectre who recalls us to the death of philosophy, to death as the non-philosophical horizon towards whose meaning we wander. To see the promised land and die? Perhaps. Clotural readings I, Bois. Derrida's final word on Levinas. 10 And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand, and he arose, and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor. 11 And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. 12 And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham. 13 Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. 14 And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink, and she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also, let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou hast shewed kindness unto my master. 15 And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that, behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. 16 And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her, and she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. 17 And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. 18 And she said, Drink, my lord, and she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. 19 And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. 20 And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. Genesis 24. 3.1 How the work works. Bois, this is Derrida's final word on Levinas, the final word of his text for Emmanuel Levinas, ECM 60. Bois, drink, understood verbally, Derrida's final word articulates an imperative, it places the reader under obligation. It is an imperative written without a point of exclamation in the intimacy of the second person singular. It is not directed from a position of height to an anonymous multitude, it is not the impersonal bavans, or bave, which, in a spirit of exclamation and camaraderie, commands others to join in a toast or partake in a symposium. The imperative bois does not call us to take on board nourishment, an operation that Levinas has already described, T 100 to 3 Ti 127 to 30, and which always remains within the circuit of the separated ego and its jouissance. To utter the imperative bois is to give to the other, to let down one's pitcher and offer drink to the other, it does not mean eat, drink and be merry. Such a giving is inadequately described through the image of friends nourishing themselves and their individuation in a spirit of collectivity and bonhomie. To utter the final word, bois, is to nourish the hunger of the other, and is akin to the tearing of bread from my own mouth. I interrupt my ego through fasting and breaking the other's fast, CFAE 72 OB 56. Bois, drink. What is being given here? What is being offered to drink? Derrida's final words on Levinas are the following. I weave my voice so as to be effaced this take it here I am eat, approach, in order to give him/her, lui, drink, bois. ECM 60. The textual voice here speaks of weaving itself in order to be effaced. As such, the voice is not in the process of disappearing, rather, it effaces itself before another, the voice is addressed to an interlocutor. In the act of effacement, whereby the self is possessed by the other, the voice persists and says, Here I am. Eat. Drink. The voice offers something to the other, its arms outstretched and its hands full, asking the other to approach. Upon the other's approach, the voice holds out its gift and says, Bois. The gift of drink is being offered here. Derrida's final word on Levinas offers the gift of drink to the other, a giving which, as I shall show, describes the generous. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 109. Movement of the ethical work. Derrida's final word on Levinas describes that ethical work, where Derrida's text is given to Levinas. Bois, drink. The ethical work must be given in radical generosity. The work must be sent out from the same to the other without ever returning to the same. Levinas writes in The Trace of the Other. The work, l'œuvre, thought radically is indeed a movement from the same towards the other which never returns to the same. To the myth of Ulysses returning to Ithaca, we would like to oppose the story of Abraham leaving his homeland forever for a still unknown land and even forbidding his son to be brought back to its point of departure. Ada 191. Levinas thus opposes the nomadic wanderings of Abraham to the well-rounded narrative of the Odyssey. 1. The ethical work must possess a movement which exceeds the circle of the self and goes unto the other without ever turning back. Consequently, the work of the word bois, the final word in Derrida's work for Levinas, describes the generous giving of the work to the other, the letting down of one's pitcher in order to let the other drink. The woman who will marry Abraham's son Isaac must fulfill the duty, mitzvah, cfnd 156-2, of hospitality. Abraham's servant recognizes the woman when she lets down her pitcher and offers drink to him and his camels. Her name is Rebekah. Thus it is in her response of responsibility to the stranger, by offering drink, that Rebekah fulfills the duty of hospitality and performs the ethical work. Bois is the very event of the ethical work, the giving to the stranger without hope of return or remuneration. Derrida's final word on Levinas is the first word of responsibility, the establishment of the ethical relation. However, this ethical and textual structure must begin to be complicated in order to describe adequately what is at work in NCE moment meme. I continue the quotation from The Trace of the Other. The work, l'œuvre, thought as far as possible, demands a radical generosity of the same who, in the work, goes towards the other. In consequence the work demands an ingratitude of the other. Gratitude would be precisely the return of the movement to its origin. Ada 191. In order to stop the ethical work returning to the same, the other must receive the work ungratefully, because the movement of gratitude returns to the same, as is the case in philanthropy. Therefore, one should not be grateful for ethical works, Eliezer should be ungrateful to Rebekah, and the addressee of Derrida's final word should show ingratitude. Should one then be grateful to Emmanuel Levinas? To approach this question, it is helpful to consider the status and function of NCE moment meme. The essay appeared originally in Texts pour Emmanuel Levinas, a collection of essays, where each text is, in a very obvious sense, for Emmanuel Levinas, is destined for him, to pay him homage, forming part of a Festschrift, a commemorative work in which friends praise the author like guests seated at a symposium. Derrida's text forms part of an act of commemoration, in which the author's life and work are collectively recalled. Thus, NCE moment meme is a text that is addressed to an interlocutor or other who is known, addressed, and recalled in the work. Such is the conventional structure of homage. The situation becomes more complex when one begins to consider the ethics of this textual structure. What ties the authors of texts pour Emmanuel Levinas together in this act of commemoration is the fact that they can all recall Levinas's work. Levinas has worked for them, and they would like to pay him homage. But what work does Levinas's work perform? How does his work work? As we saw above, Levinas opposes Abraham to Ulysses, claiming that the ethical structure of the work is one which goes generously from the same to the other without ever returning to the same. Thus, on Derrida's reading, Levinas's work works by going out generously from the proper name and signature of Emmanuel Levinas towards the other. Levinas's work is not circumscribed by the proper name of Emmanuel Levinas, it is a work that continually exceeds itself and opens itself to that which comes before and after nominalization. To employ a word favored by Derrida, Levinas's work is possessed of a dehiscence, ECM 43.3, where the work bursts open and goes unto the other without return, allowing it to perform the ethical. Levinas's work has worked for Derrida and the other contributors to texts for Emmanuel Levinas precisely to the extent that it has let the work go unto the other, allowing the other to drink without the self quenching his or her thirst in the other's grateful eyes. The logical and ethical necessity that haunts Derrida's essay is that by clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 111. Writing a text for Emmanuel Levinas, by paying homage to his work and recalling how his work works, one would return the work to its author, thereby betraying the ethical structure that Levinas's work tries to set to work. How, then, does one write a text for Emmanuel Levinas? Suppose that in giving to you, it little matters what, I wanted to give to him Emmanuel Levinas. Not render him anything, a homage for example, not even render myself to him, but to give him something which escapes from the circle of restitution or of the rendezvous. ECM 24. Derrida cannot pay homage to Levinas by giving his own text back to him. He must be cautious to avoid rendering to Levinas what is Levinas's, for in so doing, he would make the ethical relation correspond to the time of the rendezvous, that common time of Cloxibid, where the other would render itself up and return to the same. I would like to do it faultlessly, sans faute, with a faultlessness, sans faute, that no longer belongs to the time or logic of the rendezvous. Beyond any possible restitution, there would be need for my gesture to operate without debt, in absolute ingratitude. Ibid. Returning to the quotation from the trace of the other and the question of ingratitude, Derrida would like to sow a seamless, flawless work and then give it to Levinas with a flawlessness that would escape the temporality and speculative logic of the rendezvous. However, the only way in which a text for Emmanuel Levinas can be written which would return Levinas's act of radical generosity is by being ungrateful and by writing a faulty text. Ingratitude is the only mode in which one can write a text for Levinas if that text is going to maintain the ethical structure that Levinas's work sets to work. If I must conform my gesture to what makes the work, l'œuvre, in his work, which is older than his work, and whose saying according to his own terms is not reducible to the said, there we are, engaged before all engagement, in an incredible logic, formal and non-formal. If I restitute without fault, I am at fault. And if I do not restitute, by giving beyond acknowledgement, I risk the fault. ECM 24. This is indeed an incredible logic, a faulty logic, or logic of the fault. Yet it is a logic whose necessity, ECM 58, or fatality, ECM 56, is irreducibly ethical. In order to write a text for Emmanuel Levinas, I must not give it to him, I must make the text faulty in such a way that it does not return to the same but goes unto the other. Bois, drink. I let down my pitcher, and the other drinks from out of my own thirst. Levinas's work works in so far as it is given to someone other than Emmanuel Levinas. To write a text for Emmanuel Levinas, to create a work that maintains the other in its otherness, entails, therefore, that the text or the work must not be given back to Levinas's name. To write a text for Emmanuel Levinas is to write a text that is not for him but for the other. Consequently, it is ethically necessary for an ce moment même to be ungrateful, faulty, and, to recall a word from Derrida's first essay on Levinas, violent, ECM 56. Yet, it is important to point out that ingratitude, faultiness, and violence are not directed against Levinas, they are not moments of an external critique which would naively oppose itself to the supposed generosity, flawlessness, and peace of Levinasian ethics. Ingratitude, faultiness, and violence are the necessary conditions of a fidelity to Levinas's work, a work which works precisely to the extent that it cannot be returned to the proper name of Emmanuel Levinas. To schematize this, one might say that it is only in ingratitude, faultiness, and violence that the ethical saying is maintained. To write a text for Emmanuel Levinas is to create a work that is neither for him nor against him, but one in which the modalities of for and against become inseparable yet inassemblable conditions for the possibility of ethical saying. Bois, drink, an imperative directed at a singular second person, the singular other who is my interlocutor. But who is the other? If Derrida does not let his pitcher down so that Levinas may drink, but in order for the other to quench his or her thirst, then who is this other? If Levinas remains thirsty, then is Bois Derrida's final word on Levinas. Indeed, is Bois Derrida's final word? Is the textual voice in NCE moment meme that of Derrida or that of an other? Can one still speak of proper names here? I here approach a major theme of NCE moment meme, the question of the name. And if I am obliged to continue employing the proper names of Derrida and Levinas, for clarity's sake but also clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 113. Because of the grammar of propriety embedded in language, then it is with a provisionality that will become increasingly apparent. The pattern of reading in NCE moment meme can be said to articulate itself around the difference between the pronoun or forename, and the nom propre, the proper name. Recall that Derrida's first word on Levinas in NCE moment meme is the pronoun il, which is the subject of the phrase il ora oblige, a phrase which resounds throughout the early pages of NCE moment meme and which, to the knowledge of the textual voice, ECM 23, and my own, has never appeared in Levinas's work. Who is he? A clue can be found in the final paragraph of Otherwise Than Being, a passage itself cited in NCE moment meme, ECM 44. In this work, which does not seek to restore any ruined concept, the destitution and a situation of the subject are not without signification. After the death of a certain god, dwelling in the hinterworlds, les arrières-mondes, the substitution of the hostage discovers the trace, unpronounceable writing, of that which, always already past, always he, il, does not enter into any present and to whom neither the names designating beings nor the verbs where their essence resounds are suitable, but who, proname, pronom, marks with his seal everything that can bear a name. AE 233/OB 185. In a work which attempts to describe and enact the ethical work, subjectivity is ultimately described as a hostage, otage, to the other, AE 142/OB 112, that is, the subject is taken captive to the point of substituting itself for another, AE 16/OB 13. Substitution is the very subjectivity of the ethical subject, which means that the subject is structured as responsibility to the other prior to preoccupation with oneself. Responsibility, Levinas writes, is the very religiosity of the subject, AE 150/OB 117. The religious claim being made here is that after the death of a certain god, subjectivity qua substitution and hostage discovers the trace of that which does not enter into any present and which is designated by the pronoun he. Pause for a moment to consider the implications of this phrase. Levinas is not opposing Nietzsche's account of the death of God by reintroducing some ruined concept. He accepts that God, the God of metaphysics, the God of ontotheology, the God that reifies, or congeals, transcendence into a world behind the scenes, AE 6/OB 5, is dead. After the death of that God, the ethical subject is able to discover the sense, both direction and signification, of transcendence that was lost or reified in metaphysics, the transcendence of the other. Levinas's claim is that the subject as substitution, as being for another, discovers a trace in the other's face which is that of the il, the pronom, the forename of that which comes before all named beings but which marks each being with its seal. Thus Levinas does not dismiss the death of God and the critique of metaphysical transcendence, but rather introduces them as preconditions for the possibility of religiosity and morality. In the important 1965 essay Enigma and Phenomenon, Ada 207, 9/CPP 64-6, Levinas opposes an order of presence and phenomenality, from the Greek pheno, to bring to light, in which entities are cleared and comprehended in their being, to an order of the enigma, from enigma, a dark saying or riddle, which attempts to set forth that which escapes comprehension or thematization, the otherwise than being. For Levinas, the enigmatic referent of the otherwise than being is expressed by the third-person singular, masculine, pronoun, Ada 199, an enigma he seeks to describe by the term illeity. This way of leaving the alternatives of being, we understand it with the personal pronoun of the third person, with the word he. The enigma comes to us from illeity. Ada 214/CPP 71. The signifyingness, signifiance, of the otherwise than being in a work entitled Autrement tu edro u odelita l essence is ultimately borne by the il of illeity. Although Levinas is not afraid to use the word God, the overwhelming semantic event, AE 193/OB 151, the apex of vocabulary, AE 199/OB 156, he employs the term illeity in order to avoid the inevitable onto theological thematization, i.e. God is a being, that the word God entails. Illeity describes my non-thematizable relation with the infinite, the direction of transcendence. It does not buttress any positive theology, AE 188/OB 147. Levinas's work works by giving the work to the il. Recalling the schema that was sketched above, the work of Emmanuel Levinas is possessed of a certain dehiscence to the extent that it is a work that goes unto the other without returning to the same. One can now see that the other to whom the work is ultimately addressed is il, the trace of illeity, who does not sign Levinas's work but who marks it with his seal. For Levinas, it is the trace of illeity. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 115. Signaled in the il that constitutes the first act of obligation, that in a sense founds the ethical relation. When I am faced with the other person, I enter into relation with the enigma of the trace of illeity, and, in that intrigue which binds me to the il from across the toy, Ada 215, 16/CPP 72-3, I am bound in an ethical obligation. Ethics is religion, but not theology. It is now possible to understand the first of the 1, 2, 3 words, ECM 22, which form the leitmotif of NCE moment meme. Il ora oblige. The il is the pronoun of the trace of illeity. From the first word of Derrida's essay, il, the textual voice alludes to the way in which Levinas's work works insofar as it is addressed to the trace that is otherwise than being. Derrida's first word on Levinas, like his final word, is an enactment, or performance, of the ethical objectives of the latter's work. Before pursuing the question of the name, what can one make of the second and third words of the phrase il ora oblige? The first thing one notices is that the tense, or temporality, of these words is the future anterior, or future perfect, which habitually describes an action that will have been performed by a certain time and which is formed in French, and in English, by compounding the future tense of one of the two auxiliaries avoir and être with the past participle of the main verb. The temporality of the future anterior is something that Derrida has exploited throughout his work, and its logic pervades NCE moment meme. Thus he writes, there is the future anterior, which I shall have frequently used nonetheless, having no other possible recourse. For example, in the little phrase, he will have obliged, ECM 48, my emphasis, cf ECM 38, 39. The importance of the future anterior is that it is a tense that escapes the time of the present. It simultaneously points towards a future, ora, and a past, oblige. Consequently, the subject of the phrase, il, cannot be said to be a subject present to itself, rather it is a subject that will have obliged in a time that is irreducible to the present. At several points in NCE moment meme, Derrida refers to the dominant interpretation of language, ECM 36, 49, 50, employed by philosophical intelligence, ECM 48, which would seek to display all entities in the light of the determination of being as presence. The significance of the future anterior is that it is a temporality irreducible to what Derrida would call the metaphysics of presence or what Levinas would call ontology, and one which envisages a language that would escape the dominant interpretation. The future anterior is the temporality of the trace of illeity, it is perhaps the time of ethics. One begins to see how much is already presupposed in the first words of Derrida's essay Il ora oblige. The subject of the phrase is the pronoun, or trace of illeity, which provides the condition of possibility for all ethical obligation and which takes place in a temporality that escapes the metaphysics of presence or ontology. Derrida's first and final words on Levinas, il aura oblige and bois, are ethical performatives. 4. It has perhaps become clear by now that it would be misleading to interpret the pronominal il as a pronoun that could be substituted for the proper name Emmanuel Levinas. He is not Levinas. What I thus call, this work, is not, especially not, dominated by the name of Emmanuel Levinas, ECM 23. Levinas's work works insofar as it resonates with the, masculine, third-person singular pronoun. Thus, that work should not be dominated by his proper name, and he should exercise neither authorial nor signatorial, ECM 47, rights over it. Rather, Levinas's work sets the il to work, the he who will have obliged. However, and here we return to the theme of the play between the pronoun and the proper name and to the question of ethical violence, it would also be a mistake to distinguish radically Levinas's proper name and the pronominal il. A few lines below the above quotation, one reads that the subject of the phrase he will have obliged might be, so it, Emmanuel Levinas, ECM 23. Thus, although the il is not dominated by the name of Emmanuel Levinas, the latter might be the subject designated by the pronoun. Continuing this thought in a slightly different formulation, the textual voice writes that it must renounce the supposed neutrality or anonymity of a discourse that employs the impersonal third-person pronoun, ECM 23-4. Although the name of Emmanuel Levinas is rarely employed in NCE moment meme, the textual voice makes it clear that the essay is not addressed to an anonymous addressee. I will not pronounce your name nor inscribe it, but you are not anonymous at the moment when here I am telling you this, ECM 23-4. Surprisingly, perhaps, what is at stake here is nothing less than the success or failure of Levinasian ethics. As has already been pointed out, for Levinas's work to work, it must be directed towards the wholly other, the trace of illeity signaled in the phrase il aura and. Clotural readings I, bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 117. Must not be allowed to return to the same. To return to the same is to return to the name, the proper name of Emmanuel Levinas. Conversely, if Levinas's work does not work, then it will return to, or at least be indistinguishable from, the name of Levinas. Derrida's strategy here is complex, and is governed by a certain necessity which needs to be schematized. If Derrida simply showed how Levinas's work works by going unto the il, then he would be merely repeating Levinas's generous ethical gesture and thereby returning Levinas's work to its author. As has already been established, the necessary response to Levinas's work is one of radical ingratitude. Thus, to reciprocate the generosity of the ethical gesture is to return the other to the same, and consequently to deny ethics. Therefore, in order to maintain the ethical moment, Derrida must commit an ungrateful violence against Levinas's work. He must show how the work does not work. One way of showing how Levinas's work does not work would be to argue that it ultimately returns to his proper name and to the logic of the same. Yet this begs the question, does not the necessary violence of ingratitude which was intended to preserve the ethical precisely deny the latter by returning the pronominal il to the proper name of Levinas? In order to circumvent this objection, the structure of Derrida's reading must be deepened once again. It must be asked, to whom should Levinas's work be returned in order to maintain ethical alterity? Might not the answer be L, not el, the theme of the feminine that is developed in the final pages of NCE moment meme, ECM 51-60? Is she the other to the wholly other, to whom the text is ultimately given? Bois, drink. The order of the Genesis narrative must be inverted and the roles reversed. Eliezer must let down his pitcher for her, Rebecca. The shift from Levinas's name to the theme of the feminine is, once again, articulated around the difference between the proper name and the pronoun. Throughout NCE moment meme, the textual voice replaces Emmanuel Levinas's proper name by the initials EL. Cf ECM 24, for the first occurrence of this. At certain strategic points in the essay, EL is substituted for IL, and the leitmotif of the essay reads, E.L. Ora oblige, ECM 45, 46. Now, if one elides the pronunciation of the two letters E and L in order to produce one phoneme, two things occur. First, the word L is formed, which, as Levinas points out in L'Enam de Dieu d'après quelques textes talmudiques, ND 158, a text which is referred to extensively in NCE Moment Meme, cf. ECM 34-5, 38, 41, 56-8, is one of the proper names for God in the Talmudic tradition. Second, one produces a homonym for the third-person singular feminine pronoun L. It is the second of these things which opens up the ultimate horizon of NCE Moment Meme. On the penultimate page of the essay, ECM 59, the pronoun IL is replaced by L, and the leitmotif of the essay is transformed into L Ora oblige, she will have obliged. NCE Moment Meme can be said to move between three formulations of an ethical imperative or performative, IL Ora oblige, E.L Ora oblige and L Ora oblige. The transition from the pronoun IL to the pronoun L is mediated by the initialed proper name of Levinas, EL. On 3 occasions in NCE Moment Meme Derrida employs the neologism entrée, L, lacement, ECM 49, 50, 51, where the parenthetical, L, the name of God, the name of Levinas, stands between the inter and lacing, on the threshold between the interlacing of two opposed terms, in this case the pronouns IL and L. The clotural fabric of Derrida's reading of Levinas is stretched across these two pronouns, where the threshold that divides both the masculine pronoun from the feminine pronoun and the pronominal from the proper name is continually transgressed. To sketch briefly this clotural structure, there are two moments of reading at work in NCE Moment Meme. First, Derrida tries to find out how Levinas's work works. Second, he tries to show how Levinas's work does not work. The first moment of reading shows how Levinas's text resists the economy of the same, or logocentrism, and goes generously unto the other, IL Ora oblige. Conversely, the second moment of reading is the ingratitude and violence required to maintain the alterity of the first moment. The second moment is performed by showing how Levinas subordinates sexual difference to ethical difference and thereby encloses both the IL and the L in the economy of the same. The work is not returned to EL but to the other of the holy other, L Ora oblige. Bois, drink. Is this how Derrida's work works? Is this the final word on Derrida's reading of Levinas? It has been shown above that Levinas's work must be possessed of a dehiscence which maintains the saying of the pronominal IL or trace of ileity. Levinas's work works in so far as it is interrupted by an alterity which refuses to return. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 119. The saying of the work to the proper name of Emmanuel Levinas. The claim of my reading of NCE Moment Meme is that Derrida's work is governed by a similar necessity. The work of Derrida's work is one that must not be returned to and circumscribed by Derrida's proper name. NCE Moment Meme is possessed of a dehiscence which allows it to resonate with an alterity that must not be reduced to ontology and propriety. Derrida's work works in so far as it returns the text to L and lets the voice of feminine alterity interrupt Levinas's work. To reduce the textuality of NCE Moment Meme to the proper name of Jacques Derrida, by saying, for example, in this essay, Derrida says, Derrida's final word is, and so on, as I have often been obliged to do, is to foreclose the opening announced by ethical alterity and to cover over the ethical interruption the text seeks to maintain. This point can be reinforced by an examination of the narrative structure of NCE Moment Meme. The text is not a monologue spoken by the signatory, Jacques Derrida, it is at the very least a dialogue for two voices, and one might even call it a polylogue, cffc 8. The horizontal dash that precedes the first word of the essay indicates that somebody is speaking, the quotation marks denote a voice that is not necessarily that of the text's signatory. Turning the pages of the essay, one finds 9 more of these dashes, ECM 27, twice, 29, 30, 44, 45, 51, 59, twice, each denoting a change in the persona of the textual voice. Furthermore, an CE moment meme is spoken, or written, by a number of voices that are sexually differentiated into masculine, neutral, sic, or feminine. Now the interruption of Levinas's work occurs when the textual voice becomes that of a woman. This interruption can first be seen when the textual voice that begins the essay, il ora oblige, calls across to another, where should you and I, we, let it be. ECM 26, and is interrupted by a new voice, that of the feminine other, no, not let it be. Soon, we shall have to give it to him to eat and drink and you will listen to me, ECM 27. The voice of the other responds to its interlocutor, one might call the latter the voice of the same, and promises that it will speak soon. This pattern of interruption is repeated on two further occasions, first during a discussion of the sexuality of the textual voice in the Song of Songs, he or she, if the interruption of the discourse is required. ECM 29, and secondly during a discussion of the work of Il and its relation to the proper name of Emmanuel Levinas, will it be said of this work, ouvrage, that it makes a work. ECM 44. As I show below, the lengthiest interruption, beginning, I knew, ECM 51, which constitutes the second moment of reading, is the response of feminine altiriti, the interruption of the woman reader in Levinas's work. An CE moment meme is not a monological text with one textual voice and one possible reading, rather, the text is structured as a double, or clotural, reading. The first moment of reading, performed by the voice of the same, a masculine reader, engages in a repetition of the Levinasian text, whereby the reader produces a commentary which tries to say the same as Levinas and shows how his work works. The second moment of reading, performed by the voice of the other, a woman reader, is an interruption of the meaning, vulvardier, of the Levinasian text, which says something other to Levinas and shows how his work does not work. The deconstructive pattern of NCE moment meme, is divided between the two moments of clotural reading, repetition and altiriti, sameness and otherness, which are performed by two sexually differentiated readers. But these two readings and readers do not constitute an opposition, or antinomy, rather, they maintain a relation of what was called above entrée, lacement, that is, an ethical relation that is respectful of the irreducibility of sexual difference. Bois, drink. This is not Derrida's final word on Levinas, it is not governed by him and his proper name. The final word of ethical obligation is always uttered by the other, in this instance she, who interrupts Levinasian ethics and sets Derrida's work to work. Any consideration of the ethics of deconstructive reading must begin from this datum. But how should I read the work of Derrida's work in order to maintain the interruption? Does not the repetition implicit in my commentary foreclose any opening onto an ethics of sexual difference? How should I show gratitude to Derrida? As I argued above, commentary is never neutral, and my commentary upon Derrida's commentary upon Levinas undoubtedly conceals the opening that is so carefully prepared by a double, or clotural, reading. However, and precisely through the double passivity of a commentary upon a commentary, such a reading, no doubt only in its interstices and hiatuses, may reflect some of the oblique rays of the deconstructive opening where the injunction is announced and the interruption is maintained. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 121. 3.2 How Levinas writes his work. I shall continue, then, in the manner of a commentary, by repeating the repetition of the first moment of reading. I will begin with an illuminating misquotation. While endeavoring to understand and explain the workings of Levinas's text, the textual voice stumbles across one of Derrida's early texts. His i.e. Levinas's text, and I would even say the text, without wishing to efface an irreplaceable idiom, is always that heterogeneous tissue that interlaces both texture and atexture without uniting them. And whoever, as was written elsewhere of another, very close and very distant, ventures to plot the absolute here, absolutely tears his own tissue, once again becomes solid and servile in once more giving itself to be read. ECM 38, 5. 2 points need to be emphasized in relation to this passage. First, Levinas's text is a heterogeneous tissue 6, that is, a substance composed of differing parts which maintain themselves in a relation of aldehyde. Levinasian textuality is composed of a certain texture and atexture, and it allows these opposing composite elements to maintain their absolute aldehyde while at the same time interlacing them and bringing them into relation. Returning to the first parenthetical remark in the above quotation, one notices that the word text is given an italicized definite article, the text. Although the textual voice is hesitant here, as the use of the conditional tense would suggest, it is clear that when the textual voice speaks about Levinas's text, he is referring to the text. The structure of Levinasian textuality is a heterogeneous tissue similar to that which constitutes the structure of the text, of textuality in general. Second, and this confirms the first point, the textual voice proceeds to cite, strangely and as if from memory, one of Derrida's early texts while giving no indication of where the citation might come from. In fact, the quotation is drawn from the final 3 lines of Derrida's 1967 essay on Bödeli and Hegel, from Restricted to General Economy, cf. ed. 407/WD 277. In the final pages of the latter, Derrida discusses Bödeli's reading of Hegel, or, more precisely, Bödeli's reaction to Kojeev's reading of Hegel, and concludes that it is one that can be read from the left or the right, as a revolution or a reaction. Hegel's text itself contains and maintains both these heterogeneous possibilities. It is a text whose tissue can be absolutely rended through an act of batalisk souverain only to be mended once more into what, for Bödeli, is the servility and laboriousness of Hegel's and Kojeev's discourse. 7. This play of rending and mending, where differing elements enter into a relation in which they remain absolute in that relation, here defines the heterogeneous structure of textuality. As I shall show, the structure of Levinasian textuality serves as an exemplum for textuality in general, and a reading of the former gives some insight into the latter. How, then, does Levinas produce this heterogeneous textuality? How does his work work? How does Levinas's work, ouvrage, allow the work, œuvre, to be produced? What sort of writing does this require? The work, œuvre, that Levinas's work, ouvrage, performs is the setting forth of the il, the wholly other. Thus the question becomes: how does he manage to inscribe or let the wholly other be inscribed within the language of being, of the present, of essence, of the same, of economy, etc. ECM 27. If the linguistic resources of logocentrism or ontology are the only ones available to us, and if the trace of ileity is wholly other to the language of being, what was called above the dominant interpretation of language, then how does that which is entirely foreign to logocentric or ontological discourse enter into it? In order to explain this enigma, which is the enigmatic possibility of ethics, should one not reverse the question and ask oneself: if that language is not of itself unbound, dl meme delai, and hence open to the wholly other, to its own beyond, in such a way that it is less a matter of exceeding that language than of treating it otherwise with its own possibilities, ECM 27. Although the dominant interpretation would claim that language is exclusively bound to being and the same, perhaps, and the modality of the put etre in Levinas is something that intrigues the textual voice in NCE moment meme, cf ECM 34-5 and AE 199/OB 156, language is from the start unbound and therefore capable of being bound to the otherwise than being, the wholly other. It is not a clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 123. Question of replacing the present language of ontology with an ethical language, as if there were two different languages, but rather of writing in such a way that the said of language is reduced to its saying in a reduction that maintains a residue of the unsaid said within the saying. Levinas's writing enacts what was called above a spiraling movement, AE 57/OB44, in which language oscillates enigmatically, or undecidedly, between the saying and the said. As is made clear later on in NCE moment meme, for Levinas it is not a question of simply overcoming language in the name of some irreducibly ontic beyond. Language, long, is as indispensable to ethics as the tongue, long, in the mouth of the one who tears off bread in order to give it to the other, ECM 31. For Levinas, an ethics of silence would be irreducibly violent. In the first moment of reading, and in order to provide insight into how Levinas's work works, the textual voice seeks out those places where unboundness, or dehiscence, are at work in Levinas's work. The textual voice selects three examples of unboundness, which, taken together, form the cryptic, ECM 23, title to the essay. They are the phrases NCE moment meme, Dan set of rage, and me voice I. These phrases are quotations from Levinas, and occur in his work precisely at those moments when he is considering how his work works. In the following pages, I shall pass over the examples of rage and ovra, which have already been discussed, and also pass over in silence the me voice I, CFECM 28-9. The privileged example, which will permit the ultimate structure of Levinasian textuality to be discerned, will be the phrase NCE moment meme. In order to elucidate the theme of unboundness, the textual voice quotes extensive passages from Otherwise Than Being, in which Levinas employs the phrase NCE moment meme at the very moment when he is explaining how his work works. I shall begin by citing two passages as they appear in Derrida's essay. Every contesting and interruption of this power of discourse is at once related by discourse. It therefore recommences as soon as one interrupts it. This discourse will affirm itself as coherent and one. In relating the interruption of discourse or my being ravished by it, I retie the thread. And are we not, at this very moment, my italics, JD, in the process of barring up the exit which our whole essay is attempting, and encircling our position from all sides? ECM 32, in AE 215/OB 169. The discourse which suppresses the interruptions of discourse in relating them together, does it not maintain the discontinuity behind the knots where the thread is retied? The interruptions of discourse, recovered and related within the immanence of the said, are conserved as the knots in a retied thread. But the ultimate discourse, where all the discourses are uttered, I still interrupt it in telling it to the one who listens and is situated outside the said that discourse says, outside all that it embraces. Which is true of the discourse that I am in the process of holding at this very moment, my italics, JD. ECM 33, in AE 216, 17/OB 170. One should first note and underline the repetition of the phrase NCE moment meme in these quotations. For it is a repetition which involves a dislocation, or displacement, where the same phrase, when repeated in two different but related contexts, interrupts itself and says something wholly other. In the first passage, Levinas raises the theme of interruption which also occurs in Otherwise Than Being, AE 24, 214, 16/OB 20, 169-71, CFECM 38. For Levinas, the interruption of essence or being occurs in the reduction of the ontological said to the ethical saying. Such an interruption of the said by the saying denies the closure, fermeture, AE 24/OB 20, of the said and, for Levinas, represents the only end, fin, ibid, that can be envisaged for philosophical discourse. There is no simple and radical overcoming of ontological or logocentric language through the ethical saying of the Otherwise Than Being, rather, the ethical is the momentary interruption of the logos. As such, any attempt to thematize ethical interruption will always retie the thread of philosophical discourse. Hence, Levinas asks himself whether, in thematizing the ethical saying within the ontological set of a book, he is, at this very moment, denying the ethical breakthrough that Otherwise Than Being attempts. However, another picture of interruption emerges from the second quotation. Levinas appears to be saying, first, that although the ethical interruptions of essence are retied in the thread of the ontological said, they are preserved as knots in such a thread, and second, that the ultimate, or final, discourse, where all discourse is uttered, is still interrupted by a saying that is addressed to the one who listens, the other, or interlocutor, who is situated outside the said, with whom I have an ethical relation. Levinas's claim is that this ultimate interruption occurs in the discourse that he is holding at this very moment. 8. Thus, in the interval that separates the repetition of the NCE moment meme, a certain dislocation has occurred. The repetition of clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 125. The same phrase has wholly other consequences. 9. In the first instance, at this very moment, I enclose the ethical interruption of essence within the ontological said, while, in the second instance, at this very moment, I ultimately interrupt the said. At the very moment when Levinas is explaining how his work works, one is confronted by an absolute heterogeneity, in which Levinas, through a repetition of the same, says something wholly other. Indeed, one might say that it is precisely through the enactment of such a heterogeneity that Levinas's work works. But how are these two instances of the NCE moment meme related? To approach this question, it is necessary to examine the metaphor of the retied thread, le fil renoué, that is employed in both these passages and which so intrigues the textual voice. In the first passage, the interruption of discourse is akin to the breaking of a thread which is itself retied in the ontological thematization of the saying within the said. In the second passage, the interruptions of discourse, although retied into the thread, are preserved as knots in the thread, and indeed, at this very moment, in addressing myself to the one who listens, I break the thread. Thus the two heterogeneous instances of the NCE moment meme linked together by a dislocating act of repetition, are related and tied together through the metaphor of the retied thread. The picture that is beginning to form is that of a single thread with a series of knots running along its length. These knots represent the moments of the ethical interruption of essence, each of which could in turn be interrupted, at this very moment, by addressing myself to an interlocutor. Recalling the metaphor of the tissue, or fabric, that occurred in the passage from the essay on Bouteille, one might say that Levinasian textuality is a fabric that is continually being rended and mended, and one in which the rending that takes place in ethical interruption is retied back into the body of the text as a fault or a flaw. As I shall show, the fabric of textuality is explained and deepened in NCE moment meme, through the image of a series, seria, of rends and mends, an unbound seriality of discourse. But is the seriality which binds together these two instances of NCE moment meme one of reciprocity and strict equality? Does the play of rending and mending take place without priority? To address these questions, it is necessary to turn to a second example of the NCE moment meme in Le nom de Dieu d'après quelques textes talmudiques that is also cited at length by the textual voice. Responsibility which, before the discourse bearing on the said, is probably the essence of language. It will of course be objected that if any other relation than thematization may exist between the soul and the absolute, then wouldn't the act of talking and thinking about it at this very moment, my italics, JD, the fact of enveloping it in our dialectic, mean that language and dialectic are superior with respect to that relation? But the language of thematization, which we are using at this moment, my italics, JD, has perhaps only been made possible by means of that relation and is only ancillary to it. ECM 34-5, ND 167. One immediately notices the same unboundness that was in evidence in the previous examples. After tentatively establishing that responsibility, for one's fellow humans before the self-effacement of the transcendent God, ND 164, is the essence of language, Levinas raises the objection as to whether this essence is enveloped within the thematizing language that is being employed at this very moment. But he immediately goes on to claim that the language of thematization that is being used at this very moment is only made possible by the essence of language revealed in the relation to the other. One thus rediscovers the same heterogeneous fabric that was discussed above, with the subtle but important difference that one instance of the ANCE moment meme is given priority over the other. In the passages cited, the second instance takes precedence over the first, although the language that is being used at this very moment is that of thematization, in which the ethical rending of the fabric is continually being mended by the hand of being. This language is, at this very moment, only made possible by the ethical relation which constitutes the essence of language, in which the fabric is torn from the hands of being. In the repetition of the ANCE moment meme, a subtle, almost inapparent, yet crucial dimension of alterity opens up, unbinding the language of the tradition. The heterogeneous structure of textuality gives an absolute priority to alterity, to the otherness in which the conditions of possibility for ontology and logocentrism are located. With specific reference to the two instances of ANCE moment meme from Le Nom de Dieu, the textual voice writes: the second moment will have forced the first toward its own condition of possibility, toward its essence beyond the said and the. Clotural readings I. Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 127. Theme. It will have, in advance, but after the fact in the serial rhetoric, torn the envelope. ECM 37. The ethical interruption of essence which must, of necessity, envelop itself in the language of thematization, will always, of necessity, tear that envelope. The double necessity that is at work here obliges one to employ the language of the tradition, but at the very same moment, one will have been obliged to interrupt this language and bear it towards its own condition of possibility. The fabric of discourse is not simply the play of rending and mending that was discussed above, because Levinas finds a way of retying the knot which does not mend the thread, one which produces an irreducible supplement to ontology, ethical saying. The structure of textuality becomes yet more complex. But there is in his text, perhaps, a supplementary nodal complication, another way of retying without retying. How is this supplement of the knot to be figured? ECM 40. How indeed? As is remarked a few pages further on, ECM 44, the singularity of the Levinasian text is due to the way in which it binds itself together at the very moment at which its discursive structure is unbound. The fabric of the text is both bound and unbound. The bound language of thematization, which is employed in order to thematize the non-thematizable, must not be allowed to envelop the non-thematizable essence of language. An irreducible non-thematizability must, and one must as always be vigilant regarding the ethical modality of the must, ilfo, stand apart from the thread of the ontological said where the moments of ethical interruption are preserved as knots. There must be an interruption between interruptions, ECM 40, a threadless supplement to the knot which cannot be retied back into the ontological thread of the said. The picture that now emerges is one in which, within the knot of each ethical interruption that has been tied back into the ontological thread, there persists an irreducible supplement to the knot which is the very interruption of interruption. The fabric of the text, a texture of threads and knots, contains what the textual voice calls a hiatus, ECM 40, within each knot, which constitutes what I called above a texture, a threadless moment in the fabric. This moment of a texture, whether it be called the hiatus, the interruption of interruption, or the supplement of the knot, is the point of ethical priority within the text, the saying that is the condition for the possibility of the said. As the textual voice points out, this supplement to the knot is not unique, a sole interruption does not suffice, ECM 40. There must be a multiplicity, or plurality, of knots, what is called a series. I have chosen to name this structure by the word series, ECM 40. One imagines a series of knots connected by a continuous thread, upon or within each of which is a nodal point of supplementarity. This image of the text as a play of binding and unbinding, where the mended interruption of essence is itself interrupted by a moment of irreducible ethical priority, is the way in which Levinas's work works. It is that which Levinas's writing enacts. The textual voice introduces the neologism seriature, ECM 42, 48, 49, 50, 51, 55, in order to explain the complex textual structure of obligation. An interrupted series, a series of interlaced interruptions, a series of hiatuses, that I shall henceforth call, in order to formalize in economical fashion and so as not to dissociate what is no longer dissociable within this fabric, seriature. ECM 48. With the word seriature, defined as the movement of binding and unbinding, the play of texture and atexture, a formal designation of the workings of Levinas's work has been attained. Formally and thematically, Levinas's work works as an interrupted series, or a series of interrupted interruptions, where the continuity and repetition of the series are continually placed under erasure, seria plus richer equals seriature, by the energy of an ethical interruption. The concept of seriature describes the relations between binding and unbinding, between being bound to ontological or logocentric language while at the same moment being unbound to that language. The fabric of Levinasian textuality is a seriature insofar as it maintains a tension between the thread, the ontological said, the knot, the ethical saying or interruption, and the hiatus, the interruption of interruption. What is unbound, non-thematizable, and wholly other to ontology and logocentrism can be articulated only through a certain repetition of ontological or logocentric language, a repetition that interrupts that language. Levinasian textuality, and perhaps textuality in general, the text, obeys a seriatural or clotural rhythm of binding and unbinding which preserves the absolute priority of ethical obligation. Clotural readings I. Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 129. With such an understanding of the structure of Levinas's work, one can begin to take proper account of Levinas's language, and in particular the writing style of otherwise than being, the endless repetitions, the ellipses, ambiguities, and contradictions, the unexplained and often tangential footnotes, the strange and austere beauty of the prose, the rhapsodic effect of the clause structure in Levinas's extended sentences, the simultaneous didacticism and uncertainty of many of his propositions. These phenomena are not, I would claim, simply of secondary importance, due to Levinas's relentless obscurity, circumlocution, and inability to say what he means clearly and distinctly. Rather, they are of primary importance, for it is precisely in the play of binding and unbinding, the oscillation or ambiguity of the saying and the said, that the ethical saying of Levinas's work is maintained. In an eagerness to extract an ethics from Levinas, one may overlook the very writing that makes the formulation of that ethics possible. We are only just beginning to learn how to read Levinas. 3.3 How Levinas's work does not work. The first moment of reading has shown how Levinas's work works, and, as such, does not leave the order of commentary, where the dominant interpretation of the text is repeated and left intact. Commentary always belongs to the text that is being commented on, and derives from a decision not to disturb or dislocate the order of the text, a principle which extends, of course, to the commentary upon a commentary that I am writing at this very moment. Bois. To repeat or comment on a text is ultimately to return that text to its author. Now, for reasons discussed above, to return Levinasian textuality to the proper name of Emmanuel Levinas is to deny the structure of ethical obligation and reduce the saying to the said. It is therefore ethically and, I would claim, deconstructively necessary for the repetition and commentary of the first moment of reading to be violated and transgressed in the second moment, a reading that leaves the order of commentary. As I argued in Chapter 1, deconstructive reading is characterized by its double structure, its traversal of the space between commentary and interpretation. The form of this violation and transgression is the ungrateful response which maintains the responsibility of ethical interruption. By returning the text to L and not to EL. The transition from the first to the second moment of reading is marked by a shift in the grammatical gender of the textual voice. It is the woman reader who leaves the order of commentary and makes NCE moment meme a double reading 10. The textual voice concludes its commentary by writing that it is impossible to approach his work without first of all passing, already, by the retreat of its inside, namely, the remarkable saying of the work, ECM 51. The voice of commentary faithfully traces the inside of Levinas's work and detects its ethical saying. Yet, at the very moment when the ultimate sense of ethical saying becomes manifest, when we finally understand how Levinas's work works, the voice of commentary addresses itself to another and asks for a response. You, come, obligated woman reader, lect rice oblige. You can still refuse to grant him that sense, ECM 51. The textual voice calls to the feminine other, the woman reader, asking her to come, Veins, 11, to approach and refuse the sense of the ethical saying. Bois, drink. From across the wide line space that divides two paragraphs and two voices, the feminine other responds in responsibility. I knew. In listening I was nonetheless wondering whether I was comprehended, comprise, myself, and how to stop that word, comprehended, comprise. ECM 51. In virtue of the gendered status of French grammar, the additional e on the neutral, that is, masculine, past participle compris indicates that the gender of the textual voice is female. One finds further confirmations of the femininity of the textual voice in the subsequent pages of the essay, where the textual voice repeatedly refers to herself as a woman. Why should the son be more or better than the daughter, than me, ECM 52, my emphasis, or again, the other as feminine, me, ECM 54, my emphasis, their common link to me, to the other as woman, ibid, my emphasis, I speak from my place as a woman, ECM 56, my emphasis. If the transition from the first to the second moment of reading is affected by the shift from a neutral, masculine, reader, a lector to a woman reader, a lectrice, then how does the woman read in order to return the work of Levinas's work to L? She begins with an apparently innocent example of Levinas's seriature, an example of the work. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 131. I shall give or take an example of it. More or perhaps another thing than an example, that of the sun in totality and infinity, of the unique sun or suns. The sun is not my work, oeuvre, like a poem or an object. ECM 51 and T254/TI 277. The example of seriature is the sun, he who is my work. Of course, such an example is not at all innocent, because, by choosing the question of the sun, the woman reader opens up the problem of the relation between sexual difference and ethical difference in Levinas. It is precisely this theme that will be the subject of the second moment of reading. After giving the page reference to the quotation from Totality and Infinity, the woman reader casually throws in the following aside. I assume that the context is reread, ECM 51. But what is the context of this context? There are two contexts being referred to here, first, totality and infinity, and second, violence and metaphysics. In the fourth and final section of Totality and Infinity, entitled Beyond the Face, Levinas, as he does elsewhere in his work, Ta 85, 9/91-4, D 157, 65/EE 92-6, posits fecundity as the access to an account of existence that breaks with the Parmenidean unity of being. The implicit claim here is that the Western philosophical tradition, from Parmenides to Heidegger, has always conceived of being as a unitary concept as the one. Levinas's thought of pluralism attempts to break with this monistic ontology by establishing a multiple existing, unexister multiple, T 195/TI 220, where I both am my son and am not my son, where my being is split between myself and an other. For Levinas, fecundity is an ontological category, T 254/TI 277, in which, through sexuality, being becomes two, not one. My son is both the fruit of my loins and a being with a separate, independent existence. There is a clotural or seriatural logic at work in fecundity, whereby I am both bound to my son and not bound to him. Although the personage of the son cannot be conflated with the he of the trace of illeity, one can see why the woman reader chooses fecundity as an example of Levinasian seriature. In fecundity my being is interrupted and doubled, and I attain an ontological condition of plurality, in which we thus leave the Parmenidean philosophy of being, t 247/ti 269. Thus, Levinasian ethics might be said to work only in so far as it sets the sun to work. 12. It is because of fecundity that the dream of a happy eternity, t 261/ti 284, or a victory over death, ta 85/90-1, cannot simply be discarded as aberrations. In the second context, violence and metaphysics, a strange point of continuity relates it to NCE moment meme. As her reading gets underway, the woman reader parenthetically quotes Derrida's final words on Levinas in Violence and Metaphysics, from the final footnote. To himself, his text marks its signature by a masculine I-he, a rare thing, as was elsewhere noted in passing a long time ago, by an other. Let us note in passing on this subject that totality and infinity pushes the respect for dissymmetry up to the point where it seems to us impossible, essentially impossible, that it could have been written by a woman. The philosophical subject of it is man, vir. ECM 52 and ed 220/WD 320-1. The woman reader notes in passing what Derrida footnoted in passing some 16 years earlier, namely, the masculine determination of ethical difference in Levinas's work. One might therefore read the second moment of reading in NCE moment meme as a continuation of this final footnote, as a note to a note in Violence and Metaphysics. The woman reader takes up a position of alterity, by an other, not only with respect to Levinas's work, but also with respect to Violence and Metaphysics. Might one not consider the second moment of NCE moment meme as not only reflecting the necessary ingratitude towards Levinas's work, but also as a double reading of Violence and Metaphysics, as a rereading of Derrida's early work in terms of the ethics of sexual difference? Provisionally and schematically, in order to approach the second moment of NCE moment meme as a double reading of Violence and Metaphysics, it would be necessary to show how the latter is inhabited and dislocated by the former. To take an innocent example of this, consider the fact that after the opening two expository sections of Violence and Metaphysics, the violence of light and phenomenology, ontology, metaphysics, the textual voice closes its commentary with the following footnote. We will not go beyond this schema. It would be useless to attempt, here, to enter into the descriptions devoted to interiority, economy. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 133. Enjoyment, habitation, femininity, eros, to everything suggested under the title Beyond the Face, and which the situation would doubtless merit many questions. These analyses are not only an indefatigable and interminable destruction of formal logic, they are so acute and so free as concerns traditional conceptuality, that a commentary running several pages would betray them immeasurably. Ed 161/WD 315. Although Violence and Metaphysics mentions some of the themes of Beyond the Face, for example, those of pluralism, ed 132/WD 89, and fecundity, ed 127/WD 86, one might say that the text forecloses a detailed discussion of them and erects a frontier, or limit, to its conceptual schema. We will not go beyond this schema, a frontier that is crossed by the phenomenological descriptions of Beyond the Face. I suggest that the reason why these themes have to be excluded is not just because a commentary running several pages would betray them immeasurably, a statement which, for the reasons discussed above, has more truth than might at first be imagined, but also because they would betray the conceptual schema of Violence and Metaphysics. Now, if the governing intention of Levinas's work, that of the break with Parmenides, is achieved in those descriptions of eros, fecundity, and pluralism, existing itself becomes double. The Eleatic notion of being is overcome, ta 88/92, the very descriptions which the commentary of Violence and Metaphysics cannot but betray, and which would betray the order of its commentary and of commentary itself. Then does not their omission mark a serious flaw in the fabric of Violence and Metaphysics? And is this a flaw which only the woman reader, both the betrayed and the betrayer, can discern? I suggest that it is plausible to read the second moment of NCE moment meme as a supplement to violence and metaphysics, whose supplementary logic would be to inhabit and dislocate the latter, betraying its conceptuality through a double reading and opening the text to an economy whose necessity would be ethical. Returning to the context of the second moment of reading in NCE moment meme, the woman reader is seeking to interrogate the link in Levinas's work between sexual difference, the other as another sex, and ethical difference, the other as other, autrui, and the other as he, the holy other, ECM 52. It is important to stress from the outset that the woman reader will not simply claim that Levinas's work is anti-feminist, patriarchal, or sexist, but rather that by subordinating sexual difference to ethical difference and by trying to maintain the latter in a sexual indifference or neutrality, Levinas privileges the masculine. But how does this take place? On the same page of Totality and Infinity on which Levinas speaks of the Son as the work which attains a plurality within being, he proceeds to substitute the word child, enfant, for son, fils, thus, I do not have my child, I am my child, T254/TI 277. Of this silent act of substitution, the woman reader asks, is it that son is another word for child, a child who could be of one or the other sex? ECM 52. If this is the case, if the work of the child is sexually indifferent, then why couldn't the daughter play an analogous role? Ibid. If the neutral work can be as well described by the word child, then why should the word son, fils, mark this indifference or neutrality more ably than the word daughter, fille? The work of the Son in Totality and Infinity establishes an absolute ethical difference which is sexually indifferent. The sexual difference, the erotic life, that is so evocatively described in Phenomenology of Eros is ultimately aufgehoben by the fecundity which establishes a metaparmenidean ethical difference. The question now becomes, if ethical difference is sexually indifferent, then how can one mark as masculine the very thing that is said to be anterior or still foreign to sexual difference? ECM 52. It has already been established that if Levinas's work works, then it is precisely to the extent that it allows the trace of ileity, the il of the holy other, to glimmer in the face of the other, autrui. Now, if this il is sexually neutral, how can it be marked with a masculine pronoun? The silent slippage that occurs between child and son reveals that the supposed neutrality of ethical difference is marked, in Levinas's work, by a certain priority of the masculine. The sexual indifference of ethical difference treats masculinity and neutrality as synonyms. However, these are not the only pair of synonyms at work here, because by making sexual difference secondary to ethical difference and by marking the latter with a masculine pronoun, the secondary status of sexual difference becomes synonymous with the secondary status of the feminine. The problematic that ultimately guides the second moment of reading is given in the form of a question. The woman reader writes. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 135. I come then to my question. Since the work is undersigned by the pronoun he, before he/she certainly, but he is not she, could it be that in making sexual alterity secondary, it becomes, far from letting itself be approached from the work, his or the one that says itself there, the mastery of sexual difference, posed as origin of femininity? Hence mastery of femininity? ECM 54-5. Does not the supposed sexual neutrality of ethical difference lead ineluctably to a mastery of sexual difference and, synonymously, a mastery of the masculine over the feminine? If this is the case, then how can Levinasian ethics be considered ethical? These questions take us right to the heart of the second moment of reading. The claim is that Levinas makes sexual difference secondary with respect to the sexually neutral holy other. To mark the neutrality of the holy other with a masculine pronoun is to make sexual difference secondary as femininity. Yet this state of affairs is about to undergo a reversal and be exposed to the supplementary logic of the double reading. The secondary status of sexual, and therefore, says he, of feminine difference, does it not thus come to stand for the holy other of the saying of the holy other, within its seriature here determined and within the idiom of this negotiation? ECM 55. By making sexual difference secondary to ethical difference and by equating sexuality with the feminine, does not the feminine, then, become wholly other to the saying of the wholly other? If she is the other to he, and if he is the wholly other, then she is the other to the wholly other. The question then becomes, as the other to the wholly other, as a being that possesses greater alterity than the wholly other, does she not demand greater ethical respect and priority than he? The other as feminine, me, far from being derived or secondary, would become the other of the saying of the wholly other, ECM 55. The reversal that the woman reader is attempting here is one in which priority is given to that which was secondary. If he, the wholly other, will have obliged us to an absolute obligation, then may not she, the other to the wholly other, have put us under an even greater, more primordial obligation? For the woman reader, the theme of the feminine constitutes a surfeit of unsaid alterity. Uncercroit de alterite non dite, ECM 55, within the seriature of Levinas's work. One might say that sexual difference is Levinas's blind spot. But what economy governs this blind spot? How does Levinas remain blind to sexual difference? Two enclosures can be detected in Levinas's work: first, by making sexual difference secondary and by seeking to master the unsaid alterity of the feminine, the il of the wholly other risks enclosing itself within the economy of the same; second, by seeking to enclose sexual difference within ethical difference, Levinas encloses the feminine within the economy of the same. The woman reader writes, included within the same, it is by the same stroke excluded, enclosed within, foreclosed within the immanence of a crypt, incorporated in the saying which says itself to the wholly other. ECM 55. Feminine alterity becomes enclosed within the saying which says itself to the wholly other. The feminine is foreclosed within the immanence of a crypt. 13. The economy of the blind spot is governed by these two enclosures: the enclosure of the trace of ilaity within the economy of the same and the enclosure of the feminine within a crypt. Levinas remains blind to the priority of feminine alterity by circumscribing the feminine within the economy of the ethical and by inhuming her within the crypt of the same. For the woman reader, the desexualization of the wholly other is a way of making the feminine secondary, and hence of failing to recognize her as the other to the wholly other. To recognize the absolute alterity of the feminine is to realize that she replaces he as the pronoun of Levinas's work, el ora oblige. Then the work apparently signed by the pronoun he would be dictated, inspired, and aspirated by the desire to make she secondary, therefore by she. ECM 55. The conclusion to the second moment of reading is that feminine alterity, as the other to the wholly other, pre-seals, ECM 59, Levinas's work in such a way that it does not work for him. Levinas's work can only go unto the wholly other on the condition that feminine alterity is circumscribed and inhumed. The strange consequence of the latter. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 137. Is that Levinas's work is itself engaged in a denial of feminine alterity, and thus remains enclosed within the economy of the same which it has continually striven to exceed. If, during the first moment of reading, it was discovered that the way in which Levinas's work works was best described in terms of seriature, then the second moment has discovered a second seriature which shows how Levinas's work does not work for il but for l. At the very moment when, with one hand, I weave the delicate fabric of the ethical text, another hand, a woman's hand, undoes my work. The question now becomes, how exactly does the repetition and commentary of the first moment of reading combine with the violence and interruption of the second moment in a text for Emmanuel Levinas? How do these two moments preserve the gift of the ethical? Bois. 3.4 How the work is given to Levinas. The woman reader freely admits the violence of her reading. What I suggest here is not without violence, ECM 56. It is a faulty violence, which leaves a flaw in his name and his work, violence faulty in regard to his name, his work, ECM 56. Yet who is he in this context? Against whom is the violence committed? Is it against him, Emmanuel Levinas? Or is it against him, the Holy Other? As I noted above, the logic of the fault, of violence and ingratitude, is not accidental but essential to the ethical event of the text. Bois. Ingratitude does not arise like an accidental evil, it is a necessity or fatality within ethical saying, ECM 56. The necessity of Levinas's work is that its work, the IL, must be ungratefully received in order to maintain ethical alterity. In the second moment of reading, this alterity is maintained by returning the work to L and not to EL. Consequently, the violence that the woman reader commits is directed against him, Levinas's work, and not against him, Emmanuel Levinas. Ingratitude and violence are perpetrated against the body of the Holy Other and not against Levinas. It isn't him, but him, that my fault comes to wound in his body, ECM 56. Bois, drink. The fault has been committed. The violence has been done. The body of the IL has been wounded. The text for Emmanuel Levinas has been written, and ethical alterity has been maintained. Yet how can this violent, wounding text be given to Emmanuel Levinas? What will become of this faulty text? If I wanted to destroy or annul my fault, I should have to know what becomes of the text that is writing itself at this very moment, where it can take place and what can remain of its remains. ECM 56. If, and the hypothetical character of this conjunction must be noted, the woman reader wanted to annul her fault and give her text to Levinas in a way that would still maintain the ethical, what would she be obliged to do? At this point, the text takes a further and final detour into le nom de Dieu d'après quelques textes talmudiques. Levinas remarks that in the Talmudic tradition it is expressly forbidden to efface any of the names of God, ND 157. If one does, by some fault, efface one of his names, if one's hand slips on a page of the manuscript bearing his name, then, the entire page 14 upon which the error that motivates the erasure or effacement of the name figures, must be placed in the earth like a dead body, ND 157. The Torah is a body of writings which is given as much respect as the living body of a human being, and when that textual body is violated or fatally flawed, it must be buried in accordance with the same ceremonies that accompany human burial. The woman reader is intrigued here by the analogy between textuality, embodiment, and the act of burial. The body of the faulty text is not sensorially burnt and reduced to a pile of ashes, rather, it is inhumed like a corpse and allowed slowly to decompose. The fault within the text disappears slowly as the text decomposes. The woman reader finds a correspondence between this Talmudic anecdote and the status of her own text. To wound or violate the trace of ilaity by replacing the pronoun il with l constitutes an act of effacement or erasure. The woman reader effaces the pronoun or forename of God and replaces it with l. Now, in order to annul or destroy this fault, this text for Emmanuel Levinas must be placed in the earth and allowed to decompose. Thus, the faulty text is given to Levinas by burying it in the earth, where it is preserved in a process of slow decomposition. However, the burial of the text does not render it faultless and thereby deny ethical alterity by returning the text to its author. On the contrary, the fault is not erased, it is preserved in the process of decomposition. Ethical alterity is maintained because Clothural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 139. The fault, although inhumed, is still preserved, and hence the text is returned to L and not to EL. It is she, the feminine body, the body of feminine alterity, who is buried. It is she, the woman reader, who gives the dead body of the feminine to Levinas. His work has been violated and given back to him in the buried form of the feminine body, because this is the only way in which the ethical work can be maintained. After the burial, the text for Levinas becomes an absent work, what is called a work of mourning, un travail de deuil, ECM 57, 15. Consequently, the ethical work is a funeral work of mourning over the dead body of the feminine. The final scene of NCE moment meme takes place at a funeral. The woman reader brings her reading to a close with the words "El ora oblige." However, the text does not end here, for another voice comes to interrupt the text. I no longer know if you are saying what his work says. Perhaps that comes back to the same. I no longer know if you are saying the contrary, or if you have already written something wholly other. I no longer hear your voice, I have difficulty distinguishing it from my own, from any other, your fault suddenly becomes illegible to me. Interrupt me. ECM 59. Whose is the voice that interrupts and says I hear? It is clearly not that of the woman reader, for it is she who is interrupted. Returning to the hypothesis of the clotural, or double, reading that I have argued for, I would claim that it is most plausible that the I denotes the return of the masculine voice of the same, the voice of commentary that showed how Levinas's work worked. On this reading, the second person singular pronoun you would refer to the woman reader, and the possessive pronoun his would refer to Levinas's work. Thus, the masculine textual voice no longer knows if the woman reader is saying what Levinas's work says. To say the same would doubtless return that work within the economy of the same, perhaps that comes back to the same. On the other hand, the textual voice also adds that it no longer knows if the woman reader is saying the contrary to Levinas's work or if she has written something wholly other. The masculine voice no longer knows if she is saying the same or something other to Levinas's work, the voice no longer knows how to read the reading. He no longer hears the woman's voice, and it becomes difficult to distinguish it from his own or from that of any other. It is at this point that the textual voice becomes plural, that the male voice becomes indistinguishable from that of the woman, that the two moments of reading become laced, and that, at that very moment, the fault within the woman's reading becomes unreadable. The textual voice is unable to read Levinas's work in terms of one moment or the other. The two moments, or lines, of the clotural reading suddenly cross and form the figure of a chiasmus. It is from within this unknowing, unreadable, undecidable position that the voice demands of the other, interrupt me. The response to this final call for interruption leads into the last scene of NCE moment meme, the strange final paragraph of the essay. How is one to comment on it? Is it even capable of being read? In fact, despite its obscurity, the final paragraph resonates with many of the themes that have already been discussed. It can be approached as a liturgy, the thing of this liturgy, ECM 59, in the Levinasian sense, that is, as a liturgia, the Greek term which describes the movement of the work, ergon, from the same to the other, Ada 192. It is a liturgy spoken at a funeral, the funeral of the feminine other. Here at this very moment I roll up the body of our interlaced voices, consonants, vowels, accents faulty in this manuscript, ECM 59. The I that speaks here is the woman reader. It is she who rolls up the interlaced voices and moments of reading into the body of the text. It is she who gives the text to Levinas by burying it in the earth. I must place it in the earth for you, come lean down, Ibid. It is she who calls, come, to the other to lean down over the place where the gift is buried. One imagines a man and a woman leaning over a grave at a funeral and looking down at the earth. The woman speaks, it's our mute infant, a daughter perhaps of an incest stillborn, Ibid. The faulty text that wounds the jealous body of the IL, is L, the stillborn daughter whose fatally flawed body is buried and allowed slowly to decompose, thereby rendering the fault illegible. She is the faulty body, the inhumed stillborn daughter. In the bottomless crypt the indecipherable still gives itself to be read, ECM 60. The only way in which the daughter can be contained within ethical difference is by enclosing her within the bottom. Clotural readings I, Bois, Derrida's final word on Levinas 141. Less crypt of the same, within an economy that makes sexual difference secondary. The voice of feminine Altirite speaks out from the closure of the script. The woman reader pleads, we must have a new body, another without any more jealousy, the most ancient still to come, Ibid. The faulty text has been buried, the stillborn daughter decomposes within the crypt. Above, a woman's voice weaves, tissa, and effaces itself, my effacer. The gift has been given, the text for el has been returned to el and buried, ethical alterity has been maintained. The woman's voice calls to the other, take it. Approach, she beckons to the other to come closer and receive the gift. Again, one imagines a woman and a man leaning over a grave. The man, the older of the two, plunges his hands into the earth and takes his stillborn daughter in his arms. Bois. 21 And the man wondering at her held his peace, to wit whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. 22 And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold. 23 And said, whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? 4. Cloturial readings 2. Wholly otherwise. Levinas's reading of Derrida. In this chapter, I follow the path of a dislocation. When Levinas reads Derrida, he renounces the ridiculous ambition of improving, NP 89, a true philosopher. Levinas is content to cross Derrida's path in order to engage him in a philosophical encounter. I shall report this encounter by following the reading that Levinas gives of Derrida, a reading which, while continually transgressing the order of commentary, remains faithful, I believe, to the ultimate ethical orientation of the thinking under discussion. At stake here is the perverse fidelity of a dislocation in the act of reading. Broadly, my claim is that Levinas gives a double-handed, or cloturial, reading of deconstruction. On the one hand, he sees Derrida's work as a continuation and completion of the Kantian critique of metaphysics, a continuation which somehow thinks through to the end, NP 87, the epoch of critique. Deconstruction is distinguished by its critique of the determination of being as presence, a critique which, Levinas claims, employs the present tense of the verb to be and seems to offer an ultimate refuge to presence, NP 85. On the other hand, if one side of Levinas's reading stresses the dependence of deconstruction upon the metaphysical tradition that it deconstructs, arguments that are hauntingly analogous to those raised by Derrida against Levinas in Violence and Metaphysics, this only tells half the story. For Levinas goes on to show that there is a moment of dislocation in deconstruction, where the latter's rigorous reflection also lets us catch a glimpse of these interstices of being where this very reflection unsays itself, NP 86. Thus deconstruction remains located within the ontological tradition of critique, while, at the same time, dislocating that tradition and opening it to the ethical dimension in the Levinasian sense. In short, concealed within the set of Derrida's texts, and Levinas is thinking in particular of voice and phenomenon, is an ethical saying. Levinas does not divorce the ethical saying of deconstruction from its location in the said, rather, he shows how the saying is maintained within the said as the permanent possibility of the latter's interruption. I will pursue this dislocation by first establishing a schema of reading and then deepening and complicating it in discussions of scepticism and the function of the indicative sign in Husserl's concept of meaning. This study is an exposition and enactment of Levinasian hermeneutics. 4.1 It's Today Tomorrow. How does Levinas read and understand Derrida? Interestingly, this is one of the questions that the woman reader raises in Derrida's NCE Moment meme. She writes, I always ask myself whether he understands me to be against a tradition that would have refused me that ontological dignity, or, better than ever, within that profoundly repeated tradition, ECM 53. That is, the woman reader asks herself whether Levinas understands her to be against the ontological tradition or whether she represents a repetition of that tradition. In this first part, I want to explore an analogous question, namely, given that Levinas understands the philosophical tradition qua ontology in terms of a forgetfulness or refusal of ethical alterity, does Derrida represent a continuation of that tradition, or do his works bring about the latter's overcoming? Levinas opens this line of questioning in the first paragraph of Wholly Otherwise. May not Derrida's work cut into the development of Western thinking with a line of demarcation similar to that of Kantianism, which separated dogmatic philosophy from critical philosophy. Are we again at the end of a naivete, of an unsuspected dogmatism which slumbered at the base of that which we took for critical spirit? 1. We may well ask ourselves. The idea, as the completion of a series which begins in intuition without being able to end there, the idea said to be in the Kantian sense of the term would operate within intuition itself, a transcendental semblance itself generating metaphysics would create an illusion within presence itself, a presence that would ceaselessly be. Clothural readings 2 Wholly otherwise, Levinas's reading of Derrida 147. Found to be wanting. A new break in the history of philosophy? One that would also mark its continuity, nouvelle coupure dans l'histoire de la philosophie? Elle marquerait aussi la continuité. The history of philosophy is probably only a growing awareness of the difficulty of thinking. NP 81. Thus Levinas begins his reading of Derrida with a question that compares deconstruction to Kant's critical philosophy. The comparison with Kant is clearly of importance to Levinas, since he alludes to it in the only footnote to Wholly Otherwise and repeats the formulation in a passage of the important essay La pensée de l'être et la question de l'autre cited below. For Levinas, the first reaction to Derrida's thinking, its Kantian or, more properly, Humean moment, lies in its awakening of the critical spirit from the sleep of dogma. Derrida, like Kant, represents a critical watershed with respect to previous thinking. For Levinas, the epoch of critical philosophy is the period of philosophical crisis precipitated by Kant, continued by Husserl, and completed by Derrida. 2. In the second part of La pensée de l'être, after a broad discussion of the domination of philosophy by ontology, Levinas goes on to discuss the crisis of ontology. He claims that this crisis is rooted in the critique of metaphysics begun by Kant, a critique born out of the need for a philosophical vigilance, PEQA 179, or tribunal of reason with an authority independent of that of traditional, dogmatic metaphysics. It is a critique of the transcendental illusion, namely, the false dogma that the a priori forms of reason, valid for experience, constitute the nature of ultimate reality and hence that human understanding can have metaphysical knowledge of God and the soul as they are in themselves. For Levinas, the vigilance of Kantian critique is continued in Husserlian phenomenology insofar as the latter constitutes a critique of ontology in its denunciation of the transcendental illusion and the degenerate speculation of metaphysica specialis. Henceforth, everything which is must be comprehended from within the horizon of its appearance to a constituting transcendental consciousness, all being must be understood in its genesis from the viewpoint of this privileged appearance in the transcendental consciousness, from this phenomenon being, from this presence or from this living present given to intuition, à partir de ce phénomène être, de cette présence au de ce present vivant done à l'intuition, PEQA 181. The Husserlian comprehension of the being of that, which is in terms of its phenomenal appearance to intentional consciousness represents, for Levinas, the criticist end of metaphysics, la fin criticiste de la métaphysique, PEQA 180. By bringing being back from its sojourn in a supersensible Platonic realm and giving it over to appearance, the advent of phenomenological critique marks an end to a certain metaphysics. Returning to Derrida, Levinas claims that the Kantian and Husserlian tradition of ontological critique reaches its summation in the deconstruction of Husserlian phenomenology and of the idea in the Kantian sense carried out in Derrida's Voice and Phenomenon. In this sense, Derrida's work is a continuation of the tradition of metaphysical critique which consequently maintains a continuity with that tradition. Yet, if this were all that could be said about Derrida's work, then where, one might protest, is the novelty and radicality of the deconstructive approach? Might not the deconstruction of the concept of presence in Husserl constitute a critique of phenomenological critique and thus mark a break with the critical tradition? These questions are addressed in the following passage from La pensée de l'être, which repeats certain of the formulae from Wholly Otherwise while engaging them in a subtle dislocation. A privilege of presence that Derrida's Voice and Phenomenon specifically places in question. The very possibility of the plenitude of presence is challenged. Such a plenitude would always be postponed, always simply indicated in the Volwaardiger, in the Meaning, which, for Husserl, entirely referred itself to intuitive plenitude. A most radical critique of the philosophy of being, for which the transcendental illusion commences at the level of the immediate. We may well ask ourselves, when faced with the importance and the intellectual rigor of voice and phenomenon, whether or not this text, in the same way as Kantianism, marks a line of demarcation with respect to traditional philosophy, whether or not we are, once again, at the end of a naivete, awoken to the dogmatism which slumbered at the base of that which we took for critical spirit. To think through the end of metaphysics, it is not only the hinterworlds which are meaningless, the world displayed before us also incessantly escapes us, lived experience postpones itself in lived experience. The immediate is not only a call to mediation, it is a transcendental illusion. Fin, pensez jusqu'au bout, de la métaphysique, cene sunt pas seulement les arrières mondes qui n'ont pas de sens, c'est le monde devant nous qui se dérobe incessamment, c'est le vécu qui s'éjourne dans le vécu. Cloturial readings to wholly otherwise, Levinas's reading of Derrida 149. El immediate n'est pas seulement appel à la médiation, il est illusion transcendental. PEQA 181. In this passage, Levinas's understanding of voice and phenomenon becomes more explicit. The most valuable insight of the latter work is its deconstruction of the concept of presence presupposed and privileged by Husserlian phenomenology. Husserl's principle of principles, namely, that what presents itself to intuition in a primordial form is to be accepted as a source of evidence for knowledge 3, is shown by Derrida to be, first, founded on a metaphysics of presence as ancient as Parmenides, VP 26/SP 25, and, second, subject to an infinite deferral whereby the parousia of presence is perpetually postponed, VP 111, 14/SP 99 to 102. In this way, the phenomenon with which phenomenology works, which is founded on a plenitude of presence, is shown to steal itself away and conceal itself. The immediacy of experience is the new transcendental illusion. The intuitionistic data of lived experience, which are teleologically bound to the postulate of the idea in the Kantian sense, are continually postponed in their presence, and open to the deferring movement of difference. For Levinas, the Kantian and Husserlian critique of ontology concerned itself with an attack on the transcendental illusion, on the Platonic distinction between being and appearance, or the supersensuous and the sensuous, which, as Nietzsche remarked, constitutes the origin of metaphysics. For the consequence of this critique is the equivalence of being and appearance, namely, that which is what appears to consciousness, which is what Heidegger saw as Husserl's crucial insight into the phenomenality of being. 5. Thus, the critique of ontology, in so far as it reveals the meaninglessness of all hinterworldly metaphysics, represents an end to metaphysics. Now Derrida, on Levinas's reading, by thinking through the end of metaphysics, deconstructs the concept of presence and shows how the phenomenon slips away from the phenomenologist ad infinitum. The immediacy of the phenomenon is shown to be derived not from presence but from difference, which is to say, the thing itself always escapes, la chose même se dérobe toujours, VP 117/SP 104. By thinking through the end of metaphysics, Derridian deconstruction thus represents both a continuation of the critical tradition and a break with that tradition. Deconstruction is a critique of critique, or a crisis of crisis, E94, 7/OS 60-1. As both a continuation and a break, a summation, and a demarcation, deconstruction occupies an essentially ambivalent position, standing both within the critical tradition and being critical of that tradition, employing the set of critique while unsaying its said. This is why, when Levinas asks in the first paragraph of Wholly Otherwise whether Derrida represents a new break in the history of philosophy, he immediately adds, one that would also mark its continuity. Might it not be that deconstruction itself is caught between the two stools of the break with the tradition and its continuity, that is to say, within the logic of closure? Having established this question, I will now resume the reading of Wholly Otherwise. In the meantime we walk in a no man's land, in an in-between which is uncertain even of the uncertainties which flicker everywhere. Suspension of truths. Strange epoch. Nous marchons, en attendant, dans un no man's land, dans un entre les deux qui est incertain même de incertitudes qui, partout, clignotant. Suspension de vérités. Insolite époque. Perhaps in writing each of us feels this when we catch ourselves unawares using familiar notions with a surplus of precautions, while the new critique would challenge the sense of imprudence as the virtue of prudence. A new style of thinking is dawning on us in reading these exceptionally precise texts which are yet so strange. NP 82. Uncertain as to whether Derrida's work constitutes a break or a continuation of the tradition, Levinas considers the third option of the no man's land, a military metaphor first used to describe the area between the trenches of opposing armies in the First World War. In the meantime, while we are awaiting, en attendant, Levinas places Derrida's thinking entre les deux, between the two opposing forces of the break with tradition and its continuity. The immediate outcome of thinking in the no man's land is that language becomes littered with uncertainty and precaution. The scare quotes that surround familiar words act as a shield that betrays a fear of being shot from both sides. Words are used in such a way that they are not used, that is to say, they are used under erasure. However, such uncertainty should not be viewed as a restriction on thinking, for a few lines further on Levinas sees it as a liberation from the alternative of truth and falsehood, an imperious alternative, thanks to which computers decide the fate of the universe. NP 87. Clotural readings to Wholly Otherwise, Levinas's reading of Derrida 151. In order to describe the effect that reading Derrida has upon him, Levinas offers two forceful, strange, and complicated images, both of which are drawn from the period of the Nazi occupation of France. One might pause here to wonder why Levinas employs such overtly military metaphors to describe Derrida's work, particularly when one considers the determining place that war has had in the development of Levinas's thought. In both the preface to Totality and Infinity and the second section of the argument in Otherwise Than Being, a quasi-Hobbesian state of war is thematized as the ontological event par excellence, the domination of totality over individual subjects, the persistence of essence or the esse in the life and death struggle between egoisms, and the subordination of peace and its ethical imperatives to the mocking gaze of political man. T9, X/TI 21-2, AE4, 6/OB4-5. The phenomenological movement of Levinas's major texts begins from the experience of war and murder as that which is to be reduced. However, Levinas describes his reaction to reading Derrida in the following way. When I read him, I always recall the Exodus of 1940. A retreating military unit arrives in an as yet unsuspecting locality, where the cafes are open, where the ladies visit the ladies' fashion store, where the hairdressers dress hair and bakers bake, where viscounts meet other viscounts and tell each other stories of viscounts, and where, an hour later, everything is deconstructed and devastated, tout est déconstruit et désolé en our après, houses closed up or left with their doors open, emptied of their occupants who are swept along in a current of cars and pedestrians, through roads restored to their former glory as roads when, in an immemorial past, they were traced by great migrations, restitués à leur profondétés de routes traces dans un passé immemorial par les grandes migrations. NP 82-3. Why should reading Derrida remind Levinas of the Exodus of 1940? First, it would seem that the period of the Nazi occupation of France was an in-between or interim period, between the Third and Fourth French Republics. Second, the act of deconstruction, like the arrival of an occupying force during wartime, destroys and devastates all that had hitherto existed, the nexus of social and commercial practices, the café, the boulangerie. The image then continues with a Dantesque vision of hordes of people fleeing their homes and heading westwards away from the advancing forces of occupation. To get some idea of the elusive depth of Levinas's writing here, Look again at the final 3 lines and the words profondades and passé immemorial and the verb traces. The phrase profondades, jades jamais deep past, past never enough, is a quotation from Valery that Levinas alludes to in several places. In Totality and Infinity, it appears in The Dwelling, the chapter that enacts the movement from egoist separation to transcendence or ethics, T145/TI170. Levinas is seeking to demonstrate, and this has been a familiar theme since his doctoral dissertation in 1930, the primacy of representational or theoretical consciousness in Husserlian phenomenology. Against the latter, Levinas argues that consciousness is conditioned by life, by the eye of enjoyment that lives from the elements and nourishes itself. Thus, for Levinas, the subject of consciousness is traced, or haunted, by an anterior structure of subjectivity qua enjoyment, a structure inaccessible to consciousness, a deep past. In the 1963 essay The Trace of the Other, the same allusion is recalled immediately after the first introduction of the thought of the trace in Levinas's work, Ada 198, as indeed it is in the 1964 essay La Signification et Sens, where the trace is a sign for an absolute past which has never been present and which is beyond memory, h. 64. A very similar formulation can be found in Otherwise Than Being, where Levinas claims that the ethical self is older than the time of consciousness accessible to memory, in its deep pastness, a pastness which is never enough, plus vu le temps de la conscience accessible au souvenir, dans son profondades, jades jamais AE 134/OB 106. In Otherwise Than Being, ethical subjectivity is described as a pattern of substitution whereby the other is always already within the self or under my skin without the subject having exercised free or conscious choice. The self is sundered and hence responsible to the other in a past that is irrecuperable to memory. Returning to the image, one can see how the experience of wartime evacuation, the deconstruction of the social and commercial practices of peacetime, both destroys normal everyday life while at the same time evoking the former glory, or deep past, of those roads when they were traced by great migrations. The roads down which the evacuees flee is compared to the trace of an immemorial past which evokes in the reader of Levinas, almost subliminally, a chain of concepts that describe the structure of ethical selfhood. This is a highly ambivalent image, for Levinas is intimating obliquely, and Clothural readings too wholly otherwise, Levinas's reading of Derrida 153. Why so obliquely? What is the function of the obliqueness, or indirection, that one might call literary in this work? A vast question, that deconstruction both suspends the present in a no-man's land, a time dominated by the synonymous concepts of being and war, while at the same time allowing the trace of ethical peace to persist beneath the fact of war. The elusiveness and ambivalence of Levinas's prose is continued in a second image. In these in-between days a symbolic episode, somewhere in between Paris and Alençon, a half-drunk barber used to invite soldiers who were passing on the road to come and have a free shave in his shop, the lads he used to call them in a patriotic language which soared above the waters or floated up from chaos. With his 2 companions he shaved them free of charge, and it was today. The essential procrastination, the future difference, was reabsorbed into the present. Time came to its end with the end or the interim period of France. And ces jours d'entretemps, un épisode symbolique, quelque part entre Paris et Alençon, un coiffeur à moitié ivre invitait les soldats qui passaient sur la route, les petits gars comme il les appelait dans un langage patriotique qui planant au-dessus d'eux, cernigent dans le chaos, à venir se faire raiser gratuitement dans son équipe. Avec ses 2 compagnons, il restait gratis etc fut aujourd'hui. La procrastination essentially, la future difference, se réservait dans le présent. Le temps arrivait à sa fin avec la fin ou avec l'interim de la France. NP 83, 6. The anecdote is straightforward enough. A half-drunk barber and his 2 companions gave free shaves to soldiers passing on the road. How can this reminiscence possibly illuminate the work of deconstruction? To see the significance of this image, one must first understand the idiom of the free shave, res gratis. The idiomatic phrase domain on res gratis can best be translated by the English idioms that'll be the day or it's jam tomorrow. This implies that the matter under discussion is an impossibility, a pie-in-the-sky idea that will never come to anything. In the light of this, the anecdote begins to assume greater significance, because the half-drunk barber is, at this very moment, shaving people free of charge, il resate gratis etc fut aujourd'hui. It is happening not tomorrow but today. The impossible future is happening at this very moment, it's jam today. That Levinas should apply this image to Derrida shows that he considers that the impossible takes place in his work. Yet, what is the impossible? Levinas writes, the essential procrastination, the future difference, was reabsorbed into the present. Procrastination, that is, putting something off, or postponing it, until tomorrow, is drawn back into today. This procrastination, which, moreover, is essential and is etymologically embedded in the neologism difference through its derivation from the verb differer, to defer, is somehow reabsorbed into the present. What does this mean? Levinas is obliquely hinting that the futural movement of difference, its temporization, which always defers the fulfillment, or parousia of presence, is reabsorbed into the present, thereby fissuring the latter and usurping its authority. Time came to its end, writes Levinas, and by this he is alluding to the way in which what Heidegger calls the vulgar conception of time, as a linear, infinite series of now points passing through and sustaining the primacy of the present, the time that was inhabited before the occupation, the time of the café and the boulangerie, is deconstructed by the invading force of Derrida's work. Derrida, like a half-drunk barber, performs the impossible through his deconstruction of the privilege of presence. One would be correct in concluding that, thus far, Levinas has been intent on showing the disruptive power of deconstruction, its discontinuity with the tradition. However, this conclusion is instantly thrown into doubt by the qualifier that follows in wholly otherwise. Unless the barber was only as delirious as that fourth form of delirium described in the Phaedrus, in which, since Plato, the discourse of Western metaphysics has remained. A moins que le coiffeur ne fut aussi délirant que la quatrième forme du délire du Phèdre, ou, depuis Platon, s'échant le discours de la métaphysique occidentale. NP 83. In the Phaedrus, love, eros, is judged to be akin to both delirium and drunkenness. The fourth form of delirium is that possessed by and possessing the lover. It is the most elevated form of madness, because the lover is possessed by the god, and each time he looks upon the face of the beautiful boy, the stumps of the wings of his soul start to itch, and he desires to take flight towards a knowledge of the true, supersensible realm. Beauty is the sole intelligible form which shows itself sensuously in the realm of appearance, and thus it is beauty that provides a bridge from the sensible to the intelligible. Clotural readings too wholly otherwise, Levinas's reading of Derrida 155. From the physical to the metaphysical. Philosophical eros is a desire for the metaphysical, a luxurious desire that has repeatedly nourished the metaphysical tradition. 7. But what is Levinas suggesting by this allusion to the Phaedrus? His qualifier begins with the conjunction unless, an adverbial phrase in French, a moins que. Thus Levinas appears to be saying that difference would have performed the impossible deconstruction of presence unless the barber were only as mad and as drunk as the Platonic lover. Unless therefore marks a caveat, or moment of hesitation, in Levinas's text. If the history of Western metaphysics has remained caught up in this Platonic eros, which may be true also of Levinas, the Phaedrus being the most frequently cited text in totality and infinity and being listed by Levinas as one of the 5 great books in the history of philosophy, EEI 27, then the possibility of any deconstructive twisting free from metaphysics, the possibility of the impossible, remains at the very least aporetic. For Levinas the figure of the half-drunk barber is a metaphor for both the transgression of metaphysics and its restoration, a double-handed movement enacted by Derrida's text. On the one hand, by giving a res gratis, the barber performs the impossible feat of opening the Platonism of presence to the constitutive movement of difference and thereby breaking with the metaphysical determination of being. On the other hand, the barber is the Platonic lover who, aroused by the beauty of the soldiers, calls to them as Socrates calls to the young Phaedrus at the beginning of their dialogue. The wings of the barber's soul begin to grow, and, intoxicated by the god, he ascends from the sensible to the intelligible, thereby restoring metaphysical desire. The word half, moiety, must be stressed in the figure of the half-drunk barber. The deconstructive thinker, on Levinas's reading, is half Platonic lover, symbol for Western metaphysics, and half anti-Platonist voice, making possible the impossible other to the logos. How is one to understand Levinas's understanding of Derrida? Returning to the guiding question raised above, it is clear by now that, for Levinas, Derrida's work represents both a break with the tradition and a continuity with that tradition, both the raising of the edifice of metaphysics to the ground and the restoration of that edifice. It's today tomorrow, the double bind of Levinas's reading of Derrida is conveyed by the title of that portion of Wholly Otherwise that has provided my focus. Levinas does not write tomorrow is today, which would indicate that Derridian deconstruction had broken completely with Platonist metaphysics and its reversal in the critical tradition, and that the impossible had occurred. Nor does he write today is tomorrow, which would suggest the continuity of Platonism even in its inverted form, in which the parousia of presence would be maintained through the teleological postulation of the idea in the Kantian sense.